Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and people from all across the world. I am Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man of the internet, joined here by the ever so condescending with that gorgeous smile, Paul, Kaposha, creative, I know. And we are into day 3 here in the group stage for the Overwatch Ace tournament. And we're about to go into a spicy first match, starting off the day. Could be A-Bang versus Battle Angel. Paul, my brethren, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Sun's not even up over here for the rest of the world. I know you guys have got your day started rocking here, but we're going to be bringing it into September 8th here in a big way. We, like you said, we've got a fantastic game here. Group stage, day number 3 here, Ravage. These teams have been lighting it up so far, and I think that's going to continue the rest of the day today.
I couldn't agree more, man. It's been a consistently good match after good match overall. We've seen surprising picks, we've seen headshot clicks, and more importantly than that, we've seen beautiful, beautiful picks. See how
Yeah, I was saying we did our homework. We were brushing up before this, talking about we're gonna see some classic dive. We're gonna see some picks of the Ash. We're gonna even see some break bust out here for better or worse. These teams just gonna bring a variety of play here, and you're kind of seeing the spice of what happens when you have an entire region come together in a format like this, right? Where you're gonna have so many different philosophies and thoughts. Just beautiful stuff gonna happen.
and spice is the overall spice of life here, Paul. One says, right? It's
Beautiful
just
thing.
like it's just a beautiful thing when you go ahead and add a little bit of that salsa on your nachos. That's when you know you're eating. But that being rested though, what I want to go ahead and see is the schedule for today. What kind of spiciness are we gonna go ahead and reach onto our little steaks that we're gonna be able to see? Because look at that right there. We're gonna start off the
Beautiful.
bracket with all these matches you're about. Let the people know what we got going on.
So we're gonna have Battle Angel versus A-Bang starting off the day here, and Jacob Bird versus Jaeger. So you're gonna have myself and Ravage for both of those before we pass the baton to the next fantastic crew coming at you for the late two. But we've got two incredible ones. Standings have been really close so far. Obviously, just in group stage day number 3 here. But I expect two super tightly contested, close matches back and forth. These are first to 3 formats here, and I think we're easily going to be looking at 4 to 5 maps every time here, Ravage.
I couldn't agree more. But we want to go ahead and start off with today's match, though, right? Battle Angel versus A-Bang. Now, A-Bang, we've seen a bunch already across the screen. This team slaps. Like the way when they go in, they go, Paul. Here they execute beautifully. But I gotta say, on the other end, Battle Angel aren't too far behind. They bring out some interesting picks, and they've got some star players on their roster.
Yeah, and we're going to see, because A-Bang to this point, totally undefeated. Battle Angel 1-3 so far, so they definitely have themselves an uphill battle, right? And I think the biggest thing that they're going to have to work with is the fact that A-Bang 4-0 here so far has an opportunity to push to 5-0 and really set themselves apart. Battle Angel, we'll see how they're able to work around it. You talked about it at the top. We talked about it backstage. A-Bang running some really classic, well-positioned, well-compositioned dive comps. We'll see if Battle Angel can figure that out, finally push to 2 and 3 today.
Exactly. That being so, then a Battle Angel does definitely have what seems like the uphill battle, right? It's just, but you know what though? It's in their name to go ahead and execute the BA, the Battle Angel. This is what they're made out to do. Meanwhile, on the other hand, though, A-Bang, like these guys are amazing, and we don't just say it. We show it too, because let's go ahead and look at the power rankings that we got coming up for ourselves, because like we believe in what we preach here, Paul.
We do, and for me, when we were setting things up, I had to put Watermelon Waddlers a little bit higher than you did, because I just think having John Galt there on the coaching staff is going to make such a difference for them. But A-Bang is going to be leading the charge for me, undefeated until someone knocks them off. I'm going to keep them at my number 1 spot. We're going to see Connect. We're going to see Far East Society at the end of today's broadcast, see if they're able to finish off things on a high note the way they've been so far. But I will say Jacob Bird has an opportunity to move up a little bit as this Battle Angel. If they're able to put together some wins, show me what they've got going on, I think they can start to make a big move.
And honestly, I couldn't agree more with your power rankings here, Paul. Mine are like yours, but a little bit different. It's not. It is right there. I have a bit more faith in Far East Society. I think they look really good overall. Though A-Bang has to go and stay on top for me consistently, though. But what I'm looking at so far, though, I'm looking at Jaeger to impress me. I think they're a really good team. They are a little bit underrated because you saw them yesterday too, in their battle against Battle Angel as well. They looked really good overall. So I'm excited to see them perhaps even try to go and move more so up in the standing. I think they could be an overall sleeper pick. But like you said there, Paul, A-Bang is going to stay at the top until somebody does go ahead and falter them. And so far, they're showing no signs of that.
Yeah, and a team like Jaeger has a real opportunity to make a move here. We're going to see them against Jacob Bird in that in our second match here with us casting. And I mean, they've got some really solid players, right? I mean, we could look at Helio. It's a top tank player right now, playing really, really well. They've got a bunch of tools at their disposal, so it's still early on here, man. There's a lot of time with this format for teams to move on up in the world.
Yeah, like honestly, it most definitely is here. But moving on up in the world, we want to go ahead and talk about the matches today and the maps that we got looking at us here, Paul. It is a best of 3, and we'll be going towards Lijiang Tower first. So putting a little bit of a Szechuan or a spice at the beginning of the day.
Lijiang Tower, they might as well just call it Kings Row Control, because if you're going to control, you're going there first. It's just Scrim's Tower, in my opinion. But it's going to allow both teams to do a lot of interesting things. That you could play pretty much anything there. It's sort of like Busan did a really good job of capturing the essence of what Lijiang Tower offers. And so I think we're going to get to see some of that flavor you mentioned there. If A-Bang can bring out a whole lot of good stuff with their classic dive cups, we go see Battle Angel work around their Brigida a little bit more. They can do some different things, and both are totally valid here.
Yeah, they most definitely are here. I'm actually interested to see how more so the Brig really plays into this matchup, because I think with BA2, considering it is a controlled composition, Brig, great, especially in these small controlled tight spaces though, but so is the dive that we're mentioning over and over again. And A-Bang are so good on that dive. I'm looking for that tracer, that Sombra control that they got coming out too. Like, their Sombra has been absolutely immense, going for these consistent sneak little EMPs. So want to see how A-Bang go ahead and pull out with that, Paul. Like, I gotta say, man, as you get closer and closer to the match so far, like, I'm almost shivering. You could even say I'm falling closer and closer to the edge of my seat, just about to fall off. Just almost.
Dude, we're just, because it's so exciting, right? We're getting 2 really different styles of play here being introduced, where you have Battle Angel, like you said, with this comp that it's going to try to roll around this Brigida. My litmus test for them, regardless of whatever first point we get, is can they occupy those tight spaces and force the fight to come to them? The second I feel them leaning into A-Bang going, we got to get aggressive, we got to play into A-Bang. No, let the fight come to you. Play it nice and slow. Don't let the fact that you're against a 4-0 team play into this at all. Just roll with the punches here. Take it on your terms. If we can see that in those first couple of fights, we can hold a lot of hope for them. But if A-Bang come out here able to dictate pace, spread them out, and just let them go to work, if they go Tracer Genji and just slice and dice them up, it's going to be a long day at the office here for Battle Angel.
Honestly, and I cannot wait for this water cooler conversation that everybody got going on, man. It's like, how was your day, bro? Well, let me tell you. No, don't tell me. I don't want to know. That's really where that starts and where that ends, though. But you were talking about the terms and conditions, right? But sometimes I feel like A-Bangs are the one setting the contracts. They're the ones who've actually read everything, and then they press accept. Now, how many times can you say that you've actually read the entire terms and actually press accept here, Paul?
Yeah, and just across the board, I mean, I'm looking at A-Bang's roster right now here too. It's so stacked, and it's not only just a stack, but they have so much World Cup experience, right? Mango has World Cup experience, CQB has World Cup experience. They know what the big stage is like, so that first time you get there, you get the jitters, you get the shakes. We're like us, we're in a big stage. We're gonna be on the edge of our seats. These guys, they're just like, nah, I'll lean forward when I need to. Like, they're just gonna chill back on this, and so they're going to be able to just play this comfortably here. This is going to be a really exciting matchup, especially to start off the evening here or the morning for us. We get to start the day off in a big way.
Exactly. So here, but you're speaking about star players. On the other hand, on Battle Angel, you also have Ancient too, who's been consistently performing throughout all of these days, right? This guy's been an absolute monster on the Ash. But with that being said, that we should go ahead and head right into map number 1 for day number 3, Battle Angel versus A-Bang, Paul.
It doesn't get any better than this here. Gonna be starting off here, traditional start here on Lijiang Tower. And for me, like I said, I want to see here ultimately if Battle Angel can allow their team to dictate pace, because ultimately A-Bang comes in here as an undefeated team. For me, I'm gonna have a lot more trust in them, right? Like they've earned that sort of level of trust for us watching them as observers, to be like, okay, they're going to know what they're doing immediately. They're going to have a plan in mind. Can Battle Angel come out with theirs and sort of assert their will from the get-go?
Now, honestly, so far here, they're looking to be able to do that, though. Both sides coming out with I would say pretty much identical compositions. Now I'm sure Shaolin is just using that Symmetra to just get onto the point a little bit earlier to bring out the TP though. But we're on to map number 1 here, Paul. A-Bang versus Battle. Excuse me, Angel, and everybody's setting up here. Masu already at the side, looking to get a little bit of control early. Takes a couple shots to the face though, but Battle Angel already onto the point.
Yeah, really interesting starting off both on Tracer Sombra here, so not afraid to go really heavy into this dive, but already A-Bang forcing their will, and there's that first pick we were looking for.
Immediately, R3K gets caught out though. Crazy on a double kill streak, taking out both the main tank and the healer as well. There comes Shaolin on the side as well, bringing this classic little Tracer, getting a pick as well. Then immediately, A-Bang get early control of the point and maintain control of it too, as they're just stuffing Battle Angel into the spawn a little bit.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Battle Angel go coast side, just get a little bit more open space to work with, sort of force themselves into this hole where maybe a break would have been optimized, but Masu gonna answer back here. Now they've got a chance to hit the accelerator.
Yeah, Shaolin was getting a couple shots too many though, but Masu going to get hacked. EMP comes as absolutely massacres almost everybody though, almost immediately. But because A-Bang and the rest of them can't really close onto it at all though, Masu goes and taking out inside the coalescence on the other side. Little Lucy and Lucy we battle, but oh man, right at the end. Massive pop off the beginning, but gets taken out the end, but gets taken out. Coalescence, the 1Q trick to take out that Tracer. You absolutely love to see it. And A-Bang, even through thick and thin, through battle, and pick and pick, they're maintaining control here, Paul. It's amazing.
Beautiful coalescence, and already halfway back to the next one, and just Battle Angel got that first pick, but weren't able to just find anything off the back end of it, right? They just couldn't find that extra pick to really snowball things, force A-Bang off the point. Great play here from Shaiju Lin, just forcing the issue here and keeping them in control. And Battle Angel have a lot of ultimates coming in, but they're going to have to win a couple battles. Stick not going to find that first kill, though.
Yeah, Shaolin, and then he goes ahead and gets his stick, gets a bit of damage to the Masu. Oh no, takes out Nexus with the big gorilla down. This looks like it's already advantage coming from Battle Angel. They're going on to the point. We're seeing R3K is angry. Goes and takes out Mango though. This is looking really good here for Battle Angel. They're 4 on the point, heavily contested, but this should go ahead and flip. But A-Bang trying to make sure that he's going all the way over to the 99%. So that the next fight will likely be their last one, stalling for as long as he can, and the point flips to Battle Angel.
R3K one-man show there, right? He just got those couple picks right off the bat. Primal Rage leading in just a series of cleave kills. And if they're able to work through him again like that in this next fight with an EMP available, they've got a real opportunity here to put this one pretty far in their favor. And EMP can answer back with Jenga.
Yeah, EMP v EMP battles right now. Both one and Ancient Pops though gets a couple, but right now A-Bang coming in on top. 2 kills for them already. R3K and bots are getting picked up so early on in the fight. Nice stick coming in from Mox to try to even her up though, but it doesn't matter so far as losing the Tracer battle. Oh man! Karzi comes in, gives the Tracer a little bit of a little bop at the end. Botsa comes back, gets moved back to the side. Oh, you hate to see
close.
that. Oh, no.
One just took that over there, Ravage. That really should have been a Battle Angel point, but a crazy individual effort by one, bringing that back from the jaws of defeat there as we see Mazu trying to hold on here, but A-Bang with the stellar move here, now going to just have to ward off a final push.
And immediately so here, RTK just on the stall ball right now for a couple more seconds, but Nexus is angry and he does not need to see any hamsters right now here at all. He didn't go to no pet shop. He doesn't want the extra fee. And map number 1 here, sorry, point number 1 will go ahead and go on to A-Bang.
Yeah, and if you're Battle Angel, you have to feel that every fight, and I think this is true, was so close to going your way, and A-Bang just made those little extra moves, right? And we saw some really great plays from R3K when he was on the Winston, able to generate some kills, but other than that, they just had a hard time generating ultimately as much through their offense with Ancient and Masu. They got some decent plays, but couldn't quite get over the hump. And A-Bang coming out here looking strong like the undefeated Titan they are.
Like immediately so here. I was saying it before in the match as well. Like the execution coming out of A-Bang is so clean so far. And you said it before here, Paul. It's the individual efforts coming out of both of these teams, which have been so phenomenal to see. But A-Bang running a very similar composition yet again with Shaolin on the Reaper that we've seen it running before. And one, they're going to go and stick onto the Summer Battle Angel. They're given Ancient Ash, though, like an absolute classic champ. We want to see him perform on this as the early pick immediately goes on to CR2 Shaolin. Oh man, he's popping off,
baby.
A shotgun to the face gives him that great screen, and A-Bang yet again first on the point and first in control.
I believe we call that being a problem here, and that Reaper here is going to be a big problem here for Battle Angels comp. They don't especially have an answer to it. I think they're going to play maybe for Bob and Post Bomb, then maybe reconsider some other options, but they have to be careful how long they stay locked into those picks, because Shaolin's just going to be able to take this match over if they don't find a way to stop them.
I mean, the question is, though, is he going to be able to do it as RTK immediately gets kicked off? And the fight is over here, Paul. This is it. A-Bang just run over Battle Angel.
Mango there with a beautiful coalescence leading to the charge, and they just work so well as a unit here. They're still effectively running a dive even with that Reaper Samurai, even if you want to call that non-traditional here. One going to look for some sort of nice hold here on the backside, but just look for a hack. Can't get away with it, but yeah, they're just moving so well as a unit. Battle Angel looking for a way to answer back here, but they're just going to get jumped on immediately.
Immediately, though, as R3K, this poor man, he has not had a second to rest at all. He's consistently had these shotguns in his face the entire time they've been fighting so far, though. But you see it right now, Nexus is angry, move everybody away, though. But Jenga will be the one to go ahead and pick him off. But Shaolin gets a trade killer back for that monkey death, lost him out, gets CR2 as well, and he is firing away. And R3K will go on to survive the death loss from the what will finally go ahead and get to, but A-Bang still maintaining control after all of that, and Juan has the EMP ready.
Great try to answer back there from R3K, but just not enough juice in the tank there. With having EMP and both support ults here, despite the grab, it's not just going to do enough here. Maybe they can look for something with the Bob, though. Has to get a pick early, though.
Immediately so, as Battle Angel finally on the point, coalescence out, and everybody decided to press Q here on side of Battle Angel, but it's not looking too good. As you see around the side, they just all get picked off. The EMP is massive coming in from Juan, so Battle Angel are not allowed to play the game. And A-Bang with a clean map number 1 call.
Beautiful showing here, and that's the sort of thing we look for when we take a look at A-Bang. Just really solid team play front to back. It's even like, oh, so-and-so just took over everything, right? They play as a unit, and they are looking unstoppable right now.
Unstoppable might be an understatement, Paul, honestly. like go ahead and looking at them just meanwhile over at the DPSs, right? I really want to go ahead and highlight Shaolin that map, because not only did he have some absolutely excellent tracer plays, though, like its second map on Lijiang, on the Reaper, consistently at the side, at the spawn, waiting for them to walk through. So hold it up this, like, walk through. You won't. Come through. I'm waiting. That's it. And then that was it. That was it. Like, they didn't have a chance in heck to be able to, like, try to contest him. And you would think after all this time, they were like, hey, maybe we should go through the side door. Shaolin might be there. Like, Battle Angel, like, nah, we're fine. He's not going to be there a fourth time.
And that's sort of the problem with running these super heavy, like, kind of classic dive comps where you don't have any CC to take care of a Shaolin like that. You're already 2 fights in, you're just building your Bob, you're just building this post bomb, and it's like, hey, wait a second here, we're already down 50%. Like, we're supposed to come back from this now, and so they kind of set themselves back. But to your point, that's just super solid play, and even if you do have that CC, might not even matter a whole lot when you have a guy like Shaolin just hitting on every cylinder there, and the team just snowballing together so well.
Like, immediately just bop, 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 bop. And that all of that too came at the cost at a ton of ult economy for our Battle Angel, right? Because you saw the R3K consistently got picked off in so many of these fights. He was only able to get angry once. Like, that's it. He's only able to pop the Winston ult immediately right there near the end of around the point, was about 80% in. He got a couple of picks, but it just wasn't enough at the end of it too, because you also saw the other end, A-Bang also had the Coalescence as well. They're ready with EMP on the side. It's like they just always seem to have an answer for whatever Battle Angels bring it out too. Because if they're pressing Q, A-Bang's like, yo, we're pressing Q too, man. But we'll see if they can go ahead and turn it back around at map number 2 here, Paul.
Yeah, and I want to see a little bit more from the tanks here of Team Battle Angel. Like you said, only one Primal Rage. They didn't have Grav until that last fight, and by the time they did, sort of useless. There's a Temple of Anubis we're going to be taking a look at here. I like to see them go into maybe some shield tanks, buy themselves a little bit more time, allow themselves to get set up, because when they're trying to take these comp-on-comp fights, A-Bang just has a lot of tools to work with.
That conveniently so here. And with map number 2, we're going to Temple of Anubis. I don't know about you, Paul. This is not one of my favorite maps. Like, especially if we're talking about like 2CP. Like, I'm personally like a Hanamura man myself. I like Hanamura a lot. I think it's great. I'm also a big fan of all the Sakura pedals. I like, I like the overall Japanese aesthetic, and it just doesn't feel as though that immediately when you go on to the second point, like the team just doesn't feel that close, Like Temple Anubis, I've got some words to say.
Yeah, and for me, when I look at Temple of Anubis, I've sat and I've watched like 28-minute matches here before, and the problem with it in a lot of ways, and these teams might experience this now, especially trying to run dive, is that especially on point number 2, there's not like you might have a couple of different entrance ways, but ultimately you can't have a legitimate fight in a whole lot of different spots. To your point on Hanamura, you can actually fight upstairs and then drop down, or you can set up something on the far side, like coast side, and
yeah, as we're going to go ahead and get a small little pause here, Paul. It's just small technical pause. One of the players, I believe, just having small connectivity issues. So we should go ahead and get onto the point really, really soon, though. But you were talking about Temple Anubis, right? You were talking about the execution and how these teams play. Please continue on. Let me hear more of your beautiful voice here, Paul.
Yeah, so when you're thinking of it on point B, when you're going in there, you could set up from that far right, so you can go down mid, you can go on that far left side or back under the bridge. So you've got options, but once you actually fight, you're not going to have those fights anywhere, especially on defense. You're not going to want to look at to fight in any of those actual positions. And so ultimately, like on Hanamura, you could be set up on high grounds, you could be set up, and you can actually force the defense to fight you in different spots. You don't really necessarily get those opportunities here. And we saw on Control what that meant for A-Bang. They're just able to both use a sort of a mechanical prowess advantage that was indicative of the fact that they're undefeated. But we're also seeing them be able to dictate pace a little bit and where the fights go. We're seeing here now A-Bang, at least for now, in Spawn, opting for a more conventional, pull and hook comp here, and I think that's going to serve them well here. Battle Angel on a traditional dive might not be ready to answer back. You're sort of a bullet choice with this straight up dive on defense. We'll see if they can hold up at least for a first push and then rotate if they need to.
Now, we saw A-Bang run this composition yesterday, and I think this composition is gross. Oh my god. Just look at it. They're ready to just, like, all of them right now here on A-Bang are pressing W. Like every single player here has a W key. Hard presses, already making on to the point, going around the side, no trouble at all. Getting to the side flank, immediately onto the point here. Paul putting on so much advantage. Wando takes a huge chunk of damage. Even if they go ahead and get healed back up, Rufus on the side gets hacked. That's so trouble.
Oh, ancient!
Gets picked off. The Shaolin is dead already. But he's going to just go back on Jenga. Coalescence coming in from Mango. Trying to keep everybody popped up. An Ancient finding way from the side. Goes ahead, gets out. So Masu dead. Battle Angels will go ahead. Gotta maintain the man advantage. Masu wait. They wait for the side. Has EMP up. But they almost have 2 hits here, Paul, for A-Bang.
Yeah, and Ancient gonna have to just back off here. A 45-second coalescence there for Mango, and A-Bang just has so much burst damage, right? No snipers needed. When you would just walk in, you gotta be careful of the punch coming in full throttle. You gotta be careful just walking through with the shotgun's gonna have Death Blossom here in a hurry. And that level of burst, I just think wasn't something they were ready for. But at least Battle Angel, a couple of ultimates to answer back here. They can at least put a knock in this timer.
And they're already yet again trying to execute onto the second point, but a massive EMP comes in from each, but it doesn't matter. It's the second too late. The Death Blossom is good. Masu though, really good pick coming out of the reset. Gets stunned and stuck though. Right there at the end. Actual hug in. Back when the old days, when the Roadhog hook, we did meet a death sentence though. As you're gonna go ahead and get out the but right now, Battle Angel can have real well over, not allowing a single tick to come to the side of A Bang, but it is not stopping them at all. Shujin goes in, comes to the skies, and raises the fist out from the bar. Monster will go ahead and get out though here, Paul. But A Bang have consistently been able to contest this point for so long. A second coalescence comes out for Mango though. Basu aiming absolute shots from the side. They complete. Ooh, nice stake like it's picked up.
Ooh. Yeah, A-Bang just time and time again here, finding those right moments when they need them. Working through one here, working through Shaolin so well, and they're able to take that with a ton of time left in the bank.
Oh my god, and I gotta say, crazy. Being able to find these absolutely key hooks, he was able to pick off Masu, I believe, almost like twice or 3 times in the middle of those fights. Considering how disruptive he was, consistently going back and forth, he was such a nuisance, which is exactly how Tracer should be, especially on second point of Temple of Anubis. But immediately, you saw the A-Bang did not miss a beat, not having to reset for even a second, Paul.
Yeah, and that's sort of be the problem here for Battle Angel, is that once A-Bang gets something going, they, as comp-wise and just philosophy-wise, they're just going to snowball so well with their pick selection that's going to be really tough to answer to. So A-Bang just sort of executing their plan perfectly here, where as a unit, they're just sort of unstoppable with their target selection. But Battle Angel here going to opt into sort of a similar comp that they just had egressed onto them, and I think they're going to be able to find some more success with this sort of thing than the dive.
I mean, maybe so. Like, we'll see if they can go ahead and execute yet again, though. A-Bang going ahead and opting in to put Shaolin onto the Ashe, and we're saying it before here as well, Paul. Ashe, probably the best single, single target DPS you're currently in the game, with just the amount of absolute damage you can go ahead and put out, especially with the clicks you can get, and if you can land consistent headshots too, it'll be huge. Because just look at the dynamite comes in through here for Shaolin, hitting almost everybody on the side of Battle Angel, but EA able to get up onto the top right without much trouble at all. Though we'll see if Battle Angel can continue to execute it, but so far they're looking good.
Yeah, it's sort of just pausing here for position, and they have to be careful that they don't just stall out here, because then this starts playing the defender's hands. But Masu at least going to put a tick on the point, start to making them look at point, but they can't be afraid to just start moving in here, even if they trade. Because just hanging around too long is going to play into A-Bang. We're starting to see it now. Shaolin going to be able to take over.
Yeah, immediately so here. Battle Angel not able to kind of get off to the point, stuck out to the side here. And A-Bang with Shaolin is firing way up onto the back side, able to put out so much heat. Yes, Masu up on the sky here, trying to go ahead and put Shaolin down, but just cannot be able to do so. He just could not. One clip here, Paul, and onto DK. Unfortunately, will be a target for Shaolin to get picked off, but Mauricio CR2 putting a little bit of red in Lucio, and Ancient fighting way up on the backside. You've seen how good he is onto the Ashe, but not able to land a ton of the shots onto the Widow just as of yet. But
right,
like we're talking about, though.
Oh, there it is.
Proves me wrong immediately. I'm sorry, Ancient.
He's just reminding us, hey, wait a second, I'm finding my groove here, just give me a second. Showing out here, but we're gonna see here. Next is gonna try to answer back here with the Primal Rage, at least to stall for the time being. That might actually turn to his side, so with stall here, he might have bought some time to touch if they want. But Jenga gonna try to stop that.
Looking like it. So they're so close to see every single time here. Jenga being able to get onto the point with coming in onto the Zarya here. But it just will not be enough as they pick out the Lucio as well. And Battle Angel with a solid 5 minutes on the clock. Oh, Masu makes a huge hit to the face, barely getting out though. But like, Battle Angel also looking to go ahead and snowball the lead. They have a lot of ultimates on them.
Yeah, and playing to their strength there with Ancient on the Widow, and now they're using that to generate pressure to get on the point here, but gonna start answering back here because he's gonna get that first kill.
Oh, immediately you see the hammer doesn't like anybody at all. The bomb is out. Monster on the side trying to survive, but bomb will go ahead and get RTK. That's really well done by him, breaking down his shield. Monster going to go ahead and answer him back, and Monster always being consistent. News is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But this will leave Battle Angel to try to go ahead and back off and reset, but they do get one tick here.
One doing a great job there on A being able to hack underneath, so you force Masu down to have to either get heals or go way off to the side to get healed up. Can't come back for that re-engage, and ultimately that's what finishes off that fight for them. And so now we're seeing Ancient swap over to that Reaper. R3K gonna try to get things started here in a hurry. Let's see how this plays out for them.
He immediately goes and he gets slapped in by Mango on the Ana. We see that on the side of the one is there coming on the Sombra, trying to go ahead and get some EMPs down, but going to get picked off by Masu. That's so unfortunate. No EMP for that. Shawnee going to get stuck. Oh, Lucy ultimately going to keep them alive a little bit down. Going to keep them alive here as we have the barrier down coming in from him. But Battle Angel consistently looking to be on top of the fight. Had 2 ticks for themselves here as Ancient popping off. Tries to go ahead and takes the book out of it and takes the book out of Shaolin Page here. So going on to the Reaper as well. That's watching for him. We'll go ahead and pick off his counterpart though. There's not enough here as we're seeing A-Bang playing a really good fight. Nexus is angry. Trying to stall as much as he can with Battle Angel just even in control.
Yeah, and that's incredible play from A-Bang. They're able to answer and stay alive. Ancient just decimating the field a couple of times, but just how quickly you can get back on the point from spawn. They're able to time that really well. Credit to A-Bang there for understanding the overtime clock enough to go, okay, we might go out there one at a time and just kind of get taken down little by Ancient, but we're still going to be able to recover from this, not panic. We're seeing the EMP as a product of that right now.
Yeah, immediately so that entire push gets staved off here so quick, but Masu just can't land. Like the full one clip gets picked off at the end. Oh man, a couple headshots more would have been a nice pick on the Mango.
And they're just playing this super well now, and now they have the ability to take over things on their terms. They have the ult economy advantage. Time is so on their side, even if Battle Angel here is able to get this final tick. And so they're just going to kind of play as long as they can and basically play against the time more than even Battle Angel. Force them to try to whittle this thing down to just 1 or 2 meaningful fights.
Yeah, Shaolin immediately goes and drops down. That Boston will not get anything at all, but it doesn't mean Nexus can't do anything about it though. That's 2 picks for himself. The Gorilla is angry as Ancient will lose out on the Reaper battle. Says go back to the Shadow Realm with you, so your hood is tagged.
And yeah, right now Shaolin's just taking it over. Ancient had such a good stretch there, but one and Shaolin combining, make sure keep him at bay, keep him suppressed, keep him at bay here. And now R3K and Jenga, I think, are gonna have a harder time playing this dive comp as things develop. And even with that pick, one will be back here in just a second, but they're gonna press the issue.
Yeah, immediately. So here they know they need to get on the point. They need to get onto it now. As Lucy goes to the pops the barrier, keeping everybody alive. Outside of aiming for a little bit longer to the Carzy. Nice bomb. Takes out Botch. A lot of healing down already. But it's not a Battle Angel, though. That's possible to get nothing yet again. But Shaolin is dead, though. Oh no, this could be absolutely huge. As it goes back and forth here, but A-Bang are getting picked off quicker. They can go ahead and respawn. And it looks like Battle Angel will finally go ahead and maintain control of this point after a really hard fought battle. Masu double. And we're seeing Ancient completely popping off. Finally the EMP, but it doesn't matter. It's a bit too late. And Battle Angel complete couple of new picks.
And that's the end. Yeah, and so we were looking for an answer back there, and we're starting to finally see it there from Battle Angel as we take a look at the replay here. Sort of right on cue, we were just beginning to look at Ancient going, hopefully he starts to hit some of these shots, a dink onto the Diva, a dink onto the Mercy, and that's what put Battle Angel over the top there on point A, able to snowball it together. Ancient got some help from his buddy Masu at the end there, able to get over the hump, and despite the time discrepancy, gives themselves a chance to take map number 2 here, Ravish.
I mean, immediately so, because I mean, I gotta say, like, I wouldn't say I was doubting Ancient. I want to say that I was just pushing him over the edge a little bit, right? Because, like, look, as soon as I said it, we saw, like, immediately, Like Ancient was like, all right, bet, and got two huge flicks though. So far, we do a small little pause, just waiting, just yet again, like tactical pauses here, Paul. You know, every player needs some time to be like, okay, let's go ahead and perform yet again, guys. Running back here, you know, they need to go ahead and like take a little breather.
Yeah, and we'll take a breather to think about it too, because what I liked seeing for Battle Angel there at the end was we finally saw that combination DPS happen. We'd seen Masu come online at times, we've seen Ancient come online at times. Now the two of them together making a really nice play just overall on the end. The timers really didn't affect them. They were able to just combine kills there. We saw Ancient's Widow come online, and we talked about that at the top, that he's just a really gifted DPS. If they're able to utilize some of his individual strengths a little bit more, they can make this into a legitimate series, but they have to figure out the way through this time discrepancy first.
Yeah, that really is the question, though. Can they go ahead and keep doing that, right? As we saw, because how A-Bang looks so good, especially on the first push when they're coming out from the subs. Like they just go. It did not take any time for them at all to be able to go ahead, capture the first point to the second, right? They did not need to reset at all, which is honestly the most surprising part for me. Like once it got on the point, they just like the Americans on the moon, they were like, we were here first. Not their flag, but we are back onto the point there, Paul. Everybody's had a little breather, and A-Bang sticking with the previous composition they had, right? They'd go ahead and one on the Sabra, and Shaolin coming in onto the Reaper as well.
And I love this on attack here. And Battle Angel, first time around, played a dive defense here and just didn't quite have an answer for it. I think the Ryan Zarya can be a better situation into it, but the same thing's going to happen again. If A-Bang gets that first kill, you can expect them to be able to snowball it into a whole lot more. So we'll ultimately see here. Battle. Yeah, so we'll ultimately see what they're able to put together here. Battle Angel's got to look for something though early. Ancient may be able to get something here.
Oh, Ancient though was so close to Diamond 1 around the backside. Picks him off though, and Bata as well. Getting immediately shredded so far here. A-Bang are getting a little picked off here in the beginning, and Masu is not looking to let up at all either though. But like A-Bang decided, you know what? You're not even gonna touch the point.
I love they're playing it like they're on offense. Going to take the fight so far up that even if somebody dies, they're going to be back in time to get on point and fight here in overtime. We're going to see that here's one's going to make his way back, and here comes Mango already with that early coalescence build is answering back.
EMP out here, shot it far away. Coalescence doing so much damage overall, but overtime clock is ticking as Nexus picks off 2, and Battle Angel can't even touch the point. Oh my God, Paul, that was sick.
Beautifully played, and I'm gonna give all the credit in the world here to A-Bang on that, because they take the offensive, and I don't think Battle Angel expected it. They were like waiting for them right on the steps when they left spawn, get that first fight win. They lose one there for a second with the Sombra, and even Battle Angel was like, okay, we can get there really, really quick to answer. They took the fight so far ahead, it didn't even matter. And they, like you said, can't even touch the point. And now A-Bang with 5 minutes to go, only need one tick. This is going to take a Herculean effort to stop them here.
Battle Angel are going to have to hunker down here and make sure that if they even see a pixel of A-Bang on their point, it has to be eradicated immediately. A-Bang is the virus, and Battle Angel on the cure, and the point is your computer, my friends. Let the hacking begin. Like, which is what I gotta say.
Yeah, and I want to see here, even if they're not able to win this, I want to see just how well Battle Angel is able to sustain. I mean, they're going to go into a double shield with a Junkrat here. So, and Solo King might call this a little bit cheesy, like a little bit of a cheese comp, which I'm okay with. I think they need to resort to something like this here. You're getting the territory where, is it winnable? It's going to be difficult, but you need to try something. I like this cheeky defense. Let's see if they're able to get at least a first fight win and get some momentum for themselves.
I imagine they do. With 5 minutes on the clock, they need to get as much points as they can as immediately CR2 is out. But R3K, though, that's so unfortunate. And A-Bang right now immediately go ahead and get onto the point. And Battle Angel to go ahead and back off so quickly. But we're seeing, though, that, oh, man, it just cannot save off of this DPS. coming out of the side of A Bang. Immortality Matrix is not enough to keep any of them alive. The crazy one gets picked off, but Shaolin causes so much disruption around the point. As right now, though, A Bang have not been able to really go ahead and get the tick, but we're seeing their power so far. As Shaolin on the point, causing disruption back and forth, doesn't necessarily get the stick, trying to stay alive back and forth as much as he can with the help of the Ancient. Oh no! He's just so close. He's so much trouble here, Paul and Monster. That again as well. Immortality Matrix keeping them alive for a little bit longer with that dead. So is all of Battle Angel and A Bang. It barely took them a minute, and they go ahead and run over Temple of Anubis. Wow, 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 wow.
A Bang, man, they just look fantastic, right? And right when we thought we saw things start to turn for Battle Angel, one quick hook, taken down. The answer back from A Bang. They're looking really good, and they didn't even need that much time. They could have had 2 minutes. They're taking care of business.
Man, if I'm in solo queue as a hog main, if I can hook one tracer, I'm screaming. But Crazy decides, what? When, bro? I'm gonna hook Masu every time, bro. My hook and Masu are gonna be best friends today. They're gonna spend all their time together, and he's consistently able to find him, not letting up at all, man. And just. Like I said it 1,000 times, I've said it 1,000 times, I see it yet again. A Bang, they press W and they don't stop. They're amazing time bags, beautiful execution, and their ability to go ahead and pick off key players so that they're able to maintain control remains unfallible.
Yeah, and I want to touch on too. I think we it's so easy for us as we're watching, especially like in a broadcast like this. We look at the DPS so much. Their support play has been immaculate. I mean, you're seeing Moira Ultimate Coalescence is built on Anubis here in under 45 seconds. You're seeing incredible play, I believe, from CQB here on the Lucio. And and so just top to bottom, right, when they're moving as a unit, you're never seeing those supports caught out. One of them picked off. This all falls apart. Like, this is a Jenga tower that they have built up here. No pun intended, Battle Angel having a player named Jenga, but you have this situation, right, where these supports fall out. These DPS are just going to fall off the cliff with them. But these supports in perfect position, setting up the rest of their team.
Immediately, so yeah, definitely, absolutely massive shout out to Mango. I can't even count how many coalescence he's had.
It's always on,
honestly. We
could be in a custom lobby right now. Just a constant stream.
It is absolutely crazy. I do remember in one fight on Anubis when they were on defense, he had 2 coalescences. Within 2 minutes here, Paul, he builds them up here so quickly too. And even on the defense before, when Abel was trying to defend, he immediately had a coalescence to go and stave off the fight. And they were barely even on the point yet. Mango, this man is an absolute mad lad here. It's like I can't tell. I can't tell really if he's sucking or healing more here. But he's gotta have both of them on at the same point. But we'll see. Battle Angel can go ahead and bring it back here to the third map. It is their final option and their final choice. This right here, we're going to go into Watchpoint Gibraltar, an absolute classic.
Yeah, and I think if there's a map that Battle Angel could win, it's probably going to be here. And because they can play around Ancient, they can put him out on the Widow here, both sides on attack and defense. Let them have a little bit more free range. You're not going to get caught in some of these tight corners where you're seeing these snowbally comps of Roadhog Reaper being really utilized well from A-Bang. Battle Angel could come in with something a little bit more to their flavor. And so obviously they need the win here, but I think if they're looking for a map that opens things up to their strengths, this is as good as it's going to get. Most
definitely long range DPS, I find is really where Battle Angel excels. They're absolutely phenomenal on, if you go, as you're mentioning, Ancient on the Widow, but also on the Ashe as well here.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So good. We saw it yesterday in the match that Battle Angel as well had, he's looking so good overall, being able to position so cleanly, and everybody was pretty much just an open range for him, getting consistent clicks and flicks for himself. So, like you were saying, if they were gonna go ahead and perform, this has to be the map. As we go to map number 3 here for A-Bang and Battle Angel in a fire map of the first round here, Paul.
Yeah, and this is where they have to make the answer. Their backs are against the wall, and ultimately here, so this would push them to 1-4. This would push A-Bang over the top to 5-0 and really seat them way ahead in the standings here in a really prime position. So a lot on the line with this one. We're gonna see one gonna come out to spawn here on the Genji, and we do see okay, so it's gonna be 1, and so we're blue has now entered for A-Bang, so that's why I just wanted to make sure we have that correct here. So for everyone watching, so we're gonna see Shaolin in blue substitution here, and so we're gonna have a little bit more there, and maybe an answer back for some of the openness, right? Because we're seeing blue already coming out on the Widow, and so maybe Ancient's day on here just got a little bit more difficult, and that's a real recognizing real thing, right? They know he was gonna be a problem, and they brought in a specialist for it.
They most definitely did here. A-Bang up on that blue side on that defense here. They decide they want to go for the Iron Fire range 2 as immediately, like you're seeing though, blue though decided, you know what, it's I don't want to like go ahead and interplay the game. CR2 has to expend the resurrection, but oh, what do we see here? As the Vendetta decided to go ahead and hold it up for quite some time, gets a pick immediately onto Rondo. Nice little pick, and this allows A-Bang, this allows Battle Angel to just cruise through the side, but blue get again on Ancient.
Beautiful shot by blue, getting a dove on here. You're gonna have to back off, but that's the sort of thing they need now. Now the tanks can open up some space for themselves. Red's gonna bring him back. Oh, again!
Like almost immediately here, blue has not let up at all. Like consistently, if it's not Ancient, it's going to be Ray Momo. He's getting here back and forth here. But nice pick up by Juan to go ahead and get out Bata as well. Now A-Bang immediately just saying that like, you know, y'all went ahead and went on a little cruise ride so far under the little tunnel here, but we're showing you what you might find on the other side you may not like.
Yeah, and we're seeing how the difference blue is making here coming in to answer for Ancient. Ancient gonna go now onto the Widowmaker here, so that duel's got to start paying off for him quick as we approach 2.5 minutes now. But Valkyrie gonna happen into walls here, and it's, oh, what a shot!
Oh my God, blue flicks are clean. And you even saw here, Master decided to go ahead and battle up the Widow, gets slapped most immediately though. As we see, as true side as on, he's seen through every single wall, which a little bit before, but right now, look on the side of A-Bang, Paul. Like you're seeing a lot of blue check marks right now, with Battle Angel as well. So I'm considering right now here, they're both of them already to press Q as immediate Transcendence is popped in response to the Blades and will die just yet. But on the side though, ooh, blue blue sniper warfare, and we see as a Juan go ahead and picked off as well. That was so unfortunate. Angel
he gets out
alive. That was nice. Blue. Oh, he's able to get out. That was so close. Coming in for Angel. Oh my God, using the line for himself, looking like Indiana Jones.
That was a really smooth way to get back, and ultimately, like, not a ton of a difference, but just time-wise, it's going to really help them out here. And just, I don't think they were prepared for him to survive that. Maybe they could set up something here on the high ground, get Ancient at least some kind of look way. Crazy going to pick up a kill here, but Ancient has to look for a way to answer back here. Maybe this is it, forcing the Diva Bomb.
And like immediately, so he wants to try to go ahead and get a second life for himself, go back out of the Diva to just try to survive here, Paul. But Nexus is not letting up. His bubble usage so far has been excellent coming out of him, and Battle Angel are being stuffed onto the point. Nexus making sure no one can get any healing at all. See Ancient go ahead and pop the true sight, looking through walls here, putting on his little wall hacks.
Ooh, wall v wall hack matchup, and that's the thing now. Nexus sort of making it like you don't. With this comp, they're working it perfectly. Don't need any sort of bigger shields. Just working those bubbles perfectly here. Blue gonna posture, try to set up, find somebody on this high ground. We'll see ultimately if they're able to, anything's able to come from it. Post bomb finding 2 though.
That was absolutely massive. Beautifully well played as we went on to the high ground here. Masu combining with grab as well, getting 3 pretty much, along with the Diva though. And if this was the push they needed, Battle Angel, this has to be it, as they get almost everybody out of the side of A-Bang, forcing them to go ahead and back off. Unless A-Bang decides, you know what, let's let them go ahead and have it. Battle Angel will go ahead and get the first checkpoint.
Well, one has an opportunity here to get Blade, and they have Nexus potentially going to get Primal Rage. They can keep one alive. Ray Momo going to bust Transcendence. One's so patient here. Look, he's going to try to wait this out if he can. Really gutsy, and he's still going for it.
I mean, I was thinking A-Bang were going to go ahead and let up as a way on the side, but one is like, no. You don't get us this easy, though. As immediately A-Bang decides to go ahead and pull the trigger, go on to almost auto Battle Angel. And oh man, as you were saying here, Paul, Juan waiting out the Transcendence was absolutely key, coming a little bit early. Ray could maybe a bit overzealous, pressing the Q a little bit too early, and that'll be it. Battle Angel can't even get the first hit.
And just fantastic play there from Blue, just coming in. And you think sometimes, oh, someone coming in cold, someone coming off the bench. Nothing, no rest here. Coming out immediately with the wall hacks, immediately make his presence felt. One right there, and then we're gonna see a Blue here shortly that sleep up. And this is that's just brutal. A beautiful second headshot there. And the thing that really stood out to me in that final fight, right, was one found that blade, and part of it too ended up being almost like a zoning blade where it didn't find any kills of its own, but just opened up room. Everyone's eyes were like, oh, we gotta watch Blade, and then the real champion Nexus just rolling right on through, cleaves for two, it takes care of business.
Like, we see Nexus consistently, like, whenever he gets into a fight, he's able to at least find 1 to 2 picks, though, playing so far forward on the Winston. The bubble usage from, as I said before, has been excellent, bouncing him back and forth, making sure to stay alive while being able to do so much, though. Now it's like, now people say Winston's a dumb champion. They're like, yo, you know what? If they take him out, he can't necessarily aim. But more often than not, if you go ahead and take off his shield, he's not that great. But like, Nexus, proving everybody wrong so far, man. Like, he's doing phenomenal, and we're seeing him on the Roadhog as well. Now, A-Bang just need to get to that first checkpoint, and they're gonna go ahead and take the first match of the day here, Paul.
Yeah, and just really love the pick potential here coming out from A-Bang, right? If you get one into the back line, try to set Blue up for some headshots, try to set up Nexus and Crazies here for some dive potential. They can put something crazy together, and we're going to see them take the high ground, try to look for something.
Like, we'll see, he's coming out of this so far, though, as we see Blue just firing away on the side, forcing all the Battle Angels off of the high ground, making sure they can't get anything but bubble. Will go ahead and save the CR2 for a little bit longer, though, but Jenga at the end just goes ahead and gets picked up. That's so unfortunate. At the end, he saved his mercy but couldn't save himself. Master's forward back off as well. As you see, A-Bang being able to just cruise through the entire point. Masu on the top side, going on to the healers, forcing them to go ahead and drop down, though. And he's so low, but able to get the pick off. Oh, man. That's so unfortunate coming in from Masu. Oh, the Blue finds him, though. You see, you mess with the healers, you get the horns here, my friend. Bots again, and you're trying to create some space for the side of Battle Angel to save his team. Like, Blue. Oh my God. That was so close.
And Blue just taking things over, right? I think he was literal 1 health there earlier, too. It was like begging over here, healers, please heal him, but able to get away with it. One coming in with the blade, though, finding Ancient already here. And Battle Angel have an uphill battle. Maybe they could try to clutch hold on here. Bots are sure gonna try.
Like we're seeing right now, though, like Nexus is going to take down Ray as well. Juan slicing and dicing back and forth here, bringing a knife to a gunfight. Like, you think people it's a bad idea, but one said, nah. Let me go and prove you wrong here right now, as he hacks away, making some ass sushi, getting a double Bob will be no help either, and A-Bang. Like, as these go ahead, pick up almost all of Battle Angel, Graviton as well. Use stall a little bit longer, though, and we see the stall ball at the side, running around back and forth, my friend. What we're seeing for Blue, like, this is a firing range and you are his target. This is it, because right now Blue is not missing, and neither is Juan, as Masu will die, and so will Battle Angel's hopes of winning this match. as A-Bang take a clean 3-0.
A-Bang looking phenomenal as we take a look at the replay here. Blue just a monster finding one. We see not quite able to get the mercy, but that's why you've got one diving in there taking care of business. Finds Masu to make it 2, and that's a 3-0, sir. And this is just Blue just look fantastic here. A-Bang look great. They look unstoppable, and they mean business here in this tournament.
They mean business here. Like, I'm not talking no small time blue collar business either. I'm talking top of the rank M&As between massive corporations, Amazon and Google going at it. Like, this is absolutely amazing coming out of them. And if there was a word to describe how they're playing so far in all of these matches, that word would be CLEAN. Now, for those of you who can't spell like me, that spells clean.
I was just saying, as the American on this broadcast, I was like, okay, carry the 2. Is that brain? Like, what is my man spelling over here? But dude, like, yeah, and you think about just like constantly, every time we were looking for somebody to stand out from A-Bang, they just constantly did, right? Great support play. Blue comes in, just absolutely dominates the game. DPS played throughout looking fantastic, and the tanks just able to take things over when they needed to. And I think that's where the strength for A-Bang lies, is that you're not relying just on one piece of the pie here or one piece of the puzzle. Every game they're coming in with it put together. They have every part of it. And if you can take on one leg of it, another one's going to answer back.
Like, honestly, Paul, here, I could not agree more. If you just go ahead and really look at it, like you were mentioning, there's such a strong team with the way they could execute here, back and forth. They play so well together. And I have to go ahead and give a massive shout out to the healers on the side of A-Bang for being able to stay alive in so many of these crucial team fight moments. Like, but we'll go ahead and look at the team standings after that match. Like, what just happened? Look at that. A-Bang, top of the standings, 5-0. It is not even close right now.
Yeah, they're just decimating teams out here, and they flat out look fantastic, right? And for Battle Angel, at least, I think the thing you can walk away from this, even though they're 1-4, we saw a bunch of positives here that can lend themselves, depending, on some of their future matchups here. They could still walk away with a couple wins and maybe get to that upper 4th. Like, I don't think if you're them, you can't walk away from this like, oh man, nothing went right. You still had a couple really good plays. Temple of Anubis there, they had some great moments there on their point B, but that's going to push them down a bit further. But A-Bang, man, sometimes perfection just speaks for itself, and it sure did today.
Honestly, Paulie, I could not agree more though. But this is only our first map of the day, and you saw how amazing it went. That means we are in for another round of better and better Overwatch. So with that being said, do not click that mouse button. We'll see you right back here in Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020, day number 3.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Need no laser. 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 Need no laser beam.
within 1,000 feet of the ship. The size of it is far beyond the mind's reach. It can't be another ship. Sir, it's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared.
Just as a misty eyes you got going on here. And welcome back, everybody, to some more Overwatch here at the Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020, Group Stage Day number 3. I am always Ravishing Ravish, joined by the ever so beautiful Paul. Look at that smile, man. Brights up my day every time I see. And while we wait to go ahead into match number 2 here between Jaeger and Jacober, we're going to go ahead and look at some of these players, right? We want to go ahead and highlight the people for you and help you understand what you're getting yourself into, Paul.
Yeah, and I mean, we just had ourselves an incredible match like we saw between Battle Angel and A-Bang. A-Bang just taking over this tournament at this point, undefeated so far, putting on a clinic. Battle Angel, on the other hand, has some things they could walk away happy with, kind of running into an absolute monster of a team, the gauntlet, if you will. So a difficult matchup there. But Jacober and Jaeger, this could be a little bit closer. I think two teams really posturing for a position, try to get into that upper fourth here. And I think both teams have a legitimate chance to do that, especially with today's match if they can win.
I could not agree more here, Paul. Now, both of them are like kind of middle of the standing here so far, for them a bit on the lower end, though. So it's like, and I was saying before at the beginning of my standings, I'm looking for Jaeger to go ahead and step up. And one of those avenues is Osiria. One of the tank players here. We're gonna go ahead and look at some of his reviews here. Look at that. We're right here onto scrims row. He is the nano monkey. You're diving it back and forth. No bubble, no fear at all, though, and wrapped up in a tight little corner. He's just giving everybody a hug, telling him to hold him tight at night. Look at that here. He goes ahead, gets the double, walks away with a 2, but it does not. He's not done yet. Look at that triple coming out of him, Paul, and it just goes on and on.
Yeah, this is beautiful, right? Another Primal Rager just putting in the work, and the presence of mind on the last one too, that jump onto the Ana, just look at this, like turning around. It's almost like watching a Genji blade in slow motion, where you're seeing just the presence of mind to understand where everybody is, make sure he's fully ready to go. Bubble presence is fantastic here. We're gonna be looking for this sort of thing throughout the day here. Again, today here, beautiful cleave. Look at that, taking care of business here, wiping out the team here behind the Zen ultimate as well, and just gonna win that one-on-one here in quick fashion against Bata. And if we could keep seeing that sort of thing throughout today, that's gonna make life really difficult here if you're playing into that damage, because looks real good.
That's what I'm saying, Paul. It's like, if you look at him, you said it over and over again, like the presence of mind, like the map awareness, which he goes ahead and brings into this game. Because you see it all the time, right? Like, Overwatch is such a fast-paced game. It is very easy to just tunnel yourself in. You're like, this is it. I'm gonna go after you. But no. Osiris decides like he's gonna go ahead, keep his wits about him, right? Really look at the situation as a whole, and he does phenomenally well. You know, if you put the nano onto him, he's gonna be a dependable ally, and you're not just gonna go ahead and waste your Q when you decide. You're like, you go in, do something, and he's like, me, okay.
Yeah, and just incredible stuff there for Jaeger, and I think that's going to really matter here as we're going to take a look at some of the power rankings we've got going on. And for me here, if we're able to see some of those repeat performances, that's when it's going to take them over the hump there, and possibly even take Jaeger up to my number 4 spot, right? Because that would put them into that upper quadrant of what I'm looking for, and some of that superb tank play would really make the difference here. And I think they have a chance to do it against a team like Jacober here. But we'll see ultimately what they're able to put together. I definitely don't think we're going to see a repeat what we saw in a sweep. I think this one's definitely going 4 or 5 maps too.
I mean, I couldn't agree more here, Paul. Looks like with mine too as well. I do have them a little bit back and forth as well, you know, between Battle Angel and Jaeger as well, because they just keep so close to me so far. But I do gotta say, with the way I'm seeing it so far, I do have Jacober a little bit above, but after seeing those previous matches, even yesterday, like you mentioned, it's not going to be a clean sweep. There's going to be hard-fought battle between both of these teams, which is what we came here to see today. The back and forth of these two middle-of-the-class titans, right? They're not fully grown yet there, but they're looking to be able to at least claim their stake as the middle-of-the-pack beasts.
And the problem here, I think, when we're looking at both of these teams, is the idea here that Jacob Bird's a little bit of a more of an unknown team. We saw last time you have a team like A Bang with some real big stage world experience here on World Cups and previous tournaments, lots of contenders experience globally. We don't necessarily have that with the Jacob Bird. Not to say that we have that with Jaeger, but we see with Jaeger, just as we go through some of the scouting reports and some of the things we've watched, we see that consistent tank play. We're seeing some pretty good DPS play, and they can put together a little bit more. I think where Jacob a little bit more of a wild card. Doesn't mean they can't do it. We just have to see if they can.
That's really the question, right? It's like we're just waiting to see them overall perform, and that's the main thing here. Like we want to see them to be able to execute, which we saw A Bang did so previously, right? Because when they go ahead and press the go button onto a target, onto a trigger, onto a point, they immediately look so clean on it, and it's that trust between these two teams. You see the back and forth come out though. They play a team fight exactly like a domino does, right? They go and approach it front to back, like immediately. So it's like you see the healers positioned so well here, firing away, but right at the front, the DPS are being able to go down in, get these pinks and the tanks right there along with them, being able to peel for the back while also putting out damage for the front here. So like it just looks so good. And Jaeger, I want to see them go ahead and do that. Put that trust and like Moira, put out that coalition, but not the Q within their team. Because look at the maps right now here. We'll go ahead and find out where they want to go ahead and put that trust to use. As always, we're looking at the same map pools for both teams. I'll be on Lijiang again.
And I love seeing Lijiang Tower. Again, I think of it like almost like Scrim's Tower, because if you're going to see a Koth start, you're probably going to see Lijiang. If you're going to see like an Esper start, you're probably going to see a Scrim's Row play or something like that, or hybrid, excuse me. But so for me, when I think of Lijiang, I want to see here, if we see Syria on that Winston here again, like we saw in some of those highlights, some of the play to be able to play it slow, it's a slow burn for them. And you have DPS that like to play the Hanzo and Doomfist, that you just let them go to work. Like if you're just hopping around cleaving like crazy, I think Hanzo would take a body shot, just let it take care of business, right? Like that sounds like a good day at the office. And so I really think that if they can combine some of that beautiful tank play with some of the cleanup that can come through with that, especially on the Lijiang, they could put together a really nice win here and an ability to really start to climb up into the upper fourth.
They most definitely could here, Paul. It's like, and I gotta say, I'm also gonna be looking at Xeno here as well too on Jaeger, right? He like Ancient is also a fantastic Ashe as well. So definitely him being able to get space and allow the map to become his firing range, I think will also be a massive key for Jaeger to be able to get more picks and make control of these points. And considering Lijiang, a control point, right? You want to be able to like understand the layout of the map, like be able to get space for your DPSs to control and fire away, have your tanks be at the front line, maintaining control of the point, and have your healer just, not die. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and for me coming into this, and I think we're going to see this throughout some of these matches. We saw it in the first series, maybe to a lesser extent, but the ability to kind of play different comps into different comps, and while maybe we didn't see them totally execute perfectly against a powerhouse like A Bang, you can go for sort of a dive into a Ryan Zarya. You can go for some of these different options, especially on control, even if maybe Assault or some of the later kind of map types aren't going to lend themselves to that. You can have those angles here in the early play. And so I think for both teams, you can play to your strengths. We saw some of that in the highlights there for Jaeger. And while for Jaco, that might be a little bit more of an unknown, even just globally, as a lot of the players are a little bit less known, they can still do that too, where if they can find their niche early on and we start to see that unfold, if they can grip onto it, they can put something really nice together.
Honestly, too, you were saying that before here, Paul, the niche, right? What they want to do. And we saw that with A-Bang as well, going on to Temple of Anubis, where they brought out like that comp which hurt my heart, right? You saw that the Doomfist along with the Reaper, Eureka, the Hog. It's like when you look at that, you just shudder. Like I don't I don't know about this one here, folks, but we're going to go ahead on to map number 1. Jacob versus Jaeger. Second map of the day here. The second match of the day here. On day number 3 in this Ace Tournament group stage here, Paul. And oh my God. Now we do have to say this is not like it's after this we'll be leaving you, but I'll be damned if we're not going to see an absolutely fantastic match.
Yeah, and the incredible thing here is they have an opportunity to move themselves up the ladder here, and so the weight of this game is even more of a pressure here, and so we're going to see some action. We're going to see mirror comps here, which I'm really excited to see. Both comps, I think, playing really well to any kind of strengths you have here, and ultimately we'll see who wins some of these one-on-ones. This first hack's going to come in here. They're going to already try to lock down Syria. They know the game plan.
Almost immediately here we're seeing Zeno though, where something coming out of the ash, but then it's gonna come to the Reaper though, and actually really popular pick coming out to the today. Well, Syra we saw before, which is picked off, and so does Zeno too. Actually, sorry, Jacob actually going to get picked off the XRS off to the window. Gets the hack, doesn't get the though. Coalesce is coming out, I am for so much damage, but the EMP gets all 6 of Jaeger coming in absolute massive for themselves in XRS. It's so much work, but it's just not enough here for the side of Jacob Bird, and they get the first hits.
Yeah, I would have liked to see XRS and Paley hold on to their ultimates there, right? Like, I mean, they use them and they're able to find 1 or 2 kills, but you're catching Xeno with a full head of steam, and so I think they're going to come into the next couple fights here a little bit run down. They're not, I mean, you can build coalescence fairly quickly, obviously, but going to make these next couple of fights fairly difficult here. Xeno does have the ultimate, Cryptic does have an EMP, and they're going to use it right away, and that's a double, triple kill off the bat, or make it 4.
I mean, and just like that, Caliber decided, no, sir. You're not going to go ahead and just execute me like that. So looking at the replay, look at Xeno right now, right? He's waiting along the side. He knows he has one job and one job only. Press W and Q at the same time, and he executes it beautifully, Paul.
You love to see that, Ravage. Their beautiful play here as Xeno going to posture here on the corner. And now here comes the return. Can they find an answer?
Everybody from Jaeger decides they want to go and control the point here, but Heaven puts out the shield from the Lucy. Can be talking for the first one quite some time. Or Syra though, it takes away on the point. Jaeger doing so much work, and as Anzo gets the pick back to 4th with Jaeger, is half right now trying to just whack away as his other counterpart, proving that I am the spiciest Mexican mom in this matchup, though. Don't even need to use the guns to settle it with their fist right now. Anzo getting mad to take it out the Reaper onto the back, so doesn't want to deal with that anymore as Jaeger gets picked off, and this looks like Jacob will take control of the point.
Fantastic plays from XRS once again, and I love that he didn't pull the trigger on the EMP. He knew they were going to win the fight. That slow burn that we talked about from the side of Jaeger, now coming through here for the side of Jacob Bird. Coming in this next fight, do have an opportunity to do that wombo combo again that they generated a little bit too late last time, but could just keep them the point. Jaeger not a whole lot of ultimates of their own, and I think there's a real chance here that this could go 99-99 here, and Jacob already getting the first kill here.
Oh my God, yet again, Jaeger with these massive EMPs, and Jaeger decides it's not even worth it. Goodbye to you, cruel world, as they go for the full reset.
Hello.
So well done here, and I want to highlight here again here XRS's play, and they get away with it without even using the coalescence here, Ravage. You're coming back here with 2 dive ultimates. You have momentum on your side here. Gonna get things started with an EMP from the other side. Cryptic. Oh, Jacob!
That is disgusting so far. The EMP into the Death Blossom, living up to the name, and that is a team kill for the side of Jacob Bird. Oh man, oh man.
Fantastic here. Jacob Bird really coming online here in a big way when they need it. And again, they're able to just throw 1 ultimate and then just pin everything around it. And Jaeger haven't found a way to stop them here. Sirio getting close to an ultimate here. Primal Rage is going to have to be huge here. They've got to get this point back here shortly.
Yes, yet again puts the Death Blossom to, but not able to get as much as he did previously. Just want to get our Jacob was kill bun locked up around the side, hacked up too. Will go ahead and execute himself. Doesn't want to be stalled any longer, as it's looking like a pretty clean keep here for Jaeger though. For the previous fight, it's the control of the point with almost at 99% though, getting closer and closer. XRS to be able to get out. Right now getting into overtime territory here. Paul. Right now Lucy goes ahead, pops it off. The keeper he's jumped up with the shield. On the time though, started getting mad for his team, mad for his point, as he want to go ahead, take the lead though. But TX dying, but another massive EMP coming out the side of Jacob first, but it is just not enough because they're almost all dead. And
Zeno just rolling through them, dude. Look at that. He's got another Death Blossom here. He can press Q whenever he wants. He's got opportunity to just clean this thing off. Won't even use it. That's a flex and a half. Finds the last one. Wow, that was a nice comeback there from Jaeger, bringing it back home.
Yeah, look, and let's go ahead. Look at the quick replay right now, man. Just it's just we saw so many gorgeous Death Blossoms that fight. Let's go ahead. Which one is it gonna be? I'm excited to find out. It's the final one coming in from Zeno, right? Last second you see this percentage is taken down, and Zeno decides, no. This is my point, and now you're not entering it. As Jaeger, go ahead and take the first point.
And really interesting to me to potentially see the total swap off the Reaper. You have such a good round, and that's not to say they're not going to find success. Otherwise, maybe they're just going symmetric for the boost of point. I think that's a possibility here too. But I love not being like, okay, we won the round, let's rest on our laurels here. Total swap up, coming in strong here. Cryptic already getting a bunch of chunk damage here too, trying to build up that ultimate here, and that's going to pay dividends once they start moving the point. Pale already taken down.
Almost immediately too. That's such a good pickoff coming out side of Cryptic though onto the fire this time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember we were playing on the patch. This is before the fire nerfs though, so that is a very important point to know, as Cryptic is able to fire away mercilessly and easily so far, as yet again we're seeing Jaeger onto the point, getting a massive percentage yet again, and they're gonna go ahead and maintain early control.
And that's been so critical for them. And even though Jacob was able to answer back, getting this early ult advantage here, getting that early tick going, you only need to sum up for one fight. Cryptic
bad here, Paul, as character not able to get that much building, still able to get Jacob though, which is really good for him, as XRS fighting away with his MP5. EP comes out too though, but it's just decimating Jaeger so far. He's been playing so beautifully, and it's going to be a good flip for the side of the subject.
Yeah, and great answer there. And they use the ultimates that are going to come back the quickest, right? Pale and XR is going to have ultimates available here in just a short bit. Going to come back with 2 dive ultimates here as well. And the thing for Jaeger, if they're able to keep Cryptic airborne and just able to keep chunking down, Barrage isn't going to do a ton, even pre-nerf, but if they're able to at least find a kill with it, just take some of those trades here. But Zeno going to get taken down after the EMP.
Zeno, that was so unfortunate that it has to go ahead and pop the EMP in a bit of a panic to try to survive though, so that could be a massive ultimate damage. Let's go ahead and die. His team can't capitalize on that either. On the side of Cryptic has already built up another barrage for himself, looking for a flank on the way inside, trying to get as much as he can up at the top though, but can't find it. Goes to the bottom, my friend. Farah has to take to the skies or else she will unfortunately die.
And sort of fair is just a difficult play here because there's not a ton of open space, so I'm still a little bit surprised to see it here, but they're sort of locked and married to it here. They have the farmers either trying to look to put something together, and though there's not a direct counter for it, the map sort of takes care of it, and that XRS Sombra will take care of it too here as the grab coming out.
Yeah, the EMP save for all the members of Jaeger here for a little bit longer with the grab coming out at the last second though. But Jacob are looking to go ahead and turn this. Actually, before starting going to movement chain control this so far though, as it looks so controlled, so clean at the point so far. XRS getting slapped, but none of Jaeger is there to be able to go ahead and execute. And Zeno just not finding the same sort of EMPs that he has before, but TX is down.
And now Cryptic here with a big barrage here, just finding enough here. They should have a numbers advantage to work their way on the point, take things back over, but they're sort of taking their sweet old time. They're letting Jacob get the 99%. That's going to be a mistake here with the Death Blossom finding 1 at least here, and XRS has a chance to keep the point.
EMP immediately out though to stop any further drives coming through, but Helios takes a massive chunk, dives at the end of it. That was so close. His take a breather was almost up here in XRS, doing an insane amount of work. Currently on this point, I can't even count the amount of hacks and EMPs he's got here, Paul. It is insane, as Jacob will go ahead and take the second one.
And what confused me there was Jaeger had an opportunity to get the barrage there from Cryptic. They have an opportunity to move in on like I believe it would have been like a 5v4 or roughly, or maybe even a 6v4. And they sort of just take their time. Like they're just like, okay, we'll work our way in. They let Jacob go up to 99%. We see the Death Blossom answer. We see beautiful play time again here from XRS. And it's like, I wanted to see the aggressive answer. It wasn't there, but kudos to Jacob Bird making all of the right plays, all of the right times, staying alive there, bringing it to round number 3 here on Lijiang. We're going to see that some swaps here for both sides. Pretty dramatic, but obviously the change in point here going to indicate or force that sort of thing here. I want to see Zeno on the Symmetra. Going to keep our eye on him if he can get full charge and just lay in through them.
Both sides go for a bit of spicy cop here. I actually love to see this, as we're seeing the Air Battalion Betas keeping both teams topped up for just a little bit longer. The Jaeger coming in with Xeno and Cryptic on the Junkrat and Symmetra. I absolutely love this here, Paul, but XRS on May. Bit more standard I've seen on third point here on Lijiang though. But immediately we're seeing Ayako has the you know, the thing that makes you do more damage, that right there.
Yo, the big square, my dude. He's gonna just pop that down and try to shoot through. But Jaeger has like 6 different identities going on here. They want to play tight with Xeno, but they're playing the long range game with Cryptic a little bit. The double shield here on a point where maybe you want to get a little more brawly, but Jaco has one identity. They snowball together, and if you get caught in that death ball, you are gone here. And so Jaco, I think, have a really good idea what they want to execute on. And we're starting to see it here is Jaco just stepping up. Oh man, this is gonna get brutal here, Ravish.
This is disgusting here, Paul.
I blinked and there were 4 kills.
Oh my god, as they were locked into the corner and stuffed. Taken out though. Nobody puts baby in a corner, and Jaco versus back.
What did I just say, Ravage? I said if you get caught in the middle of this thing, things end badly, and then we see it right there. You cannot get caught in this. XRS gonna try to get them in here. Riptire. Oh, they find their way through the. Oh, they get through the wall.
That was so close here. They're going to get the double going. Cryptic right now being absolutely massive, getting a triple kill for himself. As Caliber doesn't decide to go and jump and get out. As Jaeger's able to go ahead and take control on the point here so far. But Jaegerbert had built themselves up a nice percentage, up to 71%. Jaegerbert, we're seeing the Caliber doesn't want to let up just yet. But look at all those check marks on the side of Jaeger, Paul.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big thing for them here. And the thing for me, you have all of those. Don't burn them all at once. They have to just play this patient, play this right. You burn them all, you're done. Jaco's going to be able to answer back with 3 or 4 of their own. So it's who can use 1 or 2 and make the small investment and get away with it versus who has to invest a ton and then end up empty-handed for that follow fight here. Jacob Bird, I want to see him look for an off angle here. So they don't have a team to just necessarily walk in. Now with the switch to XRS on the Doomfist, he's going to get wiped out on the off angle. Adios, buddy.
Oh no, Jake, although he couldn't use the Death Blossom, he was saved it though, but it's like, that's so unfortunate. Cryptic has not let up onto this pressure. Osira as well, getting the double charge. Well, that was absolutely beautiful coming out of him. Seeing right now too, the Jaeger has a lot of things being able to be used in terms of the type of utility that they have for themselves and ultimates, as well as been clean and Cryptic. Man, this guy's been disgusting on the Junkrat. We're talking about map presence. It seems like he is the map right now, but Diego drops down and Volovic is out though and gets anything out of it. Oh man, that's so Matrix. And right now you see the walls of separation of revealing light. They're gonna go ahead and draw a clear line in the sand between Jaeger and Jacob. And Jaeger, oh my god. Although they got stuffed at the beginning, you were saying here before, Paul, when they go, they go.
And the problem for me, I don't quite understand the XRS switch to Doomfist. May just allow them to maintain so much more control. Now you have effectively 2 flankers, and you're just leaving Ainzo and Colvin out there on an island playing into his Symmetra and a Junkrat. That's just a lot of different angles to deal with, and we're seeing Cryptic with that first kill here. XRS finally landing something, and there we go. He's online.
Yeah, XRS putting in work on that Doomfist, though. Using the leadership he needed to be go ahead and get into the double for himself. But Lucio goes and drops the beat, gets the shield. Coalesces out to off on the other side. Carter through so much of these tanks, so right now, these are looking a little bit rough. With Sarda gets the hammer down. That's two, though. Not the full charge, but still in control. And Jaeger watching Eagle clear up the point. Pirate is out. Gets one on the side of Paley. Oh my god. Cryptic, how did you even see him there, mate? That is absolutely insane as the bombs come out and Jaeger take the first match.
I love the patience there from Jaeger. Initially, I had some concerns there with the comp being like, okay, you're going to run Symmetra junk. What are you doing with it into a May? But then XRS switches, and it's like, okay, now you have free reign. You're going to try to go 2 flanks into tanks. They're just going to play it safe, play it smooth. You highlighted Cryptic popping off. I feel like he was just ripping the tires, right? Like it was just like playing with a Hot Wheels toy where you just keep yanking the wire every time. Playing the lawnmower game over there, dude, and like, they look really, really good. Both teams honestly look really good. I think a little bit of a panic swap in there in the middle on point 3, but both teams there have a lot to walk away with and be happy about.
I couldn't agree more there, Paul. Like both sides of both of those points look really, really good for both for both teams, especially too. But right there on the 3rd point, you were looking at it. It was so cold. It was so close here for Jaeger, but at the end, at the blizzard as well, it's like it was clean, but then Cryptic comes through, gets a double with that tire, and honestly, with the amount of times he's ripped that tire, you would think it was a lawnmower just.
Yeah,
let's go ahead. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, yeah, they just look fantastic. Like, look at this. Who's gonna stop the Xenochrist? Look at this. He's unbelievable, right? We're just seeing the posturing here. Sits up and it's gonna find so many here going in there, finding the double, make it a triple there for Xeno. Just looking fantastic here on the Reaper, and that's what we've been seeing throughout this map. All 3 points, just clearing out everybody here, and they don't have an answer for him, right? They don't have the CC for him. We saw XRS there a little bit between the Sombra and the May. Xeno's just still alive this whole time. They just can't take him down. Ainzo goes down next. Jacob goes down again. The May had some answers, but even then, it's so hard to stop somebody that's just this talented. The double Death Blossom making things look easy here. And we're seeing Xeno on the Symmetra as well, dude. He gets built up. It's like a train. You're not stopping him.
No, you are not at all. And I feel like the first 2 points were the battle of the Symmetras, right? We're looking at Xeno versus Cryptic, like going back and forth. Whoever could land more EMPs was the player in the game there. They were like, whoever you got more ultimately won, allowing your Reaper to just get more out of the Death Blossom, right? It was back and forth here. First map, Cryptic was able to get like so many 6-mans, but the next map you saw Xeno as well performing so beautifully well. But it was so nice. So we will go ahead and get a side swap as well going into the next map. And it's like, I'm really excited to see what both of these teams bring out, because we're saying it before, this is going to be a much, much closer game. And as you go on to Temple of Anubis, we saw some funky comps. Let's see if we can keep that going.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be whether or not you decide to try to counter Xeno or just try to outplay him. And we saw sort of the dice roll there that happens if you don't try to counter him. They try to go, they put XRS on the Doomfist, and if you don't get a pick, Xeno runs free. You can try to slow him down, but can you stop him? Because the other part of it, they decide, well, the May's slowing him down. We're not doing enough. Let's try to just outplay him. I don't really have that answer. I don't think they do either. He's just so good that you're going to have to sort of just play your own game, hope that your combined effort is just enough to beat him.
That's exactly so. It's like being able to play as a team, your combined effort, right? You need to be able to shut down like a lot of the key players that they had. I do have to say though, like on the second map on Lijiang, like Jaeger did make some interesting picks in terms of what they brought in, because you also brought it up here, Paul. Like the Pharaoh. The Pharah I find didn't really sit quite right with me. It just wasn't able to perform like the barrage picks like really weren't there at all. And like I feel as though because the map is so heavily relied on being able to be inside rather than outside, I feel like it just really wasn't there for me.
Yeah, and and the fire pick for me was tough because the barrages just have such a hard time landing. Like they still had Diva when it happened, so you're just able to gobble all that up, take care of business there. I think they got maybe one kill on like the second or third one, so I like to move away from it, and you're not going to have that luxury here. The luxury you will have though is you can generate some distance here with a Widow on the Anubis or something. You could do a little bit more to counter it that way, and so I'd like to see some of that come into play here.
Like honestly, I would too. Like, cause you're saying like with the Widow, with the Pharah as well, this is where they can go ahead and really perform and show off their skills, right? But we also definitely want to see a bit more. Like, I definitely want to see something a bit more different here out of most of these teams, because you see they can both perform on these standard overall picks. Let's see what they decide to go ahead and bring out. And honestly, I already got it. Now Xeno, he's actually phenomenal on the Ashe though. But Cryptic come in on the Genji, which should be fun. But XRS, he's got the Widow and Jacob back on that Pharah.
And we'll see here. The thing for me, I want to see what XRS is able to generate on the Widow. Went for in the last map, we didn't get to see as much of his hit scan because he opted for the Mei and Doomfist for a while. We did see it obviously on the Sombra, at least for a little bit. And so seeing how they can control this in Ashe and the Widow duel, it should go in XRS's favor here in a lot of different ways for a variety of reasons, mostly just the one click potential. We'll see if Xeno is able to stay safe enough to avoid it here if they can see it coming.
That really is the question, as they also have the Mercy behind him, charging up every single shot of his, making sure he stays topped up though, bouncing back and forth between sight lines to not get caught up. But Xeno, interesting enough, dives in. See, he's going ahead and change the sound point and back and forth, dodging between high grounds to make sure he gets his shots off. But it's like, so far, Nickelbird staying a bit back. Oh!
Yeah, Xeno just sort of posturing here. Now we're going to have to deal with a Winston right on him, and that's a difficult duel, but when he's going to have to take up here, and now XRS just has to for something. Might get a free sightline here onto the Ashe, and he finally does there, and that's a kill that they really needed.
That was so nice. You're coming from XRS, fighting a really good pick, but doesn't get the first hook though, but definitely going to get the second as he gets topped up, but taking a huge bunch of damage right now as Osiris does not want to go ahead and let up. But with that pick and a couple of others, the Ecobird looking to go ahead and top off this point, and they will do so.
Really like that play there from XR, as Jaeger doesn't have a way to answer it, especially that duel just does not go in favor of an Ashe here, despite Xeno's excellent play to this point. Able to dodge away from the Winston, but that Widow's just going to be too much. Going to try to build up for a Bob here, and that'll really help them, but they've got to hold out for 5.5 minutes. That's no small task.
No small task at all. One might even say monumental. As we go ahead and onto it, oh, nice play, being able to go ahead and actually res Irons on the side. The Witch is actually talking to Jacob, has the barrage charged up, taking a bunch of damage so far. Wants to go ahead and stuff in all the players of Jaeger onto the spawn, but looks like they won't even need it though right now. They're just getting decimated here, Paul. Back and forth and back and forth. Jaeger not able to find a consistent movement.
Jaco can really look for a nice barrage here if he can find anything. Can't. Oh, he can only find Xeno. It would be enough. Your red's going to come in for him. Cryptic now, though, has an opportunity to stall, but XRS, dude.
Yeah, you know what? Here, right now, Jaco were just consistently just like they're not letting anybody in or out of this map here. They say, if you come here, you die here, my friends. But you best be sure, if you come here, you better be ready to be eliminated immediately. As like Jaeger are not able to do anything against this, just the insane amount of control the Jaeger Bird are putting out, and just like that, round one is done.
Beautifully played there. Take a look at the replay here. Some excellent headshots here from XRS. We were waiting for him to come online. Sitting tight. Takes down Zeno here. Beautiful play there. Just keep scope it out. Takes down the Mercy and able to get out of dodge there. And that's the sort of advantage that I wanted to see them generate. Because it's like, if Zeno is going to keep popping off on these characters, do they just, like I said, are they going to counter him? Or are they going to just try to play their own thing? That's as hard of a counter as you're going to find, especially on an attack like that. Take care of them off in there. Take care of business. Now they've got 4:11 on the clock here, Ravage. And Jaeger is now sort of stuck in a difficult spot because unless we see Zeno go to that Widow, they're going to have, again, that slower burn with the Syria that we saw in the highlights early in that cleave. They're going to go on a ball here, potentially. They have to find a way to snowball this quickly as a group, or they're going to be so far down in the time bank if they're even able to cap.
That's really interesting too, though, honestly, and Jakobert going ahead and putting out a bit of a classic dive comp from them, except with the Mercy and the on-off with those much longer sight lines, though. So so far here, Jakobert has really impressed me on this point, like with the way they're looking. Like, it's been amazing for them in XRS, finding absolutely clean picks, opening up the map for his team. So we'll see what Jaeger can do so far. As we're seeing, XRS yet again posted up previously on the point, which is how Zeno was as well. Put a couple of shots down, though, but taking a couple to the face as well. As a Zenyatta. Oh, God, Ayako. Like, decimating XRS. That was so nice.
Yeah, beautifully played. They're going to be able to get the res off, but already having to burn that here. Ayako just taking this thing over here, already finding 2 kills out of the gate here, setting up Zeno here. And now here comes the literal slow burn with the dynamite. The answer, Cryptic and Zeno, Syria. Ravage, they're going to be able to walk away with this one really quickly. There's that snowball potential we were talking about.
Yeah, like, it was so immediate there, Paul. As soon as you saw XRS get picked off, then like Zeno was gone. Then Zeno was able to get one, and Cryptic also finds Paley up on the high ground as well. And before you know, it goes from 1 dead to 5. And right now, Jaeger have got themselves 6 minutes to play with, Paul.
That's enormous here. And on a map like this, especially where you really could go into like a 6-5, 6-6 game, that's going to make a big difference. And even with the time cuts that were implemented, so those sort of game lengths are a little bit mitigated, still makes a huge difference here. We're going to see Zeno still looking for a way to answer back here. And that's big. They're going to want to look at the move on that.
They definitely will have to, though, as the bomb comes out onto the point as well. And they find XRS on the back line. Zeno completely popping off, too. In all these on the air shots, he's not letting anybody out of his sight lines. He's aiming for the skies, as he's saying with his gun. You better wait for him, as he gets eyes yet again with these flying shots. The tracking is disgusting. They're coming out of Zeno. Oh man, oh man, oh man. He's not letting a single person out of his sight.
Yeah, this is ludicrous. You're thinking, okay, we're going to jump onto him with the monkey, try to force the issue here, get him to move around. They're not doing anything to him. He is unafraid here. He's taking out Winston's like a Reaper would. And now the rest of the team find a way, just going to be able to stave off this stall here, I believe, in short order. And once they get rid of a couple more, they're going to be able to get the cap here for a commanding performance here once again from Zeno.
Yeah, like Jaeger looking even stronger on the point. Let's go ahead and look at Zeno yet again, like that man on the axe. Like, it's just go ahead and look at this real quick. Like, he was right there at the back, pretty much getting a free firing range, getting everybody too. It's like, doesn't matter whether you were on the ground or in the skies, he held you up no matter where you were. Like, that was clean, man. Jaeger with a completely different showing.
I felt like I was watching Duck Hunter, one of those carnival games, right, where those targets pop up and just ding, 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 and he's getting the big prize there, right? Because at the end of the day, he's able to get point. And though, again, with the time changes, it only ends up being, I guess even without the time changes, it would have been 20 seconds, but now it's 2:20 to 2 minutes. You're giving your team a whole lot of momentum coming into this where you can absolutely trust what they have going on. And for me, I really liked XRS on that Widow. I hope maybe that they'll swap back to it, because unless you're hard countering him, you can toss the monkey at him, you can toss whatever you want at him. It's not taking him down. He's going to hit every shot right now.
That's what I'm thinking too here. I'm really interested to see how he goes and performs onto the Tracer this time. But with that being said, though, Jacob are looking to just steamroll their way onto the point, taking absolutely no survivors. They want to at least try to get 2 full points to make sure that Jaeger has no chance of being able to go ahead and match them, though. Because Jaeger already 1-0 up in the series. If they get this, if they get a 2-round lead, it could be tough here for Jaeger.
And it's really tough here for Jaco in the fact that Zeno is going to just pick off the bar here. Now you lose a lot of your off-angle potential here. Zeno with another kill here. Make that 2, taking out TXQ. That's going to be another one from Cryptic, and they should just soft reset here. They're just going to be feeding ult charges here, even with Pale picking up a kill. And that's going to be the difficult part. How do you find your way in? We see the Genji swap here. He's going to build that blade fast. He's got about a minute to do it reasonably.
Like almost immediately here, like you were saying here, Paul, almost like a laugh, almost like a rap god here. Get like he's gonna go ahead and get that, make that 2 onto some I don't know, but it sounded real good as you see it. Jacob will go ahead and try to really go get onto the point. They already do have 1 hit though. Jaeger have to go ahead and get forced onto the point. After the high ground, 2 double in. Oh no! See, you can go ahead and get stuck as the pulse bomb as well. But Cryptic as well dies to the auto from Einzog. Einzog is able to go ahead and get 2. That's many DPS and the healer down as well. This could be huge. As Echoberg is going to make the control of the point. Osira comes in, going to stall a little bit more though. But Jacob, actually right now we're seeing it's the first point. They got 51 seconds. They need this fight.
And I like that stall there from Masir, just forcing the issue. You are against the time as much as you are against the team here. Enzo does have ultimate available, but Jaeger has a lot more answers. I'd like to see him try to wait to overtime, but Jaco with an absolutely massive picker to get the action started here.
Immediately, so it's Einzo as well out of the point, trying to go ahead and stuff as much as Jaeger that he can, transcend this pop to keep himself and his team alive for a little bit longer. Jaco, the man of the side, he almost has the blade. He can almost pop it. It is ready and available. Ball comes out of the point as well. As you the mind, so he's so completely low. He wants to go in, blade not pop just yet. Staving off though, but Jaco does not have enough people. Does he have the support? As we see blade pop, as is the Lucio as well with the barrier of sound, keeping everybody free for a little bit longer. But I do not. But right now, only 1 tick is popped here for the side of Jaco Bird. Can't get more here, Paul.
Yeah, and Zeno here just absolutely popping up again, picking up a couple, and now watch the setup here. Going to be able to D-Mac and pick up Pale here. Make that Caliban as well. This is the Ash Clinic here, Ravage. And this is going to be the defense that they need to stave things off here. And with 2:20 to go, they set themselves up here with a legitimate chance to take map number 2.
Like, yeah, this is absolutely amazing coming out of Jaco, being able to go ahead and get almost 2 ticks, and along with the first point as well. So it's looking really good. Jaeger are gonna have to put up a really clean showing, even cleaner than they won, even cleaner than the one that they put out the first time they took these points.
And for me, the difference has been here time and again. Obviously, Zeno, but how well the rest of the team is now beginning to put things together around him. We're seeing Osiri begin to come online. We saw some beautiful picks from the Zenyatta on the first push. If Ayeko is able to do that again, now that the rest of the team is sort of coming into their own, I don't know quite how you stop that. The way ultimately that defense starts is your time puts distance. If they're able to keep them at bay, extra rescue on the Sombra, at least you could provide something, but you've got to pick your target, right? So if you want to try to counter Zeno's mobility here, you get rid of Shotgun Blast, hold him in place. Dope, awesome. But then you're going to let Syria just zoom around here on the ball. So my eyes are going to be on where XRS goes early and ultimately how big of an impact that can have, because they have no CC otherwise. That's their only way to stop a lot of this.
I couldn't agree with you more here, Brother Paul, as you go on to the point here. Jaeger looking to be able to get 2 clean hits and make sure to perform over Jaeger as much as they can. But it's like XRS definitely has to come up huge onto this point. He has to be able to shut down Osira or Helios. They cannot and so they cannot be able to zoom around at the point. But what Irons are getting picked up early on. As you see Jaeger onto the point, already. Almost a full tick for themselves. Cryptic trying to go into really shots dependent, but Ayako shots down XRS here. The battle supports here are in full control here at all. As you know, so as it's smarting way up on the back line, Cryptic is going to go ahead and die though, but nobody has touched Xeno yet. Paul, he's still being able to fire it away. Nobody's getting close to him. Dynamite now, so much damage, and there comes a fighter to go ahead and answer, but no.
You gotta touch Xeno at some point here. You can't let him do this. XRS going down in quick order. They still have Bob, and they're not gonna have to use that here, Ravage. Xeno just has been able to. They basically put him on a pedestal on his own. He got the bridge to himself, and we're seeing what him and Ayuko combined can do. And look at those old charges here coming in here with a minute and a half to go.
It was an absolute shooting gallery for him there, Paul, as nobody even got close to him. And as soon as Einzo did, Osiris decided, no. That's my DPS they're messing here with, sir. You are not allowed to get close right now. Jaeger has a minute to work with. His Bob is on the point here, Paul. This could be looking good. As Cryptic firing away onto Einzo already. As a boss, but he dies before he can do anything. Ooh. But he's going to live at the last second.
Charlie Niner. What a play! And I'm even hesitant to even call it a Charlie Niner because you just have so many ults being used. Because what sort of got lost in like the whole fumble there, right? Is it's like, okay, Cryptic's gonna use ultim, so you hook him, but everyone else has Q. Everyone else press Q at the same time, so you just like think of it like an earthquake, right? Everyone erupted from the middle and then pushes everyone out. Just able to walk away with it. That was crazy good.
Like absolutely phenomenal coming out of them. Now with this, Jaeger have taken the 2-0 lead in this match here, Paul. It's like, now I was saying I wanted them to go ahead and perform, go ahead and execute, and them doing exactly that, looking to continue the performances from yesterday as well. Like, I gotta say, man, I'm impressed, especially with, as the chat is saying as well, Xeno Christ. Their Lord and Savior there on Jaeger. Looking amazing.
Yeah, all hail here because my dude's on fire today, and very quickly here that he's putting our power rankings to shame. At least mine. I had Jaeger below Jaco Bird. This is very quickly going to move them up the ladder here, and I think for me, it's again that combined effort that we're seeing, that you're not seeing people getting caught out. Like, you just like, and obviously the level of play is indicative of that, where these players are just absolute professionals as far as I think. But yeah, if you take a look at my power rankings here, shout out to our producer here, Fraudy, just let me get roasted here on air. I love it because I had Jaeger way lower. I didn't know to expect this, and they look fantastic here. And while there's still potential for a reverse sweep, we're not going to rule that out. We've seen crazier things happen, and Jacob Bird's a more than competent team. We're seeing that a team with a little bit more experience, a little bit more clout across the scene, that they just have some more exposure themselves. They're able to handle this sort of scenario in a little bit better way. It seems like Jacob Bird's making some herky jerky decisions, as we call it in NA, just a little bit impulse here. Jaeger's just been able to really pull this off well here. And for Ravage, for me going into map number 3, how can Jacob Bird play their strengths? But ultimately, man, how do you stop our Lord and Savior right now? Because my man's on fire.
Like, on fire indeed. Somebody better go ahead and call the fire department. Get a couple of firefighters spraying him down here, because so far he's not being stopped, man. It's like, if you're looking at it, it's absolutely amazing. I do have to say, Jaeger on the defense, not looking as clean so far, because you saw how Jacob Board was able to perform just as well onto Jaeger as they did on the other side, but Jaeger just doing a little bit better here. So I think if they can go ahead and amp up their defense just a little bit more, like hold a stronger front, if they're able to do that, then I think they'll be able to easily run over this map. Because let's go ahead and look at the final and third map that Jaeger wants to run over, and Jacob Bird wants to make sure they survive. And as you said before, it'll be happening again. It'll be Watch Point Gibraltar.
And this time around, I don't think this does the team that's down any favors. Last time it was like, okay, maybe this sets them up for something. The substitution of blue ultimately made the difference, and we saw that that advantage mitigated. But now I don't think you're going to see that opportunity here for Jacob Bird, right? I mean, coming into this one, pulling up my roster here once again from the other screen, like just we're thinking about how they compile this team. Like just Jaeger's just got so much more to work with here, and really the pressure at this point is going to be on the DPS play from Jacob Bird. I mean, we need to see it just come on a little bit stronger. XRS, I think we need to see a little bit more consistent play. We're seeing these really high moments, and I want to see the follow through from the tanks. I think just as a whole, we haven't seen all of them meet here. Sometimes we're seeing tanks here and DPS, and like everyone's just sort of incrementally. We need them all together to hit that peak, and I think if they can finally take a map here, Ravish.
And this right here might potentially just be the final map of the second match of the day here, Paul. It's like it's going to be like an absolute clash of energy so far here. Jacob Bird looking to survive in this match, and Jaeger looking to run it over, as we've seen the potential that they have, just like they did yesterday as well. They want to be able to go ahead and do the same that they did before to battle angels as well. Like it's like, and right now, let's go ahead and look at Jacob Bird's and Jaeger's comp here, Paul.
Yeah, and so the thing for me that stands out is that Jacob and XRS are going to go in they're going to go super dive heavy, like pretty much, think of a class. Oh, they are going literal classic dive here, and for the most part, I do like it in that it has a very clear identity. You go in together, you target call, and you get out. And if they're able to execute on it, brilliant. But we've seen Xeno. He's not afraid. He's gonna he's gonna wait for Winston. The second you hear Winston hook up, he's hooking out. We're seeing Cryptic play really around all that, and now that Winston's in, he's already looking around here, waiting for the flank. Here it comes through. Let's see the response here from Xeno, but so far, like I said, this man is cold-blooded. He's just gonna wait this out patiently, no panic. And Jacob, they have to find a pick. Whole point of this dive is get out, but this hit and run isn't hitting yet. XRS though, that's a big pick.
As unfortunately, though, Jacob Bird finally Jacob Bird working for the pick, they're able to go ahead and get the pick, but also get picked off themselves, though. But we've seen Jacob, the man of some of the name on his team, doing absolutely phenomenal so far. And it's been an absolute cruiser going to the first point for them. XRS gets a stick onto a side. Nice play by him. And you actually look at that. Almost just a couple of meters are almost on the first point, and a clean first take.
And that's the sort of thing that we needed to see here from Jacob. They didn't panic. They stuck to the dive, and while they didn't get that initial pick maybe as long as they wanted to, they were able to be on the high ground and keep rolling the point. And when that first pick did land from XRS, they're able to capitalize and snowball it into a whole lot more. Xeno does swap back to the Ashe. I think that's a much safer, smarter pick for the way the comp is being run. But XRS getting the first support out of the gate every time here is going to give them a whole lot of problems.
This is so bad here with Evan being down. That's a lot of healing and damage too, especially for Xeno not really coming through though. But Osar being able to get the other monkey and that's both healers down here for the side of Jacob, but this could be disasterful.
Yeah, Osiria now starting to come together here, and XRS here going to have a duel that should go in his favor, but Xeno here making that an unfair one-on-one, taking things over. And now the problem that you sometimes see with a dive is how do we get it going once it's halted? We see Jaeger only has one ultimate available. They just burn it. Not able to land anything off the post bomb. And so now we see how can Jaco and XRS posture with these ultimates here. They do have a potential for Nano Blade, though. I don't think we've seen Nano Blade all day. We might get the first one here. Ooh.
Oh, I'm so excited, but it will be the blade, but not see the Nanos so far, though. As you see, XRS going to get one, but all his targets pretty much time before they really get onto them. And it's nice that the Dyson Blade doesn't do much, though, but it does go ahead and open the map a little bit more, as Macy around the side is just going to get. That's the kind of stuff that you absolutely hate to see here, Paul. Kevin and Ayako. That's so cool.
Yeah, and I wish they maybe even push those supports a little bit more, because now they're going to have time to answer back here. They should try to push them into spawn, but now we're seeing the answer back with the beat drop here. The XRS can just hold that door.
Like, they're holding so well here so far. As we see, man, XRS has been absolutely monster here on the back line. Gonna go ahead and get Ayako as well. points because he gets to do extra fighting way as Muscle ready and prepared, wants to land on Baby Diva possible, unmechs her, won't even need it and doesn't even use it as Xeno just gets one clip getting off the point for the final auto at the end. And they will go ahead and take second point here to watch on Gibraltar. XRS.
Yeah, and so XRS and Jaco, the way they're playing, they're just going to be so hard to stop. They don't have any natural CC. They only have a sleep dart. And kudos to Calvin and Ainzo here. They're just leading a charge and opening up the map. You mentioned it, that Blade didn't find the kills, but opened up everything else, pushing them back. And then it's just target practice for Jaco and XRS. And Nano not going to go on to Jacob. He's going in. That's a double.
Already, Jacob going to have to go in and get a double. Wants to look for the triple, but the Battle of Mercy coming out of Kevin will take out Jacob. You know what? You don't see enough of that season.
No, and you love to see it. You love to see it come out, and ultimately part of a pretty decent stop here. Helios going down though. First here, gonna make things a little bit harder here. Step of defense. Oh, Syria going down as well. Here they come, but can Xeno stave them off?
Dynamite. I thought looking to go in and check the rest of the team, but we're seeing Kevin down as well. So a bunch of healing down for the side of Jaeger though, but Xeno locked into a corner. Gonna go ahead and die as the point is moving slowly but surely. Sorry, the payload. Slowly but surely, Cryptic has to go back in to heal up a little bit more. Cryptic switching on the soldier as the to put out a bit more distant DPS to just be able to go and refresh the point and his health as well. Watch this put on that rocket as Caliber on the side and team doesn't go. They can't go to execute XRS stuff with all there to the point. We got so much here. Lucio beat down, get them all life for a little bit longer. Nano is as well. Jaco Bird wants to move the point all the way to the end, but Jaeger, they're just not able to stave them off in all these fights. Are just not going their way, Paul.
No, they haven't found it, and Xeno, large part of holding it off, and now this is just such a huge time save here. Xeno putting something together, and when it seemed impossible, they're able to pause the offense here, and this is huge because, like Anubis, these are maps that you can go the distance fairly easily. It's definitely doable, and if you're putting them in a situation now, how do they get back on cart? XRS gonna swap to the McCree, try to get some distance DPS for himself here, Ravish, and for me here, great answer here by Jaeger, and if they can sustain this, they've got their eyes still on that sweep.
This is a bit tough because Xeno needs this space to be able to go ahead and fire it away, but XRS wants to make sure he can't do that as Anzo just gets decimated by Xeno, just all his health parts. Just immunity. Jaeger on the back line has the blade, wants to use it, won't get a chance to use it just yet though. Might not even need it as TXQ also gets picked out too, but XRS on the flank gets one, but Helios wants to make sure that gun will not fire no longer, and Xeno finally finds space that he needs to go and burst down the shield and all the members of Jacob.
I want to see a more complete fight. We're starting to see what we call the Congo line, where one person's going in looking for something, gets picked, and then everyone sort of just trickles around here. You only have time for maybe 2 more full fights. Look for them quick, look for them well, invest properly here. You have 4 ultimates. They're going to press Q all at once here. Can they get the kills off now?
Jaco knows his targets and executes within it. Just catches up a bit too late. Gets on a Xeno, but nice. But nice actually res coming in from Kevin to get him, and Xeno gets the revenge kill too. All the way on to Jaeger. Oh my god, that was clutch coming in from them. And Jaeger just has not let out the pressure here so far, not letting Jaeger bird cap.
It's Jaco underestimated or just sort of forgot that they have Transcendence. So they invest 4 ultimates at once here, and maybe you're thinking, okay, we got pick potential through a Transcendence, obviously with the McCree ultimate, but Jaco's gonna just heal it through the rest, takes care of Blade, takes care of everything else here. And so now Jaco Bird comes back, they're going through their pockets, they're pulling them out empty-handed here. Now you're going into a couple ultimates for Jaeger with opportunity, and Cryptic to get that first kill here. Now you're going without a healer. This is gonna be really tough here, but Jaco's sure gonna try.
That was such a nice thing coming out from Xeno's going and firing away. Unlocks Diva from the top side, but Caliber, without the mech, it takes out Xeno without a huge shutdown. But on the back side here, Jaeger gonna go ahead. Jaeger gonna go ahead and cap the 3rd point. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final cap here for XRS. Gonna go ahead and finish off of the first point.
Yeah, and XRS just taking care of business here. We're seeing just beautiful plays. They were able to cap these so cleanly here. Look at that tracking. Beautifully done melee kills to finish them off here with the help of Jaco. And just, I think that's so well played. And like we said, that transcendence at the end was ultimately what allowed them to sort of bust this game open, where they took away 4 ultimates. They invested so much, didn't get that dividend. And now you literally fling this door open here for Jaeger. They have an opportunity to put this one away now, especially that they didn't go the full distance. Even if Jacob went the full distance that was on the table, but now this is cherry picking for Jaeger.
It really is so far. It's like, although they weren't able to finally get third point right now, Jaeger just needs to cap. They just need to go ahead, cap that final point. And we know, like, third point of watch point, it is famously one of the hardest to be able to go ahead and execute on, as you did see the execution coming out of Jaeger. They're able to fire away, and all it took was one fight there, Paul. From one fight, Jaeger was not able to get any more space at all. But Jaeger wants to go ahead and get the clean 3-0. They do not want to, they do not want Jaeger to even get a single point in this map.
And so now the difficult part here is staving off Xeno on the Widow, because now you're going to be trying to hold sight lines, but excuse me, also trying to find counters. I don't take care of business. So beautiful deflect.
They're both are going to get to be Resdo, TQ, and Kevkun on the Xeno, and also Pale Zingara as well. But Jaco gets picked off yet again by Ayako. Oh my God, here Jaco is so unfortunate. And with Jaco being picked off, the Sugar want to give Jaeger a lot of space to be able to at least move the cart in. I just try to go in and get the first cap. Though XRS moving up to the high ground to get one, but right now we're seeing TX getting picked off by Xeno. This is so much pressure coming at them.
And TXQ got picked off there too, so now we're going to see Ainzo just taking down the old-fashioned way. Cryptic's just going to keep putting in damage clip by clip, and Xeno here can just keep setting up, looking for that next healer, and TXQ going to be taken down again. That's going to make their lives so much harder. They're not able to protect their healers right now, and they're able to make quick work of them here.
Like, immediately so far, and right now, Jaeger, like, I said it before, right? It's like they do need to go ahead and really bolster up their defenses. But right now, them not being able to go ahead and take this fight is really detrimental. Sticking down, but oh man, he's going to go ahead and picking up Jaco is huge, and the Mines will go ahead and D-Mech Caliburn as well with almost a full team kill. 4 minutes on the clock. Jaeger get the first cap.
I saw Jacob go into a 1-on-2, and I'm sitting here like gritting my teeth, like, man, please get away with it, and he doesn't. And we see the ultimate used by Jaco, and at first you could think, wow, you need that for a 1-on-3, but no, the sustain off screen to take care of business and everybody else. You take down Jaco, you take down the team here. Xeno going to get out of there, and they're going to invest in this fight here. Is XRS finding a kill? But you were probably going to win this fight anyway using a couple ultimates, and now Jaeger's going to spawn advantage and work their way back on a nice pick there on Pale.
Honestly, they don't really need the ultimates there, Paul, because you're looking at it, almost everybody has it. Only TX was the one who used as Cryptic.
Oh, you hate. Oh, that's every cliche in the book. Like that's one of those where hopefully they were able to get a chuckle out of that, because if that sort of thing happens, even the best guys mess it up. But Xeno and Ayoko gonna change the conversation in those comms quickly. That's 3 in a row there.
That's immediately picked off onto Jaco though, and also going on to Haley as well. 4 down, bomb out from the Diva. I think anybody else, but Xeno coming in really close range, trying to take out Diva out of mech on the backside. We'll see. Backside. The odds are getting angry. Takes the Ayako. This is a huge shutdown, but Xeno almost dead. Ooh!
Kev, Johnny on the spot there. Jacob going to find 1 though, make that 2. Looking for more here. Kev going to be taken down next. And we'll start off with a great play there. Cryptic answers back though. That's both supports. That is a huge difference here. They're going to have spawn advantage coming back. If they can regroup here, as we see Osiria being like, oh, hold on, I'll be right back. We've got a numbers advantage here. They're going to be coming back in a hurry.
Like honestly, massive here too. As 2 minutes is only left though right now. Like we're seeing Jacober. Like they've put up such a strong defense. I remember I was saying for both sides, then go ahead and bolster the defense. They have a real chance, but to get back into this map, and we're really seeing it out of them. Like not letting up on Jaeger at all. As Helios goes ahead, picks up Bob though, not getting much. Zeno as well as the point switches the machine gun as they're all getting way too close to him.
Yeah, and Zeno here just getting great heals. Kev is coming up clutch, and while Diva's going to try to zone off, the rest of the team here for Jaeger, I want to see them start making their move on point. They're getting picks here, but they're playing this like a deathmatch. There's still that objective in play. They haven't been taking care of Jaco or XRS here in a while, letting them run free. They've got to get this cart moving again, at least force the action. That's where they've been having their success.
Yeah, almost finally here, Jacob is going to pick off them. But by the time almost the entire team is up here yet again, Paul, XRS can go on a little bit though, but has healing around the side from Kev Kuhn. We see him top the Valkyrie up in the air as much as he can, but XRS is down. He's gonna get the pick. This is what you're gonna need to do. The car needs to move now, and is now or never here, Paul.
Oh my God, Zeno with the play here. They got to take down Jaco. Jaco is building blades literally every fight here. They have to die for that. Cryptic's got to go in deep. He at least forces them back for now, but I think that pick might come back to bite them, that they weren't able to finish it here, and they're going to have an opportunity to answer here in a big way. Blade, though, Ayuko has the transcendency. He's going to bust it early here, force them to wait it out.
Up on the backside, up against 3. Winston up against him, but Osai getting picked off, and XR's getting 2 with the Bob. This is huge, keeping Jaco alive, and also the defense too. Like, this is insane right now. Jaeger might actually go ahead and lose this map, and Jaco, we're looking to get the first point of the game here, Paul. This is massive.
Yeah, Jaco Bird coming up huge here. They just haven't found a way to answer Jaco or XRS. Jaco building Blade basically every fight here. Osiris sort of letting him run wild here, not containing him as much as maybe you'd like to see. And the combination of Kevin Zeno just hasn't pulled it off quite yet. But the transition to Ash here might give them a little bit more presence on the map. And they're going to need it here quickly as they're running out of time.
They're running out of time indeed. The clock is ticking. And if anybody Jaeger has to watch it, I like what they're seeing so far. XSRS up on the top side on that spaceship, trying to fire away onto really anybody of Jaeger to go. But we see Jaeger doesn't fail on ultimates. Oh, what Jaeger goes ahead and pops the blade, doesn't get anything just yet though. A lot of damage onto him. Ooh.
They have to get on the cart.
Doesn't even need it, needs to get on the cart. They won't do it. It'll be a C9. Oh no.
Jaeger you hate to see a Charlie Niner there. Just absolutely forgetting to get on the cart. We're gonna take a look at the replay here. Popping off is Jaco. He was getting her blades by the second there, slicing, dicing. There's a 1, there's a 2. Looking for that last one here. Gonna finish off Cryptic here, hanging out after the post bomb. Unbelievable, they're Ravaged, and they really, I think, actually had the chance to win that map, but they walk away from the point for the fight elsewhere, and Jaco Bird coming out standing tall here and making this a series that's far more interesting.
Jaco Bird putting up an absolutely phenomenal defense for themselves on that second point, but you saw it too on the first point as well. Like they like Jaeger actually had to go ahead and reset at least once, something Jaco Bird did not have to do previously when they were fighting. And like you're seeing like Zeno and Jaco like doing so much work, man. Jaco was pretty much on top. Jaco was pretty much untouched on the front line, consistently being able to get picks, not getting the Widow any space at all to go ahead and get picks. And even when Jaeger was able to actually get onto somebody, able to get the Zen, get the Mercy, it didn't matter because on the other side, his team was getting picked off.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me, too, is we're going to take a look, I believe, at XRS's DPS play here in just a second on the replay. And he's been absolutely crazy, right? He could be the reason that they're able to get back into this series, right? Just taking down Zeno here, taking over these plays here through Temple of Anubis, really kept them in it here as much as he could. And we've just across these multiple champions, right? heroes, right? Like we're seeing XRS here on the Reaper, able to play the Ash, able to flex it to really whatever they need. We even saw, I really liked the man the first point. They didn't stick with it here, but the tracking ability on the Tracer, just able to get the kills when they needed the most. Your beautiful stick onto Osiriya here, and really put together what became a winning effort. And if XRS is able to keep doing this, to keep kind of matching and putting through with Xeno, getting the better of some of these exchanges, you're ultimately, as a team fight where it matters most, I think Jacob Bird could put together a potential for a reverse sweep. Now, that is far more difficult said than done, but with plays like that, it starts to become a little more possible.
Like it most definitely is here. We'll see if XRS can go ahead and continue forming as you're going to go ahead and look at which map they have to go ahead and perform on here, Paul, and it will be King's Row, everybody's favorite map.
It's fantastic, and there's a good reason for it. One, it's got the best holiday skin for a map. I don't know if that's a hot take, but
I agree.
King's Row at Christmas time, I'll take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I'd play it on Halloween instead of Christmas, honestly. But like for me, both teams benefit from a map like King's Row. Both maps just simply benefit from it, right? Because you can split out Xeno a certain way, you can split out Cryptic differently, but then you can put out XRS on whatever you want. You can play this map however you please. As long as Jaeger doesn't basically Charlie Niner a fight again, I think they can bring it back. But Jacob Bird showing a lot of promise there.
A lot of promise indeed here. This could be very well the start to an almost a reverse sweep coming out of them. And honestly, with a second match coming out of it, I would love to see it. Like Jacob Bird looking a bit weaker in the previous two maps. The defense is not really there, but the attack looking so strong. Like them and Jaeger almost neck and neck here. But Jaeger always seemed to have the slight edge at the end here. But like right now, they're looking like they're in their element. They're found their footing. So maybe I wasn't too off on my power rankings after all, but that remains to be seen.
And the thing for me too, looking at Jacob and what they were to put together there, they were able to fight through some really superb support play. I mean, throughout every fight there, whenever Xeno got chunked low, like you always had Cav or somebody hanging by to heal him up. Like, so it wasn't like he was just getting decimated. These were really long, sustained fights, and they were still getting the better of them. And so going to map number 4, if Jacob Bird's able to generate that sort of team presence again, those team fights where they're able to just slow simmer, put everything together, and just blast through Jaeger at the end, I think they give themselves a real chance here. That being said, Jaeger still hit on a lot of their win conditions. Xeno played super well. Ayoko hits a lot of shots and was able to get some really good transcendences. So the potential is still there for Jaeger to just roll through this like they did the first 2 games in a lot of ways. But Jacob Bird showing signs of life that make me say, this could go a couple different ways.
Yeah, definitely so here, and definitely a lot of praise definitely goes to the unsung heroes of Jacob Bird here on the healers, right? Just the mercy, being able to stay alive for so long, getting clutch reses and building up the Valkyries, using them at absolutely massive points. Although it wasn't in the big team fights, but keeping everybody topped up, right? TXQ4, like making sure that Jacob on the foot line and the XRS on the back were able to freely fight away, put us so much of that damage, not giving Jaeger even a single inch of space to go ahead and maintain control of the payload. But this is a hybrid map here, Paul. But a lot of things can go here back and forth. I'm excited to see what both these things bring in.
I'm excited to see Helios on the Hog, and I hope that stays, because I think part of what they lacked here on the side of Jaeger in the last go of it was that the tanks didn't necessarily have themselves in the opportunities to follow up on what Xeno and Cryptic were creating. They just didn't have that pick potential here. Obviously, you're not getting any better pick potential than you do with Helios on the Hog. Now, Jacob Bird going to answer back in a big way with a Reaper and a May, so that's going to sort of mitigate some of that. But both sides here have a lot of opportunities to create plays. And, Cryptic going to get decimated early here, and Jacob Bird going to be happy with that.
Yeah, nicely coming up Xeno as well, but Jacob up on the top side, going on to heaven, getting a couple of shots down here, but Jacob is quite short range. I think he kind of forgot that, though. Unfortunately, he's on the map, shooting away at the shield, giving Zarya some charge, but XRS on this May, he does not stop, man. taking so many hits with Jacob too, and limiting everybody currently getting one though so low. Nice rewind, but it doesn't matter. Rewinds into an anti, and that's already the first take coming in from Jacob.
And I loved XRS's May that they switch off of. He went Doomfist partway through when they were on Control Center and Lijiang Tower, and I was like, why? Like, I know you want pick potential from the Doomfist, but that sort of ruined that comp. But that, again, is sort of the glue and the linchpin for this Jacob comp right now. You have so much control. Cryptic goes onto the Genji, and that's going to be such a hard battle here. You're going to have to contend through the Meso and everything else that this creates. And so Jacob are finding their identity here when it matters most, backs against the wall. And now we're going to have a blizzard here basically for this next fight. When look at Jaeger, they make some swaps here. They have nothing coming into this.
Honestly, nothing at all here, Paul. And Jaeger kind of just giving away a lot of the potential they had with the previous all charges. Like, it's looking rough here. Cav Kun barely is 55%. Xeno barely at 64. So they need to go ahead and build ultimates and build them fast as that was dirty. It's like coming from X-Max. Blizzard comes out, and there's all your healers dead for the side of Jaeger. And this should be an easy second take for Jacob.
This is beautiful. Like this, you can't play the second point any better. When you're going through the second point, you send one person ahead. You put everyone else. You send people ahead. You put one person on card. They decide, hey, we have such a good spawn advantage here that they get through it in like half a fight there, which is so rare. But XRS able to step up, right click away here. They still have just such a crazy ult advantage. They don't even have to combo necessarily. They have enough damage between just everyone to that Jaco and Calbun. They play this right, can use those in separate engagements here in TXQ for defense. Jacob are looking fantastic.
Bob comes out though for the side of Jacob Bird as also for the side of Jaeger as well though. Giving him a bit more space, adding a separate unit onto the map, but he's in the middle of the graviton surge. The only way to go to catch Bob. He will go ahead and die eventually as well. Ooh, but we see Jacob go ahead, Pop the blossom into the bubble. We'll go ahead and dive for it though. What a beautiful play coming in from Asard.
Yeah, and that's really clutch because they're able to survive it without using the Transcendence. Death Blossom gone here, and now this gives them a chance to stabilize. And it's 5 minutes, and that's going to be a monumental hold that has to be put down here. But Cryptic's able to land this. That's crazy. Beautiful. And now you're already taking basically a minute off the clock here between the spawn times and having to walk back. And so now here comes a good hold from Jaeger. If they're able to even get this, whittle this down to like 2 minutes left on the clock here, now you're putting yourself in play for a potential comeback.
Like, honestly, it may be the absolute case. Just, farming on the top side. Nice wall coming in from XRS. And you can't do the ball.
Oh, man.
That was so clean. Coming out of Xeno to be able to go to stay the off. Blizzard comes out as well. Match by the Transcendence to keep everybody alive at top though. But XRS finally gonna die encrypted. But at what cost here, Paul? As they focus in on him, but the real danger is up in the skies with Xeno as Jaeger are just getting pushed in.
Just call Xeno Mr. Clean. He's got those erase it pads, just wiping everyone down here on Jaco Bird. He's unstoppable at this point, and we're already seeing the changes. You're seeing the switch from the identity. They had the May working. They had that whole comp going. Everything changes. They're back to square one on look economy aside from Pale, and now this is where Xeno and Jaeger typically thrive. But Nano Blade, just a vanilla Nano here on Jaco, not able to land a ton. They're playing this super smoothly here and answering, or just hanging on in a big way with the spawn advantage.
We're seeing Bob has to go ahead and get staved out to Dynamite as well. Coming over Xeno not be able to do much right now. Anzo's Nantied. But, Xeno has to go to fight with a little bit of pressure. Videos has the bomb and will use it yet. Going immediately onto Tracer. I could go in and dive for it though, but so does Anzo. As Chico comes in, gets Osider. That's a nice pickoff coming out from him. But Ayako so close to Transcending. Him dying right now is absolutely crucial. The Xeno dies. Oh my god. Oh. This we die here, Paul. They're so close to the payload. Oh man, Jacob Bird is running over Jaeger right now.
That's huge, though. That Transcendence is going to buy them time through the whole hog. If they have any way to stay on point here, Osiris going to be down. Helios going to be coming back, though, and that Diva dismount gives them enough time. And Ayoko He finds the kill throw that he takes on XRS here, and with Jaco, yeah, he has the blade, but Zeno has the Bob out already, I believe, and maybe they can sustain through Jaco. It's gonna be really tough though.
But Bob right now, when you tell him to do something, but he's not doing nothing at all here, Paul. Ash is yelling, what do I build you for? And just going ahead and dies though, and so does Zeno, and that'll be it. Jaco Bird, take it. Round 1 in dominating fashion. We're gonna go ahead and look at Jaco's blade yet again, Paul.
Yeah, Jaco just being phenomenal here on the replay as we take a look here. Blade's in his spawn, able to pick out one first cap gun, and then just able to keep it rolling along. There's Zeno down next, and just lethal. And I said part way, I mean, that was what started off as, I believe, like over 5.5 minutes there, Ravage, and they're able to dwindle that down under 2 minutes. And that for me was about where I thought they could say, okay, that's actually pretty good. Like, is this third point can be hard. It's super snowbally. They force Jaco Bird to switch comps, switch ideas, switch things around, and make them uncomfortable. And so I think when Jaeger comes back out here, they can definitely sit in comms and be like, yo, this is totally winnable. Where like 5.5 minutes, not so much.
Nah, it's definitely here. Like, winnable is definitely just the right word here, though. But we've seen Jaeger. We know they're really good on the attack, though. But Jaco has been mixing things up here a little bit. I want to see that same kind of defense that I saw before coming out of Watch Point, and because Jaeger just did not seem to have an answer for it. But we see Zeno and Cryptic as well coming on the Hanzo. Hanzo probably just gonna go ahead and use the dart to get some information though, and gonna switch off. But Zeno make the final switch onto the Ash. Let's see how they do, Paul.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of work cut out for them. We saw the first 2 games, Jaeger really just able to put in the pain. Jaco Bird answering back in a big way, though, not only on map number 3, but also here. We'll see what they're able to put together, though. Zeno getting set up on the high ground early. He's going to be the reason they set things up. But Jaco, again, making his presence felt, finding the first pick of the match.
Yeah, go, man. On this battle Zen got out here looking like a young Jonak coming out of himself. God darn, it's just absolutely beautiful. His left click is going to charge up and take a lot of damage because going to get shut down though. Immediately coming out of his caliber doing a lot of damage, gets a hook as well too. But Ayako down, well, what can they do? But Jaco getting Zeno yet again, just completely control of the point, finding a way at the side, but he got all charge. But Jaco Bird take the first team back.
Yeah, and so the problem now for Jaeger is they've been sort of down and out, and they're really just playing everything around Zeno. Like, Ayako finds that pick, but they're not able to do anything off it. They're just not moving as a unit on any sort of advantage here, right? They're able to get one tick, but that's it. But Cryptic finding a pick, they're going to lose one in return here. And Jacob is building blades so fast here. That's becoming a real problem for them, and they don't have a counter to it.
Zeno, we're seeing goes ahead and gets TK though, but immediately getting down consistently by Jaco. They don't really seem to have an answer for him as Ayako able to get another pick yet again. Blade out, deflect 2, goes against Ayako on the backside. No one battles that for you, says our friend Jaco Cavcoon. Cavcoon supposedly gets red out of Zeno as well. Zeno's going to do something as well as Mines up onto the point. Go ahead, they get 2. Off of the mines, they get 3 here, Paul. That's huge. And with the mine play, they finally get the point. 4 minutes to work with.
And that's exactly what the doctor ordered here. Osiris already going to swap off. They're going to go hog Zarya through the streets, which I like as well here. But we need to see that sort of team play, team-based ultimate strive again. If you're not going to counter Jaco, you need to be able to answer back into the rest of the team in a big way. They finally do that here, and now they've got the cart rolling. And once again, they have to keep an eye on time. They have to push this as hard as they can because you really need as much in the bank to deal with that 2 minutes. Cryptic gonna find the kill actually off that hook with crazy enough here, and so now maybe they can answer back. Jaco finds 1. Can he find more?
He goes against 1, 2, and lo and behold, it is on Zeno. Really, because honestly, who else would it be on though? But Jaco really super low on the back line, to find him. But we see as well, Mines out too, coming out for the side. Anzo as well, he dies for it though. But the Mines out, so you're gonna go ahead and play Minesweeper a little bit, getting them all off. And Jaeger looking a lot better in this attack phase. The payload movement smoothly. They should be able to go ahead and cap.
Yeah, and they're going to certainly try. Jacob Bird has the opportunity to answer back here. Jacob going to go onto the Reaper, a very different look now for this comp here as they go Reaper May with a ball. And now they've got the beat drop coming in. They have the Nano as well. They're going to try to roll in here with the Reaper, play a little bully ball, but not able to find a ton off it yet. Xeno finding that THQ and Cryptic taking over.
Cryptic was somebody looking at the top side, but he finds a young Xeno that's probably just waiting for him, and that'll be the cap that Jaeger are looking for. 4 minutes to go ahead and play with, though. And look at the ultimates here, Paul. They're looking pretty good, but Jacob Bird is not as good. Small pause.
Yeah, we'll take a technical pause here. And so the thing for me, when we're taking a look at these teams, now that Jaeger's got the momentum, we saw the same position not that long ago. We saw the exact same thing from the other side. They weren't able to finish the job, though. 1 minute less to do it. Well, they were able to do it, but it just took them a lot longer. But now we'll see if they're able to do it in just that shorter bit of time. And everything comes down to this here. Jaeger could finish the series off here. This could be a really difficult hold, though, for Jacob.
It could be definitely different hold, though, as we'll see very, very soon as we're back onto the point. Small little pause. Players had to breathe some time as well, as you know, from the top side firing away. Dynamite I will not totally get the hit, though, but ooh, that was close as he trades shots back and forth to XRS, almost getting one shot to Ayako fighting away the back line, getting a huge but chunk of damage off, though, for the payload already mid-side here, Paul.
Yeah, and the difficult thing here now is how do you get, they haven't even touched Ayako this whole push, and that's been the difference maker ultimately here. Helios fighting a couple kills here with Cryptic, and again, XRS being taken down here. Look at the momentum they've got going here. This is going to set up a final fight here, basically in their spawn, and Cryptic's got post-bomb. He's got to look for something big and juicy here. This could be massive.
Helios, what an absolute monster here, Paul. He puts me as a hawk player in his chain because I look at that, I'm like, man, I wish I was that good someday because the hooks coming in, the shots, the left clicks, we're going to search out, goes and go to traps too, though. Yes, XRS are going to get kicked down. Trascendus is a bit too late. He's not able to save everybody right now. But Captain does go ahead and also get the res onto Sarah as well. But TQ gets picked off here. Oh no, Jacob on the back line has that blossom, but they can't even get onto it. Oh my god, they don't even get there. That is it. Jaeger got the point.
Let me go and pick up my jaw off the ground there because I did not anticipate that happening, right? I see Jaco teleporting in. I'm like, okay, you've got an opportunity here to hold things. Like you said, okay, go in, get the kill, get the Death Blossom. Now we're cooking. But it all goes away. They just forget about the point again. We've seen these C9s sort of in these fights where everyone kind of splits off doing their own thing, not able to put that one together. And now as we take a look at the time here, Ravish, Jaeger has just under 3 minutes to work with. Jacob Bird just under 2. But the momentum squarely on Jaeger's side here, playing with the lead as well. And I mean, MVP here as we're taking a look right on Q. Ayako just massive, right? I mean, you can Xeno and Cryptic are always going to be there and always going to be that presence. But you have Jaco and XRS answering. So where else do you find an advantage? Between the Discords and solo kills here that Ayoko's generating and just not getting picked off by, you know, this massive pick potential for Jaco Bird. I believe you said in the one fight perfect. Dude looks like a young Jonak. He's looking really fantastic.
Honestly, right now, Ayek is showing us Discord not only a messaging and a voice app, but also a means to an end here. Because as soon as it lands on anybody Jacob Word, they're getting taken out here to fall. But with this match will start, and I want Jaeger to perform on this. They need to put up a much stronger front as a nice little dynamite comes in for Zeno, but a huge chunk of damage. Good catch it on the top side, getting a little bit of damage down to, as you see, Jacob Bird is moved to the point, off to the side, going up on Haven though. Sorry, up a little bit, onto the top side, using the stairs, doing a little bit of zigzag here, Paul.
Yeah, and they have to be careful, though. They already burned off 30 seconds, and they're down 1. They have nothing to show for it except that. So they need to be really, really careful here that they don't let this push get away from them here. To leave themselves only with 1. Syria take it down, though, first. Cryptic, hope we can answer back here in a big way here. Jaeger's going to be in a whole lot of trouble.
Started being down to the obviously massive Xeno blocked up on the top backside. Cannot get onto the point yet though. Right on Jacob Bird gonna go to close it off. Dynamite out. Jacob can't do anything about this. They're just gonna go ahead and let them cap here, Paul. Oh no. That's so unfortunate. While we're going to stay them up. Extra's coming up huge. Cryptic can't stay. Cryptic cannot delay for any longer. And Paley has also worked himself up to the coalescence as well. Jacob would take the first point.
Yeah, and I like the idea there, at least from Osiris. They were just trying to stall for some time advantage there, but they end up just giving the point up. And now we're seeing Xeno posturing. They have a lot of ultimate potential. You don't even need Primal Rage here. You can build that with an Ayoko ultimate onto the Winston here and just work around some other ultimates. Jacob does have answers back of their own here. And so it'll be who is able to generate the most. Now, Calbun does have the ultimate. Ayoko obviously not on the Zenyatta this time, so they don't have the natural defense. But oh, they're able to eat it. Helios ate it.
Water out, see Master Blizzard 2. Like, man, it's a huge grab as well right now. Jacob really just want to stay that point for longer. They can't overtime able to take out for now. The extra so low off of the back point. Trying to freeze back and forth, the firing away on the firing beam, but Xeno with a point.
Helios
headshot ice through the face, but Helios with a huge bomb. Here the one to get out. 2 here, the explosion, and the double kill is answered right back here by Jacob through the death blossom, staying up to the game. And Jacob Bird is still alive on this point here, Paul. They're still staying no matter what Jaker's able to do. Jacob Bird are insane.
Yeah, and despite Helios trying to one-man army that whole play, right? Double kill on the bomb, eats the grab, and you think, okay, maybe that's the turn that they need to force. Because Calbun's ultimate there was really going to be their biggest asset, but the rest of it is able to put things together. Jaco taking over, able to take everybody down here. Jaeger doesn't have any ultimates back to answer yet. They'll have Nano here in a second, but with another Blizzard coming at them, Jaco has to be thrilled with how this push is going.
This is tough too. Caliban also has the mimes and works to get all the area control. XRS launches the Blizzard, able to steal face a couple, staying alive for a bit longer as Ainzo, you see fighting away up onto the top side. Pulls out a fire strike. He's trying to get anybody you can to just get them off the point. But Jacob are not letting up at all. Caliburn gets smacked on a 2, and Zeno gets 2 as well. This might be all she wrote here, Paul. But for a little bit longer, as that will be all, as Bob does something. And Jacob were to get a massive lead.
And the thing now for Jacob Bird, after amazing push, you set yourself up about as good as you can. Obviously looking to go the distance, but for a push with that amount of time, that is absolutely massive. And you put Jaeger in a really, really difficult spot here, right, where they have to find a way to answer back. You don't have a ton of time, and it's not like this is when it's just gone one-sided in any sort of way here. And the good news, though, if you are Jaeger going into this next push, Helios and Osiria are absolutely having massive performances. Helios with that huge eat at the bomb of the grab, excuse me, the double kill on the bomb. Osiria with some really smart cleanup play. And now as we see the whole team for Jaeger become a thing, even with Ayoko on and out generating nano so quickly here, they have an opportunity to work themselves into it. But Jacob are going to switch up this defense a little bit. It looks like, and go to an Orisa Hog. We'll see ultimately how that goes. Maybe a new pick here, unless Cryptic might just be looking for a pick up top side here to climb up there. But we'll see ultimately what he goes with.
Now Xena, like we've seen you before here, buddy. You've been absolutely phenomenal so far. But I think right now out of Jaeger, I'm going to need to see probably the strongest attack that I've seen out of them currently, like with a lot more pressure and just fierceness, and they need to execute as one here. They cannot be coming in like dominoes, as you said here before. Helios, though, unfortunately gets picked off right at the beginning, and this is going to waste so much time as they have to go ahead and reset yet again. But correct him up on the backside, firing away up on the Rockets, has to go ahead, but no, Jacob goes ahead and finds him, kills him too. Oh my god, this could be so bad. But Jacob fighting up against Sombra, gets Xeno too. This man is insane.
Yeah, and this is just wasting so much time for Jaeger. They're not actually getting the ball rolling here in any sort of way, and they're going to have to find a way to do that. Now, Cryptic is getting close to an ultimate here, but who are you really looking to kill? I mean, there's no one especially squishy. Lucio is very hard to kill, and Moira can just fade out of it. So an ultimate that could be useful here, but you're going to probably have to combine it with another element. Oh, but the counter hook, oh, and Helios answering back. He's been a legend so far here, and maybe that's the answer they needed.
That was a really good hook by Helios to save his Sombra as well. That nice little bubble too. Coming over the backside as well by Osira, and Cryptic pop it off. Getting a triple, baby. And this right here is the fight that Jaeger wanted. This is the fight they wanted right from the beginning. And I imagine if Helios did not get picked up before, they would have been able to execute as well. Cryptic putting out a couple more rockets as they cap the first point.
I take back everything I said about that Cryptic pick, because this dude is absolutely massive right now. They don't have an answer for it here. And obviously a lot of that set up by Helios. He's absolutely dominating this one-on-one, because this is a tank matchup that really is just like a matter of who knows the matchup well, who's played it a lot in the outplay here. But XRS really forced an issue on Cart. The good news is stalling for time. The bad news is you have two of the slowest characters in the game having to walk a mile back to point here. And so now Jaeger can potentially, if they want to run through the streets here, they can force some other picks, force some staggers, and they might get the streets face for free.
Although a really cheeky play, but a good play by XRS to going back up to the high ground and through there onto the point as well, getting the pick onto Ayako as well, and just making sure that they cannot move, making sure that they can't move the cart any further, wasting a couple of seconds because time is of the essence, Paul, as they have 20 seconds. Will Jaeger be able to do it?
And so now we see here what all comes down to. Blizzard is online here for XRS. They already fight Cryptic. That's huge. They don't have Cryptic available. They already use EMP, and I don't know if they're going to have to get the cart here somehow, some way. Grab comes out. Blizzard's there. They finally somehow squeak through. Helios are trying to hang on here through the Valkyrie, but gets decimated here. Jaco can hold down point here, and we're going to map number 5 here off the heels of an awesome Jaco Bird performance.
Oh my God, let's go ahead and look at the denial one more time, Paul. They played that absolutely beautifully, looking at the ground. The Blizzard comes out, and Jaeger can't even touch the point. Just like, it's right there, it's in the reach, it's just so close and they can't get it. Oh, like that's amazing. And Jaco Bird are looking to pull the reverse sweep.
This is crazy here, Ravager. The thing for me watching this, right, is the fact that Jaco Bird's just fighting their way back through it. They find that pick on the Cryptic, which sets them up. We see that beautiful hold off there from the May wall, and just every ultimate under the sun tossed at them here. And Jaco Bird just really bringing this back in a way that I wasn't sure was possible, but they're putting it all together.
Honestly, yeah, and I gotta say, a lot of it, like we were talking about before, I think 2 things are really huge here. 1, XRS is amazing. His May shots, clean. Icicles don't miss. Like, it's like, pop here. I know you're cold. Let me make you a little bit colder. Like, just like that. It's clean coming out of him. And also, Jaeger, buddies, pals, amigos, I think your attack phases are really strong. You guys look really good on the offensive. The defensive on their side, in my opinion here, Paul, needs work. Like, they're just not able to put up a huge front, though. And as well, like, Jaco, too, carrying a lot of his team, able to put out, like, so many different renditions of what a DPS is able to do. Like, just look at this, Paul.
Yeah, this is unreal here. We're seeing Jaco's ability to play the Reaper here early on here, but where we started to see this match change was going on to the Genji. Just was lethal here as we watch this fantastic blade. They just had no answer from him. The whole time I watched with Gibraltar, he was basically building a blade per fight. As we're seeing here, just the ability to chase the Widow, chasing Xeno away from his advantages, and then going in for this sweet patient triple kill here. And Jaco just been putting on a clinic across his, we talk about hero pools. He's got a hero ocean here because he's just able to go in with whatever he wants. Was able to take over here ultimately at King's Row. Again, they never found quite those answers, building up ultimates like crazy, and now has his team on the precipice of that coveted reverse sweep that is just so hard to pull off.
It seems so hard at the beginning, Paul. Everything just seems so far, but like it's actually closer and closer and closer here for Jacob Burt as you keep seeing them perform again and again. And like Jacob too, we're seeing over and over. Like this man is absolutely phenomenal. You see why his name is collided with the team, right? He's proven in every single one of these matches. Like he's saying over and over again, like, look, man, I'm up there for a reason, baby. That's me. And you're gonna see why that's me.
Yeah, he's making his presence felt for so long. It was just like, okay, this is the Xeno Cryptic show, putting on a clinic, but then Jacob coming back in a really big way. And the rest of the team starting to rally around him too, in a way that I guess we really hadn't seen a whole lot in those first few matches, right? Where we're seeing, like, we saw Ayuko start to take over and help out Xeno a lot more, but now we're seeing the rest of Jacob Bird take over. We're seeing XRS have a lot of good plays, and though TXQ has had some untimely deaths at times, the rest of the team's being able to play around them really well, and we see some of those setups there at the end, just a combination Blizzard Wall, just some of the other plays, and ultimately walk away with King's Row in a really decisive way.
Like, yeah, it's just like at this point, if I'm looking at it, Jacob Bird is in prime position for this reverse sweep. Like it's as though they've been ramping up the entire time and they've finally been able to reach their power spike, right? It's like there was that like through the first two matches, it was like in Dragon Ball Z with the yelling. They're like they're there, they're almost there. And as soon as the third map like came to be, they were like, all right, I'm Super Saiyan, I'm ready, let's do this. And they're showing time and time again with this immediate power spike that they got going out for themselves. Like, and it really came through with them bolstering their defense, right? Not giving Jaeger even an inch of space to their target selection and making sure the team stays topped up, right? Which I absolutely love to see. Jaeger has some star players, but Jacob Bird are making sure that they cannot play.
And that's the thing, right? Now you're starting to limit all the options here that Jaeger has put forward at this point. Like, you just haven't allowed Xena to find any of these angles. You're not allowing the team to play together and snowball the way they did these first two maps and forcing this to this map 5 now. Now you have the confidence shaking of here, because early on they were just playing fast and loose. It was like, okay, possible 3-0, maybe a 3-1. Now you're looking at Jacob Bird coming in here like, wait a second. They brought back 2 maps. They even let us touch at the end there. Like, I really thought that they were going to go the distance on that. Now they're coming back, and it's like, wait a second, what happened here? And now you have some serious questions around the comments to be like, how do we bring this back?
See, I'm right now, I'm Jaeger just thinking, now with this map number 5, we'll go ahead and see right now where Jaeger will go ahead and make their final stand here, Paul. As you go ahead and look at it, is Busan. We get an exotic. We go into a bit of the new maps here. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Busan. I like Busan a lot. I think it looks cool. Like, and plus past that, I think it's where not only Jaeger performed really well in the same style of map, but it's also where, you know, like we've seen Jacob Bird bolster the defenses and look better and better in the style of extended team fights. So it's gonna be a close one.
And for me, I love Busan because it offers a lot of variety we see on Lijiang, and it's even more open. So you can do a lot more interesting things, even with some of your DPS play. Like, we could see Cryptic come back on the far and find success, but we can also see Xeno return to the Widow and find success. And so we could end up with some of these counter duels and see which team has to give first. And so there's a lot of good things that can happen in Busan that I think plays well for both teams. But man, Jacob Bird is looking fantastic here these last 2 maps. And I think Jacob Bird finishes this off. I think they're going to just be able to do it. They have momentum on their side, and Jaeger just hasn't looked like the Jaeger from the first 2 maps.
Honestly, I couldn't agree with you more here, Paul. Like, Jaeger looking a little bit, one might say a little bit wishy-washy, right? They're looking a little bit of back and forth here. They can't decide which spin cycle they're on, whether it's towers or cotton, right? It's like they need to decide whether they want to go fast or rough here. And like, it's, with that being said, we're about to get into it here, Paul. Oh my God, man. Map number 5 here on the second match of the day. Jaeger versus Jacob Bird. You saw how close these two are to the standings, so of course it's going to a map 5. But honestly, I love the way we did it. Are y'all hyped?
This is fantastic, and we've had an incredible series. And just shout out to everyone tuning in today, and shout out to everyone on the production here, Fraudy helping us on the back end here, and everyone else that's observing. Really incredible production value on all these replays and everything we've gotten to see today. So shout out to them, and shout out to everyone tuning in. And Ravish, we're 12 hours behind here. You literally didn't sleep a wink. If I blinked for a sleep, and this has got us wide awake, because it does not get any better than this here in Overwatch.
Honestly, here, Paul, how could I sleep? As we see, like, just how phenomenal these matches are, I would be screaming at myself if we miss these matches, man. Like it's we see it too so far. Like, we're gonna go ahead and have ourselves a small little pause though, but like we're talking about it, right? How with the way these matches has ramped up between 2 rounds there and 2 rounds back and forth. Can you imagine me missing this? Imagine sleeping right now. Not me. Couldn't be me.
It could have. You miss me with that sleeping thing. I'm going to be out here watching some really good Overwatch across the pond, right? Like this, giving the people what they want, Mr. Ravage. Sleep never heard of her. Like it's not happening today. And the incredible thing is we're waiting on this pause here. Is like it when you're thinking of like a best of 5. Reverse sweeps are just so difficult to pull off because it means someone's really figured something out and the other team really hasn't. But Jacob are just sticking with things, and they've figured out a whole lot here. And some of the XRS play that we've seen has just been stellar, and the rest of the team have followed suit.
Like they most definitely have, right? It's you said a really key thing there, Paul. You said being able to figure something out. Now we call that very commonly in many different sports as being downloaded. Right? It's like being able to be downloaded, and it looks like Jacob Bird have downloaded Jaeger a little bit. They're seeing the plays they're making, they're seeing the hero pools, and it's looking a bit rough for them right now. They're looking like, hey, like it's like we know what these guys are gonna do. We got this. It's like we play through in our head. It's like running through a 10-hit combo that you know from the back of your head. It's all muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, and so to continue the FGC analogy, right? That the amount of momentum they have on their side, when you're just winning all these one-on-ones, like every time here, we're seeing Jacob Bird win all these one-on-ones here. Pretty much in every fight, right? Like we're seeing Xeno start to lose these one-on-ones with Jaco in pretty much every situation. We're seeing XRS win these one-on-ones. We're seeing the tank line start to optimize on things. And so you're running out of options here from the other side where it's like, how do we answer back? There's only so many more things we can try that are going to work. And it seems like Xeno doesn't have that flexibility like XRS does to just pick everything across the board. And Jaco has just been a monster here. And it looks like we might be able to get back into the action here shortly. Nope. We're going to get the little, it's how it goes sometimes here as we're getting reset back up. And ultimately for me, I mean, we talked about our power rankings at the top. I had Jaeger a little bit lower because we just weren't sure. Or I guess I think I moved had Jacob a little bit lower because I wasn't sure what to expect. Not as well known. They're making a presence known here today. Dude.
Not me. I had the bit high.
You had this.
Not me. It's you can see that I saw this from the beginning. I'm the real prophet here, Paul. I'm the little fight fan going in. It's all up in here, moving around. You can't really see it, but you know it's there, man. I know. I was saying in the beginning, right when this all started, a long time ago in a land far, far away, when in map number 1, when the sun was still set outside, and fog was growing, we saw Jaeger put up a strong front, but on Jacob Bird, like been able to do the exact opposite, right? But as the sun rises outside my window, so does it for Jacob Bird's hopes of the reverse sweep here, Paul.
Yeah, and so now it's gonna be just really difficult for them. And as we're working through the rest of the tournament here, I mean, this is going to be really indicative of where the rest of the tournament goes. I mean, you're still looking to get a playoff spot. You're just trying to get a shot at things. And as like this sort of middle of the pack here is really so close, ultimately pulling this off for either side is going to be absolutely massive here. And so we're going to be keeping our eyes on it. And really, Busan, again, is going to lend itself to any sort of strategy so both teams can go back and play their strengths.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're not Paul, do you like Busan? Like, do you like the map? Like, what do you not like or like about it? Because I'm not talking about you as a player, Paul. I want to know about you, man. Well, like, I know a lot about you, but I want to know about you.
I love Busan. I think it might be the best control. Like at parts, I still actually might like it better more than Lijiang here. Ooh, we're right into the action here.
As immediately so here. Sorry to cut you off, Paul. I love knowing about you. But I don't know what the match was. I have Paul immediately before that gets picked off. On the front of the screen here, Jaco. It's so much yet again. This match has been an absolute monstrosity currently on the Reaper as well. And right now we're seeing that Jaco Bird has maintained control of the point 50%, taking down, getting early picks.
Yeah, and of note here, it looks like we had a little bit of a tech issue here. So Jaeger did take point number 1 here on Busan, and so now Jacob Bird again in the position to reverse sweep just on this map. Even they've been going the difficult road here, Ravage, and they're going to be on that highway once again.
We definitely are here. Our apologies for not being able to get that to you, but we are here now. That's what matters. As right now we're seeing Jaeger putting up a strong front here. They want to go ahead and continue to be control of the point. They do not want the reverse sweep to have no cryptic. Where the EMP up on the backside getting a lot more damage to the face going into it. EMP out, almost 2 people hit here. But cryptic is going to go ahead and die for the cause. Unfortunately here, you cannot go ahead and close out here. But Jaco Bird looking a little bit wishy-washy here, just like Jaeger were here, man. Like the spin cycle is running, but the cows aren't in there.
And now we're seeing here if Jacob Bird is able to pull this off, forcing a pivotal point 3 here. And Jaeger not coming back with a whole lot of check marks of their own here. If Jacob Bird can delay sort of the fight on point here through like 80 or 85%, they can just start ripping ultimates, take this thing into late in the clock, and just get this map free. And XRS gonna get things started with a hot EMP.
XRS still showing how the EMP is done so far. On the side of Cryptic, they're going to get 2 and 2 for himself with Jaco fire away. Up out of the front side, getting so much damage at that little mech side. But Diva will go ahead and launch out her bomb, but will not survive to go and get back into it. As, oh my god, Jaeger, as we're seeing, at 99%, Jaco Bird at 0. Death plus some pop. This might be it here, as you see right at the end, Jaco Bird able to go and maintain control of the point. They're looking so good. We're going to look at the EMP. Yes, EMP one more time. Like this is amazing.
Yeah, fantastic play here. XRS just popping everyone that's around here, able to get the hack off again, just to delay everything after that EMP and taking that map over. But so now, Ravish, we're at this. This whole series comes right down to this: who's going to be able to move their way up the ladder and standings here just a little bit. Both teams have shown us a whole lot. Who gets it done when it matters most?
Paul, you can't see it, but I got the widest smile on my face right now because, of course, it comes down to this map number 5 and these amazing teams and such phenomenal Overwatch that we've seen throughout the day here, Paul. This is, if I wasn't it before, I know I am, and everybody else watching is as well. Both teams looking to fight, maintain, move up in the bracket, and hold control of the point. Zeno and Jago putting a shot back and forth. Zeno going to falling low. But dang, actually, we were going to get a kill up here, Paul. But man, this is amazing.
Yeah, and Zeno right now just sort of posturing, trying to lead the charge here. They're going to go Ryan Zarya into a dive, so they've got to play together here as a cohesive unit. Cryptic going to try his hand on a May here, which we haven't seen, but Helios being the hero of the last couple maps, even if they haven't won, I'm going to get that first pick here, Ravage, and that could be big to set them up for the first picks on here.
Overwatch wants to go to Madrid for the first point. They're out of the whoop, but they're not able to get the first pick right now, though. Colossus comes out, getting a fair amount of unit, but now he's getting the pick right now. Cryptic has him there to go, has him pops it too. Makes it a control lead. Grabs XRS in it. Oh no! XRS had the EMP, not able to control out of Zeno. On absolutely massive killing spree. Up again his counterpart, and just like that, it changes the point.
Beautifully played there, beautiful stuff, and look how much percent they're already getting. They're getting up to 25, and they're still going to have the ult advantage here in a big way. We've seen, though, at times, Jaeger gets a little bit trigger happy with that Q button here. They have to be careful how much they invest in this fight. They need to be able to sustain throughout, because we know how Jacob Bird can answer back.
right now with the massive injury goes in gets 3 though. You know the inventory matrix just lost him out. How to get anybody else though. His bomb is there for so many people, but not able to close anything else. He's looking at the face as a Sire with a fire strike. Getting it onto Jacob. It's a huge shutdown for them. As Jacob right now are not able to get anywhere close to the point. Jaeger inching closer and closer to what might be their victory.
And so now here, we're starting to get into that 2-fight territory here. Jacob has time to swap this from XRS and going to make things maybe a little bit more difficult here when they're trying to play with ultimates. But Jaeger just has to build up a couple of their own. Ayoko, though, on that Baptiste, going to make him Pale get cut off for a second, but here comes that Coalescence.
Haley comes out, the massive coalescence, getting a huge amount of damage. Like, take out the inventory matrix as well. Huge top on top of grab. On the other side, we're able to lock up one and Jacob. That's tossing everybody off the point here. And just like that, Jacob were to get flip the point here. Beautiful team start coming out of them, but they expunge so many ultimates for it.
And that's the thing. Every time their back's against the wall, they pull it off here, but it's the at what cost clause. Now, Cryptic can be countered here with XRS's Blizzard of their own, and they could just all stand on point and play a little bit of freeze tag if they want. But Xeno really close to that Death Blossom. If they were to combine those two here, they only need one fight. Ultimately, here, the whole thing off. But here comes Cryptic already to get things started here in a hurry.
Going in, almost a Death Blossom, but it goes ahead and gets hammered down to the ground. XR's fighting away onto Helios as well. As this looks like a point flip here. Coming off of the side, he gets already 85%. And right now, they just territory XRS trying to delay for as long as he can for his team to come back alive. But this is getting dangerous here, Paul. As they don't flip it. Oh my god, they don't flip it.
Yeah, so for me, that was like, I like Cryptic's aggression, but maybe using the ultimate a little bit too early. But answering back with both, the Ryan's going to be taken down now. And now the hold is going to have to take place on point without shields. I think both teams are going to be content to just sort of regroup here. But now this is absolute crunch time here, Ravage. Xeno's got to look for a really big Blossom here. If he's able to, he can put this one away for Jaeger.
Like absolutely so. As Xeno has the Blossom, so does Osira. And look at all those check marks on the side of Jaeger here, Paul. Something needs to happen as we see the Matrix, but huge grab up on the top side. So much damage, and more Matrix going to keep the life for a little bit longer.
Oh, the Death Blossom!
Not able to get anybody at all. Actually, only gets one up on the bottom side at the end of the day. It's a triple coming out for him, and Jacob Bird are falling left, right, and center. Jaeger getting the point back for themselves, and Jacob Bird only has one chance here, Paul. This could be it.
Are they going to be able to touch is the thing. They're going to wall off Jaco here, but they're able to at least get on the point here. Jaco trying to find his way in. XRS does have the Blizzard here. Jaeger, watch out for Helios, does have that Graviton here, but first kill is though going on to Calbun.
That takes out the Matrix as well, though. Working for the Death Blossom, they're able to get so much damage. 85%. Is he going to be able to work towards it? All the time taking down. He almost has Cryptic as well. Yes, he does. That's right at the end. He has Death Blossom too. He needs to pop it now if he wants to stay alive. And they flip the point. Won't even need to go ahead and use it. Pops it out of celebration. As this might be it. Oh my god. As Jacob Bird
do it
here, Paul. They get the reverse sweep with the final second at 99%. What a phenomenal team. Yes.
Unbelievable, right? When you think about reverse sweeps, how difficult they are. But Jacob Bird, they took it one win at a time. 3 in a row. Put this one away here, Ravish. We got ourselves a beautiful showcase of fantastic Overwatch, and just Jacob Bird looking lovely there. Look at that. There you go. The reverse sweep, how they did one by one. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Just really, really good stuff.
That was absolutely amazing, Paul. And I gotta say, I could not have asked for a better final round, man. It all came down to the wire. 99 to 99. Team fights back and forth and back and forth until the final swing right at the end came in for Jacob Bird. And you see Jacob himself, the man with the name on his team. I said it before, I'll say it again. He has that for a reason, Paul. Like, performing beautifully on the Reaper. Like, he was able to do so much work taking down Cryptic. Like, look at that.
Yeah, that's just it's unbelievable, right? When you just think about how much they have to do, and as we take a look here now, Jacob Bird going to go to 4-0-1 here. Really awesome stuff. And though Jaeger will fall to 1-4, again, like Battle Angel, like there's so much to be proud of what they're accomplishing here just with these events. And although Jaeger had that 2-0, and you hate to see that slip away, they had it in such a commanding way that going into their next games, they're just going to be able to pull off a whole lot more.
They're going to be able to pull off an amazing amount more. But so far, though, I gotta say, that's been everything from us. It has been an absolute pleasure being here, Paul. Thank you all for watching for the couple of matches. But it's like, we're to go ahead and continue on with these matches. You'll see two more. You'll see two more as well. You go look on your screen. You'll see Connecting Me versus Banana Bahava. That should be a real slippery match coming out for Banana. And Jacob Bar will continue on to face Far East Society. So those should be like phenomenal matches coming at you. But unfortunately, we will not be able to join you, though. And it's been a pleasure being here, Paul. It was lovely casting alongside you. I have been Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Thank you all for watching. Paul?
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Ravish, a pleasure, my dude. Thank you to the production, everybody. Thanks for coming out and watching. Got a great match coming up next. You won't want to miss it.
You definitely don't. We thank you. And peace.
signals of an unknown entity within 1,000 feet of the ship. The size of it is far beyond the mind's reach. It can't be another ship. Sir, it's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared.
welcome back to the Overwatch Ace Championship 2020. Today is the group stage day 3, and just now what we have witnessed was Team Jacobert versus Team Jaeger. That was quite a back and forth fight, and it seems like Jacobert did indeed clutch the win in a reverse sweep against Team Jaeger, where they came back in Gibraltar. That was their turning point, followed by King's Row and then Busan. It was quite a nail-biting match just now and earlier. Okay, but also before that, joining me right here is the handsome guy himself, Mr. John Galt, the ex-head coach for Washington Justice and also LA Gladiators. And not to mention, he is also currently coaching Team Watermelon Waddlers. Would you like to say hi to the audience?
So, and also thanks for the introduction, Teddy. Yes, that was an awesome introduction, and yeah, so I actually really enjoyed the match it was a 3-2 match, and to be honest, right, I thought that it was going to be a 3-2 match because it was Jaegers, right, and Jaegers and Jacobert are teams that are both very dynamic, and at the same time, I think Jaegers is famous for having a lot of 3-2s, right. I mean, it's a good thing. It can be a good thing. It can be a bad thing. But I think one thing that can be said is both teams have their fair share of powerful and dynamic players. And when you have two teams who are powerful and dynamic players, maybe a little bit inconsistent at times, but powerful and dynamic nonetheless, you get a lot of exciting matches. You get 3-2s all the way. So, I love watching that match. I thought it was like a really exciting match. How about you, Teddy?
Yeah, definitely. So that was quite a nail-biting match. I thought for one, at any given moment, I thought, maybe Team Jaeger would take this to actually end up the match. It will be a win for them. But no, it seems like Team Jacobert managed to clutch this out. And I think we were discussing earlier regarding how this is going, what composition would be good and what not in the waiting room. But now let's cast our attention to the match that is going to be happening right now, which is Team Connect Gaming versus Team Banana Bava. Just to give you guys a bit of a background information, Team Connect Gaming actually is a squad fully, membered by players from Japan, and they have been doing quite well in the tournament thus far. And also going up against them is Team Banana Bava. Team Banana Bava hasn't been doing too well, but maybe they might be, this would be their first comeback match. And looking at the standings right here, we have Team A-Bang leading the leaderboard here. We have next, followed by Jacobert, Connect Gaming, Far East Society, and also Watermelon Waddlers, which is your team themselves. Battle Angel, Jaeger, as well as Banana Bava sitting at the last of the roster here. So yes, power rankings now. Let's talk about John. What are your, you as a coach, I obviously you would root for your team and whatnot, but what do you think would be the team most likely to win and followed by second or third?
So of course the hot favorite is going to be A-Bang. I mean, A-Bang has been in contenders for a bit, and not just for one season, but they have been in contenders for a very, very long time. Their players have a lot of experience, and just experience alone means that they're already on a higher placing than the other teams. Because when you are in a big prize money tournament like this, right, nerves and everything is going to play a really, really big part. So I think A-Bang is already far ahead of every other team in terms of in terms of the sheer experience. But I mean, I think Connect Gaming stands a fair shot. I mean, since today it's going to be Connect Gaming versus Banana Bava, I think Connect Gaming stands a very, very good shot at maybe dethroning A-Bang along with Far East Society. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I think what we're going to see is going to be a really, really exciting match between Banana Bava and Connect Gaming. I think Connect Gaming, someone who is looking to dethrone the top teams. But yeah, I'm just anticipating this match, Teddy.
Yep, definitely. I would like to echo what you say. A-Bang has been performing consistently, and also they have their background in terms of contenders and whatnot. But also, I would like to rate your team as one of the top contenders just because of the extra coaching powers. There's the 7 men in the team there, and of course, Connect Gaming, they have been like the hidden or sleeper team in this competition so far. They have been doing really well though, and most of their players are actually really high-ranking GMs as well as top 500 players. So I would feel that mechanically wise, they are doing really. They are actually quite competent, as well as all the compositions that they have been running so far has been top-notch. So other than that, Far East, they of course have the powerhouse in their lineup. But let's talk about the first map, which is the King of the Hill map, Busan. So Busan here, and do note, guys, that we are actually playing on the August 13 patch, which is before all the DPS nerfs. So there has been a significant nerf in terms of Orisa and Sigma here, where the halt has been reduced to, not really effective as well. For the Sigma barrier, it has been reduced from 900 to 700. So this is the patch that we are currently playing in. So going into this King of the Hill map, John, what are your thoughts here, or what do you think teams should run here, given the variety that you can see in Busan? It can be very open or very narrow.
So I think Busan is going to be a map where we're going to see a lot of Reaper Sombra. I think we can expect to see a lot of Reaper Sombra from Connect Gaming, definitely. To be frank, I'm not too sure what Banana Bava will play, but definitely in this map, Reaper Sombra is the meta. So Banana Bava might look to play a comfort pick, where Tsukuyomics is a very, very strong hit scan, or they might try to follow the meta. Whichever the case, I think Connect Gaming's powerful. I think Connect Gaming is probably going to play a metacom, and it's really going to be down to whether Banana Bava is going to choose to match them or choose to counter them.
All right, so we are back here in Busan, and this is, I think this is Shrine, right? Can't really remember.
Busan Sanctuary. So it's
Sanctuary,
like
yes.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, John. So, So in this map, we definitely there's the big drum in the center. Then also there's the high ground on the right-hand side where you can actually stage out flanks from that side. So what do you think are good DPSs to be played here?
So
as far,
they could play rush comps, Reaper Sombra, but they could also play compositions with Sniper. Because one thing about Busan Sanctuary, it's a map with long sight lines. If you stand in the correct spot, right? If you stand in the correct spot at the correct time, you get to see every single one of the enemy in the enemy team. So I think that is what we're going to see here. No Reaper, no Sombra, just a lot of snipers. Tsukuyomi is going to be on his famous Ash, and we will see bad aim. We'll see whether he has bad aim. We'll see bad aim on that Widowmaker.
Alright, so coming down right now, we have bad aim on the Widowmaker, like what we have discussed earlier. Maybe a hit scan would be good here as far as confirming kills, but we will see as he would be taking this long sideline on the left, trying to get some picks before the fight even begins. So this is like the pre-fight stage, isn't it? But meanwhile, Ask on Connect Gaming, he already is leading charge, and bad aim with a headshot kill on the Ash. So it seems like Connect Gaming is off to a good start here, but the Tracer on the side of Banana Bava has to actually go up for some kills, but huge pick here, right, for Xbox Lucio getting a kill onto bad aim. So seems like the first contest of the point will go in favor of Banana Bava.
One thing about Banana Bava is, everyone has been talking so much about the Xbox Lucio play. Xbox Lucio is apparently a very aggressive Lucio. It's kind of similar to this Lucio in Overwatch they called Funny Astro, where he makes very aggressive play, and essentially is just a third DPS on the lineup of Banana Bava. So you have Suku on Ash, getting yet another pick on Nico. Right, so I talked about how Nico was the star player of Connect, and looks like Nico will be making the swap. Alright, he's back on Tracer. But yeah, Suku is just being top-notch in this fight. He got 2 opening picks, very influential picks, and Xbox Lucio has been all around the map. So this is definitely not the starting I expect to see, Teddy. Definitely not the start I expected to see.
But also looking here, Chen Li already has his ultimate online, so I guess the next out target would be Thomas, the tank here, going into the fight against Connect Gaming. But Xander taking out the position here in the back lines, or probably with his tanks, and now we have the engage by Xbox Lucio, hoping to find a kill, but no, we will have a jump on Thomas onto the enemy Winston, and getting that confirmed kill as far as his team is concerned. Xbox Lucio now going in the back lines, just trying to get the kill onto the but he got taken down by Neko Mate, the Zenyatta, there to peel for his DPS, which is bad aim.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit weird, but I mean, Banana Bava composition is stronger than Connect Gaming composition, because Banana Bava composition is fast. They have a Lucio, right? And when you play a Lucio against Anna and Zen, the Lucio almost always win. However, that does not take into account the amount of picks that bad aim is it's able to do. And of course, Zen, Nikomate is also yet another DPS. So you have Xbox Lucio, right? The DPS Lucio, and you have Nakomate, a Zen, which is also technically a DPS at the same time. So this is going to be a very mechanical contest, right? When Banana Bava has Nano, they will go for the aggressive jump. Otherwise, it will be a sniper versus sniper fest, right? Is Suku going to get a pick, or is Bad Aim going to get a pick? Or will Banana Bava manage to play for the Nano and use the Nano to go for the backline of Connect Gaming? But if you look at the ultimate right now, I think Connect Gaming is definitely at an advantage with both their supports having the Transcendence and the Nano boosts.
Alright, but when now we are just looking at Xander just trying to pick in the back flanks, hopefully to get make something happen before, which is the poke phase. And also Banana Bava has Sukiyo Mix down for now, so it's a 6v5 situation where Connect Gaming already essentially have all their outs online. It seems like Banana Bava just have to regroup. Oh, that's a huge pulse bomb on the side of Xander, getting a kill onto Bad Aim, and meanwhile, both the Tracers are actually duking it out. But of course, Xbox Lucio is there to also peel for Xander. Now the beat does actually goes down for Xbox Lucio, and he will go in actually aggressively onto the tank line. But no, he is back to the point, actually just trying to peel for his team. Getting those right clicks as well as left clicks onto the tanks, making sure that they have their distance against from his team. Meanwhile, Bad Aim is here just trying to get another pick, hopefully. But on the side of Unknown here, he gets a pick onto the Winston, and so Trans has been popped by Team Connect Gaming, hopefully to just contest the point a little longer. But now it is on overtime with 99% on the board for Banana Bava. But the contest or the point contention would now be in favor of Connect Gaming.
So I don't think the Trans did much. Like from Connect Gaming, they have Neko Mid on Zen. And to be honest, I've always known Neko Mid as like a very powerful Lucio. But I mean, I'm sure he got a pick on Zen, yes. But Zen was also very vulnerable to the composition that Banana Bava played. And now that Banana Bava is playing a Moira, it means that their composition is even faster than when they had an Anna. So I think that the swap to Lucio is definitely the right thing. But I think it might be too late here, Teddy. Like now that he swapped to Lucio, he will not get any.
Oh no, it's 99% and already let's look at the point now. Xbox Lucio just trying to be aggressive and taking out the Ana in the backlines, but no. Oh, this is it. This is quite the turn of events here. Banana Bava actually clutching a win against Connect Gaming in Busan here. So like what you mentioned, John, back and forth, Xbox Lucio certainly providing the third DPS on the side of Banana Bava. He has been there consistently picking off Bad Aim as well as harassing Waka on the side of Connect Gaming. So there wasn't so much of a heal potential going in for Connect Gaming. But
yeah, what I want to see from Connect Gaming is Connect Gaming going back to the composition that they look so strong in. Right, I want to see them play the Reaper Sombra. I think if they play the Reaper Sombra, Banana Bava will have a bad time. Of course, Banana Bava is going to make a swap as well. They will be going for the Reaper main, so this will be a pretty good matchup from both players. I think it favors Banana Bava a little, but Connect Gaming does have a very, very powerful Sombra. Nico is one of the, I think he's one of the top Sombras in the Ace tournament right now. So we'll see them get off a great hack on Nico and an opening pick by Nico already.
Huge pick here by Nico, making the fight in a 6v5 situation, which is forcing Team Banana Bava back to the drawing line, and there in the spawn they go. They have to rethink their strategy a little bit, and now Xander as well as Sukiyo Mix would opt to run the Reaper as well as the McCree composition. Meanwhile, Nico already has 30% on his ultimate, and Xbox Lucio just going in deep for the engage here. Just peeling as well as healing is doing so much work, but Nico meanwhile on the other hand getting double kill, and Ask here getting kill onto Xander. So it seems like yet again team fight being stopped here on the side of Banana Bava, and Connect Gaming is actually holding up really well on the point right now.
This is going to be the start of the Connect Gaming start of the Connect Gaming grinder, right? This is where they build Coalescence, use Coalescence to win the next fight. Right now, Waka is going to use his Coalescence. They're going to try to win this fight, and they're going to try to build other ultimates based off this Coalescence. So a powerful push into the room, going to just kill everyone very quickly.
Oh, wow.
They'll pretty much just force everyone back to the spawn. They literally just step out of the spawn for like 5 seconds, got Coalescence, have to step back to spawn.
Oh wow, but look at this, Nico already has his EMP online, and I guess the next fight is all going to revolve around Nico's EMP?
Yeah, it's gonna revolve around Nico's EMP, and Nico's EMP will allow them to build sound barrier, and hence it will go on and on and on. So powerful EMP by Nico is gonna allow them to push in. Sukuyomi's getting a pick, but maybe it's too little, too late.
Yeah, definitely so. So as soon as we mention about the EMP, he does pop it, and now Nico would be on the cleanup duty here. Banana Baba meanwhile back onto the drawing board, but look at the percentage now. It is 74 towards 0% on the side of Banana Baba. So what it seemed like Banana Baba making things happen earlier, and now before I go to that, we have a huge Earth Shatter here on the side of Thomas, but I don't think that's gonna do too much, as it seems like Team Connect Gaming is still holding up pretty well. But we have Chen Li getting killed onto bad aim here, where Xbox Lucio is just providing him pills, but now Thomas does go down, ASK does pick him up, and I think this might be the turn of events, or the turn that Banana Baba would want to take on this point in Mecha base.
Yeah, but you know, at the same time, I don't think Connect Gaming is that upset about this fight, because they still have ultimates. They know that it's 99%. They only need to win one fight. They have 4 shots, right? 4 shots before it gets before Banana Baba wins this. They have 4 different fights in which they win, and I think they can win it right now. They have Sound Barrier coming up, they have EMP coming up, they have a Death Blossom coming out. All these are high tempo, very powerful ultimates. In terms of sheer ultimate, I think Connect Gaming has the upper hand. So Nico is going to go behind the enemy right now. He's going to set up an EMP, right? And right after this EMP, they might even throw in the Death Blossom to make sure everyone dies.
That's a huge EMP coming in for Connect Gaming, and meanwhile Nico will be just there to clean up. Bad aim also helping in on the cleanup duty, rafing away for safety here. Also the beat will be popped by Neko Mate, and it seems like I don't think Banana Baba has what it takes to actually come with the win. We also have the Coalescence being popped by Chen Li, but I think it's a little not too effective on the side of Banana Baba. Meanwhile, we will have Chen Li just trying to, you know, make things happen. And huge hack here on the side of the Xbox Lucio, losing his mobility. Meanwhile, Ask just taking away names here on the side of Banana Baba, with KSG just looking to stall any stragglers just trying to come on the point, using his Primal Rage just to assert some dominance. And now we have it a 99-0. I think this is it. This is the win that they need. Nice bubble here being used by KSG, just denying the Death Blossom on the side of Xander.
So I think this match, it was pretty much in control of Connect Gaming, Teddy. I think Connect Gaming held on to Banana Baba and just held on to it all the way, right? So Nico's EMP was essentially the ultimate that allowed them to grasp hold of this victory. Nico got EMP again and again and again. I believe he was on his 3rd EMP. So when you can get EMP again and again and again, right like here, where all the plays are dictated by his EMP, and he has did more than his enemies as well, then essentially you have more ultimates than enemies. In terms of the sheer number of ultimates that Connect Gaming has, they have more than the Banana Baba. So what I would like to see here is Banana Baba play a Sombra. You can try to match their tempo by playing a Sombra and hopefully get that 50-50. They will have to play a mirror, they have to play better than Connect, but I think that is their one shot of victory. However, we will see Banana Baba play something more comfortable to their playstyle. Suku back on a hit scan. He will get a Mercy this time. No more Lucio DPS. He will get a Mercy pocketing him.
Yes, Sukiyomics will have the Mercy Pocket like what you mentioned, but Nico, meanwhile, in the front line, just trying to farm up his EMP. And ASK already has a kill on Unknown. And it seems like Team Connect Gaming is just dictating the pace now. Oh, that is a huge coach gun on the side of Sukiyomics, just pushing away the Winston away from him so that he can actually get to safety. And meanwhile, we will see Sukiyomics getting killed onto Waka, taking the high ground, just hopefully taking some names here to his team. But I don't think that will be happening, as the first contention or point would go in favor of Connect Gaming, as Xander, meanwhile, just trying to be in the backlines, being a nuisance here, taking, just harassing the healer lineup of Connect Gaming. But might not happen though. Chen Li, meanwhile, with a grenade kill onto Nico. So
they actually managed to sleep Nico right there. When you use a sleep dart on an invisible person, that's essentially saying I'm a great Ana right there. So I think Suku playing on point, gonna get a one-on-one with a Reaper, but we know what happens in that one-on-one. The Reaper wins.
Yeah,
the Zaya continues to get point control, but gets hacked by Nico, and I don't think. Oh, I know it's gonna go down, and that's gonna mean they would have the Graviton in play for the next fight.
Yeah, the Graviton will be in play for the next fight, but let's look at the side of Connect Gaming. They already have their Coalescence up, so I guess they have some sustain into their lineup here. Meanwhile, Thomas on the high ground just trying to get the D.Va away from his team so that the D.Va has to reposition and not be in contention to fight, go into the team fight. But meanwhile, we will have now the Graviton being popped by Banana Bava. And it seems like ASK getting killed onto the Zarya, but is being undone by Xbox Lucio. Thomas meanwhile goes up into the air, just trying to get things done. And seems like Nico already has his EMP and now engages with the EMP as well as the Death Blossom by bad aim, taking down the Zarya as well as the Winston. So no tank on the side of Banana Bava, and 82% to 0% on the side of Connect Gaming. I think this is a bit dire since they have swapped to the Reaper as well as the Sombra.
Definitely. But the problem here is that Connect Gaming has a surefire combo to win. They have EMP and Death Blossom. Meanwhile, Banana Bava is trying to win off Super Kick. Right, and that is just a little bit more inconsistent. But a great fight here by Connect Gaming is going to have Nico mid right in with the speed boost, right with the Winston, goes straight for the Roadhog, kills the Roadhog. Ask is going to try to stall the point, but I don't think it's just, I mean, sorry, no, Ask is trying to contest the people on the point, right? Thomas is trying to stall the point. That's not going to be enough. It's just going to be Connect Gaming just bunkering on point, telling Banana Bava, if you want, you can come in, but it's not going to be enough to take us down. And Connect Gaming is going to win quite easily.
Alright, let's look at the combo that was used by Connect Gaming. I think this was the EMP as well as the Death Blossom by bad aim here. He goes in with the die, taking names as well as taking both the tank lineups of Banana Bava, which was what won them the fight. Like what you mentioned, the surefire combo which is being played by Connect Gaming. They have the Reaper, they have the Sombra. And what else could go wrong for Connect Gaming, John?
See, the problem is that the Connect Gaming has the combo, right? As we saw, a powerful combo by Nico and of course the Reaper. But the problem is, I mean, you could counter that. Let's think about the ways that we can counter that combo. You could use D.Va and Defensive Matrix, but then you realize that EMP takes away the Defensive Matrix. And anyway, you don't have Defensive Matrix, right? They were playing a Zarya. So the only way that Banana Bava could win is off their Graviton Surge and off their hit scan player. And I think Suku did a great job in this Koth map as well. Suku was getting picks after picks after picks, but it just wasn't enough, and Connect has so many ultimates. They comboed again and again and again, and they comboed all the way towards winning this Koth round. So I think, right, moving onwards to map 2, map 3, and map 4, what Banana Bava is going to try to do is they're going to try to counter this powerful combo by Connect Gaming. And what Connect Gaming will try to do is they'll try their best to grind Banana Bava down to the dust, right, with Nico on the Sombra, and of course with that Reaper Death Blossom following right up.
Okay, so it seems like the next map is gonna be an assault map. What that would be Anubis. Like let's move away from the DPS lineup on the side of Connect Gaming as well as Banana Bava for a moment. So on the side of assault, the first point is gonna be the 2 arch doors. There's gonna be a narrow choke hole. Like and we talked about earlier on. We talked about Ashe and as well as Widowmaker. Do you think Ashe and Widowmaker would be good going into Anubis right here?
I think both teams will definitely be running the Widow / Ashe. I mean, they will be running one of it. Banana Bava has bad aim, and of course Connect Gaming. Banana Bava has Suku, and of course Connect Gaming has bad aim. So the thing is, in Anubis is a map that Connect Gaming loves to play in, right? Even though Anubis is the second map, and even though a loser gets to pick the map, and Banana Bava chose Anubis, this is a map that Connect Gaming is very happy playing. When Connect Gaming loses the first map, they choose Anubis as well. So this is not going to face them. In fact, Connect Gaming is very happy with this map, right? So
that is true.
I wonder whether Banana Bava should have picked Anubis. I wonder whether they should have prepped other maps to put Connect Gaming into a map that they're not comfortable in. But what's done is done. I'm sure Banana Bava has something up their sleeves. I'm sure they're very confident about their own Anubis as well. So can't wait to watch this matchup. This matchup between Connect Gaming and Banana Bava.
All right, but also let's talk about the tank lineups here. Also, let's we have to go back a little bit where we talk about the August 13 patch, which we see the nerfs towards Orisa as well as Sigma. So there's no double shields, or maybe it has been not too effective to be played right here. But what other tanks do you think would be run on the defense on Temple of Anubis if you don't have the double shields and you don't have something like a Sigma shield to actually block the line of sight of a Widowmaker on the attack?
So to be honest, I think the meta is in a very healthy state. You have many options available to you. You could play Winston D.Va, you could play Sigma Hawk, you could even play what we have seen in Overwatch League. You could play the Roadhog and the Xayah. So I think, but what I think is that, in the Asian meta, right now in the Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020 group stage, what we have been seeing is a lot of Winston D.Va. I think people are just comfortable on Winston D.Va. I think that's what we're going to be seeing. Thomas from Banana Bava, and of course KSG from Connect Gaming Play. I expect both of them will be on their comfortable role. I expect we'll see a lot of Winston in this map.
So Winston D.Va it is, but also in terms of the heal lineup, if let's say teams were to run an Ana, wouldn't that be a bit more of like the big target on top of their head? Like say, please dive me, I'm open. And how do you see teams protecting their Ana against like this dive of Winston D.Va that you mentioned?
That's a really good question, Teddy. I'm glad you asked it. So Ana, you are right. Ana is the vulnerable portion in this strategy. However, Anubis' first point defense, the terrain is extremely awkward for the attacking team. So if the Ana plays on high ground, the high ground on this map is extremely high essentially. It's very, very hard to dive onto high ground without the D.Va poking you, without the Ashe poking you. So that's what we're going to be seeing from Connect Game. They will be trying to set up bad aim on the high ground. They will be trying to protect him with Aski's going to try to fly to bad aim to protect him away from Thomas and Xander. Nico Mate will be pocketing him with the Valkyrie. So we'll see a lot of pocket on bad aim as bad aim take pot shots off the high ground right here, as we can see.
Alright, so now we are live into Anubis and we will have the attack on the side of Banana Bava and the defense on the side of Connect Gaming. Meanwhile, Bad Aim would be rotating onto the other side, just trying to get some sight lines and knowing what's happening as Team Banana Bava does use the connector on the left hand side of the attacking phase, where that's the Mega Health Pack room, and now Bad Aim just trying to make things work here, just trying to get picks, but no, he's getting he got taken down by actually Chen Li, the Moira player on the side of Banana Bava. Meanwhile, Sukiomix just perched on the high ground here, just trying to get some map advantage as well as a line of sight. So teams on the side of Connect Gaming has to be a bit more apprehensive in terms of poking out. But it seems like this is a really, really fast first point on the side of Banana Bava.
Yeah, Banana Bava does not fear anything. They don't care if it's Connect Gaming, they don't care if it's eBank, they don't care at all. They just go straight to the point. So I think that was like a very interesting take, right? Connect Gaming was not preparing for that. They were expecting some, 900 IQ special set play, but no, Banana Bava literally jumped straight to the point. Surprised Connect Gaming, got a couple of picks, and now we will see them play the same strat. They employ the same strat. Coalescence into pushing the team. Very aggressive play from Banana Bava here. This looks like it's going to be a little bit hard for Connect Gaming to save a life.
Alright, just as you said that, it seems like Xbox Lucio providing the third man DPS on the side of Banana Bava, taking down names on his own. He is a one-man army, this guy. He's looking at taking down the Reaper now, chasing him down to the Mega. Meanwhile, rotating back to heal up his team in the front lines, which is both his dive tank. Meanwhile, KSG getting killed onto Thomas. Oh, I think this is it. The team fight will be start for side of Banana Bava. They have to go back to the drawing board, regroup, and actually think what is their win condition for the next fight around.
So this second point is going to be a little bit harder for Sukuyomics because when you play Ashe on this map, there is no high ground for Ashe to set up. So essentially, even if Banana Bava goes in, Sukuyomics has no pocket. He has no mercy with him. So what Connect Gaming should do, and probably will do, is just to rush Sukuyomi. So you can see Nico is already setting up behind. He's looking for the Ashe essentially. You don't see the Ashe, and that's the sound barriers a bit. But they will try their best. Almost with the Primal, he's going to go straight in. Xander gets a Pulse Bomb. Nico gets a reverse Pulse Bomb on Suku.
That's a huge. I think that was what you mentioned earlier, Nico just taking down Sukiomix, and that would be the essentially sort of like the opening or the win condition on the side of Connect Gaming. Meanwhile, look at this fight, it is already done and dusted. Bad Aim with a cleanup onto Xander, and with that, I think they used their beat on the side of Xbox Lucio in that engagement earlier as well. So Connect Gaming also doesn't have too much ultimate. They have, of course, the Death Blossom, and he's waiting on the high ground here to engage with this Death Blossom. How do you think that's gonna go for Connect Gaming?
Connect Gaming has insane teamwork. When they go in like a team. So their Death Blossom has like very, very high success rate. So what I think we'll see is if it doesn't work out right, Bad is just gonna tell his team to wait out a little bit. He's gonna set up for the next Death Blossom right here in the opening. He's gonna wait for the perfect time. He sees the D.Va flies. I think he wanted to go for a Death Blossom that doesn't really get it out because there was no D.Va mech. But I think we will see a Death Blossom coming in soon. There we go.
Yep,
Bad with
there
the
we
Death
go.
Blossom right in the middle of everyone. Waited for everyone to get distracted and then bam, right into the middle of Banana Baba.
Yep, and also he did go down in the effort of taking down the D.Va, but no, he is being avenged by his teammate. And meanwhile, Nico here just swapping on to the Sombra himself and already at 70% outcharge. So this is Connect Gaming at its best. They are playing the Sombra as well as the Reaper that they have been known for. And they have been doing quite well thus far with this combination. Meanwhile, you look at this play here. Bad aim using his Death Blossom, getting off 2. So it essentially made it a 6v4 situation, and that spells disaster for Banana Bava. Meanwhile, we will have Xbox Lucio leading charge with the heals and the sustain towards his team. They have 2 kills to their name now, and they can engage. And meanwhile, Thomas getting a primal kill onto Nekomate. This is it. And now with the beat being popped. And I think there is nothing that Team Connect Gaming, although they popped the ultimate, which is the Nico's ultimate here, they can't do too much. And we have, meanwhile, Sukio mixed with the Death Blossom of his own, just trying to kill members of Team Connect Gaming. He's going in deep. But Nico, meanwhile, just trying to be on the safe side. And he's just trying to contest point. We already have 1 tick on the side of Banana Power with a pulse bomb onto Xander. Meanwhile, the beat being used by Nekomate. He's just going in, and Bad aim is on the Mega Health Pack side and just trying to get picks on his own. The D.Va mech, meanwhile, gets a kill onto Nekomate. And it seems like this is quite a back and forth. I thought it was going to be Team Banana Baba having a win here, but it seems like being stalled here, which is a defender's advantage on the side of Anubis. This map in particular. Huge deny there with the Death Blossom being negated essentially to 0. That's because of Unknown with the defense matrix eating up the lethalness of the Death Blossom.
So what we saw there was actually Connect Gaming playing that very well strategically. Even though they had lost the fight, they waited for them to get sound barrier. They had sound barrier, so they waited for 1 tick, 2 tick, waited for everyone to respawn, and at the same time pushed together with the sound barrier, killed their Moira. See, the important thing, you have to kill the Moira first because the Moira keeps you on point. So anyway, moving on to this fight, we have Banana Baba with the insane amount of outs. We'll see Chen-Li, of course, opening with Coalescence, killing off Bad aim in a bad position, and now pushing all the way to point. This actually might be it for Connect Gaming, unless this D.Va bomb gets like multiple kills, and we don't see that. And Connect Gaming now doesn't even have the sound barrier that saved them in the previous fight.
That is right. As soon as you say that, Xbox Lucio using his sound, this beat on his own, but Bad aim taking down the main tank Thomas. So KSG also with the D-Mac onto the D.Va. Meanwhile, Xbox Lucio here just peeling for his team, but no, his team, what looked to be like the perfect engage for Banana Power did actually go down into smithereens, and now this is a huge stall on the side of Unknown here. He gets stalled out a little bit longer.
Definitely wasn't expecting that from Connect, but to be honest, in 2CP in Anubis, when you make one mistake, the mistake is compounded for the attacking side, since the spawn is so close for the defense. So Bad aim with the Death Blossom again. Death Blossom will be actually boisted with Nico make sound barriers. It's going to be impossible to kill him. Death Blossom is going to be pretty much just death on the side of Banana Bava. But I mean, I don't think Banana Bava needs to be that frustrated. They did get 57.7%. That's a pretty significant control on the second point of Anubis, which is like fame for no one being able to cap it.
That is right.
That's sad about it. Yeah.
That is right, but look at the times when Banana Bava did actually engage, quite well. But it seems like what you mentioned, mistakes were being compounded on the side of Banana Bava, and Connect Gaming I think they might maybe have the better teamwork. I'm not too sure they have more experience playing as a team, but it seems like when they did respawn on the second point, they actually all grouped up together and just go in at the same time, and that was maybe what got them the edge.
I
what
think
do you
I
think
think you
about
might be right there. I think you might be right there, Teddy. I think Connect does have the battle teamwork, at least in that particular fight. Because when Connect dives, they dives with a target in mind. They think, all right, for us to win this fight, we need to kill this person, and they throw themselves towards that person. So they know they needed to kill Chen-Li's Moira. They jumped at Chen-Li with the only ultimate they have, with the sound barrier, and they kill Chen-Li. So it doesn't matter whether they are down in terms of ultimate. It doesn't matter whether they're down in terms of numbers. They find their one single solitary win con, right, amidst the impossible odds against them. They go for that, and more often than not, they succeed because of that teamwork.
That is true, but meanwhile on the side of Banana Baba, he is gonna be Chen-Li is the Ana on the side of Banana Baba. He's gonna deal with the dive. I'm not too sure what this could actually be the end of him, as let's say we talked about the teamwork of Connect Gaming being very focused on their targets. So let's hope Chen-Li won't be the first to get taken down. So meanwhile, Connect Gaming rotating on the side of the high ground on the right. Nico, meanwhile, just trying to get some scouting information back to his team. So he sees the D.Va being pushed onto the backhand side of the first point. Goes in, sees Chen-Li. Chen-Li is open. I think this might be the opening kill. If Chen-Li goes down, this is it. There's no heals and sustenance. So first pick on the side of Connect Gaming. They actually got a kill onto Chen-Li. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of Banana Bawa actually making things work though. Sukio Mix has been doing so much damage in the front line, just with the dynamite, as well as the damage of his coach gun itself is enough. But meanwhile,
pretty much wins off the first point with that lightning dive on Chen-Li, like you guys saw. Yeah. And I think that's the problem, right? Overwatch is about problems and solutions. One team poses a problem in terms of their strategy, and the other team will try their best to solve the problem. So the problem now is that Connect Gaming has been making lightning fast engages into Chen-Li. Chen-Li has been dying first every single fight. So the question is, how does Banana Baba peel for Chen-Li? How do they counter this lightning fast dive on a vulnerable part? And we will see right now in this fight.
Okay, and I think this next fight is going to revolve around the EMP, which Nico is about to pop. He already has it. He's now looking. Oh no, but he's being slapped. That's a huge shame. He gets taken down. And no, I think this is back to the drawing board for Team Connect Gaming. Maybe next round, next fight, they would have a bit more combos to, go together with the Sombra EMP. They have bad aim, ultimate online, and also they have Nekomate's beat. So that is like the insurance plan here on the side of Connect Gaming.
Banana Baba composition is going to struggle against Connect Gaming, right? They have a defensive matrix against the Death Blossom from bad aim, but they also have an EMP coming out against them. So I mean, I think the only way Banana Baba wins this is to get a pick. Suku has to get a pick, but now we already see Nico getting a pick on Xander, and Xander's going to go down. So only Suku left on the DPS lineup. Charlie's going to use the Nano on Thomas. Thomas is going to try to get a few kills, but if Thomas fails to get any picks right here, then we will see Nico setting up for this EMP, and we know this EMP is going to be good. We know that this EMP is going to get comboed with bad aims Death Blossom right here.
He got scouted early, so he had to flee back to safety, and meanwhile this is back on the drawing board, but Connect Gaming already has 5 ultimates. I'm not sure. This is going to be huge. He is setting up for the EMP. He looks to go in the back line. Might pop it anytime soon. The D.Va, the Winston does actually pop the bubble for him. No, but the beat also comes online for Team Connect Gaming. Meanwhile, bad aim, popping his ultimate on his own, just trying to clear up anybody that he can find. ASK meanwhile getting kill onto Xander. So this is the opening, I think the perfect opening which Connect Gaming wants. Waka meanwhile with a coalescence kill onto Xander. Now we have it. The D.Va bomb does actually goes in, getting kill onto the Xbox Lucia. So it seems like things are dire, and now we have Connect Gaming actually clutching out this win against Banana Bawa. Not even the EMP was... It didn't really matter whether they have it or not.
It was quite cool. We actually saw Nico making a mistake right there. I don't know, I mean, maybe our audience might have missed it, but what happened right there was that Nico wanted to go for the EMP, and he dropped really low in health because he was discovered, and then his Lucio sound barrier for him. But at that same time, he translocated out, wasting valuable time off the sound barrier. So he could have comboed with the Lucio and Death Blossom at the same time. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. When you have a good team, they have your back, right? Even if you make a mistake, right? If you have 5 other great players, they will help you bring the play to the end, even if you didn't get your EMP at the right timing. It doesn't matter if you're in the right position. That's what happens when you have a team with this kind of insane teamwork from Connect Gaming. So it's 2-0. It's not the end of the series yet. I think Banana
That's
Baba
right.
still has a shot. But I think, Teddy, they have to play a Sombra. You cannot not play a Sombra in this meta if the enemy team is playing a Sombra, Teddy.
That is true. But also, I have to point out something here, John. Like the amount of spy checking which Banana Baba did or was next to not really too much of a spy checking, so they didn't really spot Nico flanking their Ana. So I guess every time it was the Ana getting taken down early, Chen Li especially, poor Chen Li, yes, he is like the receiving brunt of the wrath of Connect Gaming in every beginning of the team fight.
So generally, there are two ways to counter that playstyle. One, you fight faster than them, right? You know you have a Sombra invisible in your backline. You give up. You know that you're gonna lose, right? So you just go straight for the aggressive play. Like right now, we see KSG and Nico just setting up this play right for bad aim to Death Blossom in the middle. This is what you are facing off with, right? This is what Banana Baba is facing off with. This insane teamwork from every single member of the team just to enable one single out in motion. Of course, we also saw Xbox Lucio just playing really, really well on the side of Banana Baba, right? Speed Boost was on point, was a DPS player, just played very well overall. I think Banana Baba definitely have great stars in their team. We are just going to see them have difficulty. These stars have difficulty against the combined prowess of Nico, EMP, Death Blossom again and again and again. Busan in Anubis, maybe in the next map, right? And Banana Baba has to solve this. They have to solve this if they want to win this series, if they want to turn this.
Yeah, it seems like Team Banana Baba isn't doing too well against like a sure been picked by Connect Gaming. They have been running the Reaper Sombra combination, and like what you mentioned, if you have to go against that, I would really like to echo what you mentioned just now. You have to use the Sombra on your own, but you have to. But what if Banana Baba doesn't have a good Sombra player? Like, is there any others? You know, the DPS on the side of Banana Baba just isn't comfortable with a Sombra. So what do next? Like, what is their exit strategy or their plan B?
So if they don't have a powerful enough Sombra, what I think they can do is to play a more threatening comp against Connect Gaming. They could play a Widow, they could play their Ashe, but I think instead of playing the Ana, I think they can try to play a Zen for increased damage. I think that's one thing they can do. They could also play Xayah Roadhog or Diva Roadhog. I think that also has powerful pick potential. That would rely on the pick potential of the tanks, right? Roadhog getting picks along with Suku getting picks. I think the composition they have right now isn't totally working. So they can go for more powerful plays with a different comp. So I think we will be moving on to the third map, which will be, I believe, Dorado. So Dorado, Teddy. Dorado, I think it's Banana Baba map. This is a sniper map, Teddy. This is a sniper map.
Yes,
Suku is going to be very, very happy.
Yes, if Banana Baba were to actually make things happen or make a reverse sweep, this would be the map. This is towards their advantage. Like what you mentioned, it might be an Ashe, it might be a Widowmaker. It seems like if let's say Banana Baba does indeed get one pick earlier or making the fight a 6v5, a 6v4, that might be that might be their opening towards the engage onto Connect Gaming. So, but on the side of Connect Gaming, like what tanks do you see like on the defense, especially the first point of Dorado?
So I'm not too sure what Connect Gaming is going to play. Sombra Reaper can work here, but it's definitely not as good as in Busan and Temple of Anubis. So I'm not sure whether Connect Gaming is going to play that or they play a sniper. To be honest, they can play either because they have a great Widow in bad aim and they have a great Tracer in Nico, but they also have a great Sombra Reaper composition. So I think it boils down to what they think would be best to counter Banana Baba. Also, one more thing. I think Connect Gaming is not so well rehearsed on this map, because they always pick Gibraltar. This is not a map that they're comfortable in. So definitely, like you say, this is definitely an opportunity for Banana Baba to grab hold, right, and to win this fight off the powers of their hit scan.
That is right. So we'll see if, let's say, Team Banana Baba can actually make things happen in this round. But like you mentioned, Xbox Lucio, a really mechanically talented Lucio on his own. Do you think do you think a pocket onto the hit scan or the Vince or the Widowmaker or the Ashe would be a better play going into this, or do you think Xbox Lucio should just run Lucio and do Lucio things?
I think Xbox Lucio might have to go Mercy right here, because if you know your win condition is your snipers, then I think you need to throw all the resources you have onto the sniper. So we will see Xbox Lucio going for Mercy here, though we don't know whether that is the extent of their pick, because obviously they're on attack, right? And they can hide their pick all the way to the end. It's like a very popular strategy in Overwatch, but even though the enemy can't see your comm, you just want to tide it all the way to the end. But I think, yes, Teddy, I think Xbox is going to go for Mercy. I think it's going to pocket Suku. I think this is going to be the Suku show, right? If Banana Baba win or lose, it's going to be because Suku decides, right here and then, that they are not going to take the loss. They are going to move back. They're going to make sure Suku is Mr. Good Aim here versus Mr. Bad Aim.
Definitely Mr. Good Aim versus Bad Aim. And here we go. We are now live into Dorado. This is actually the escort map, which I think would be something Banana Bawa would look to play. And now Xander onto the Tracer, just trying to go in the back lines and hopefully taking down Bad Aim or assisting Tsukio Mix early on into the fight. Now we will have Bubble onto the Winston Thomas, which is earning Unknown quite a fair bit of energy right there. But looking at the side of Connect Gaming, they are actually having an attack angle on Team Banana Baba on 3 separate high grounds. So I think Banana Baba is a bit puzzled on how to engage. So now we will have the engage, which is Thomas jumping onto the high ground on the side of which is near their spawn, but Bad Aim just taking down, just trying to do so much damage, and he already has 63% of outcharge to his name. Meanwhile, Xander just trying to poke onto the right side, and the cart has already been pushed to below the archway here, which is the first big choke point on Dorado first point. But meanwhile, Bad Aim already has his bob. That was a quick bob on the side of Bad Aim. So it seems like he is Mr. Good Aim, and Tsukio Mix hasn't been providing any early picks for the side of Banana Bawa. So seems like the first bob will be used by Bad Aim, just trying to stall and disallow any healing on the side of Team Banana Bawa to actually go through. Meanwhile, Waka getting killed onto Thomas, so this is back to the drawing board on the side of Banana Baba.
So Banana Buffer was trying to use Nano to break through the choke, right? You always need to use an ultimate to break through the choke, and what they chose was the Nano Winston, but the Nano Winston was countered by Nano Bob, right? So you essentially sent a robot, right? A Nano robot, not even a real person, just a Nano Bob right towards dealing with the main tech, and then Winston effectively has to drop back and he has to get out. So I think what Banana Baba will be looking for is either a Pulse Bomb, which I think is not going to be easy. Xander's going to go to the backline, he's going to try to find Waka, get a stick on Waka, or Unknown building that Graviton Surge. So I think we will see one of these two. Xander's going to go to the back, but already getting
Meanwhile, Nico already has a pick onto the McCree. Tsukio Mix and Nico yet again another kill onto Xbox Lucio. So it seems like they are running out of ideas now. So they are actually resorting back to their comfort picks for the side of Banana Baba, Xbox Lucio on the Lucio, Xander, and Tsukio Mix. Tsukio Mix now playing the McCree instead of the Ashe. So it seems like their idea of actually pocketing the Ashe being played by Tsukio Mix with the Mercy didn't really work out, and now they're back to their comfort picks. So meanwhile, we will see TSG already has his ultimate as well as Ask, and Nico with the EMP. I think this fight is all gonna be revolving around the EMP.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be easy because once again, right, Nico with EMP, I feel like we have heard this fairy tale 1,000 times. He's going to EMP, he's going to win the fight, he's going to allow Connect to get other ultimates, right, and then they're just going to cycle again and again. Banana Baba without the Sombra will mean that they don't even need to use the EMP. A single Nano by Waka dread Thomas into bits.
Okay, actually, meanwhile with the double kill here on the side, just putting down Banana Baba, just cleaning the whole team of Banana Baba, like, you know, it's just another day in the office, nothing too big, and the cart is essentially stuck below the first archway here, which is the first major choke point of Dorado. And it seems like Banana Baba is lost for words on what they can do. Meanwhile, they are engaged with Chenli's Coalescence into the fight. Chenli's Coalescence will be providing the DPS as well as the healing potential on the side of Banana Baba. And now we will have the EMP being popped by Nico. So, huge because of the EMP, I think Ars did get a kill onto the Diva bomb here. And meanwhile, Nico with a headshot kill onto the members. And so this is it. I think Connect Gaming is actually doing so well on this map.
So, I mean, I know Nico EMP is awesome, right? You know what's the one thing worse than the EMP, than Nico EMP? Is when Nico feels like he doesn't need to EMP to win, which is pretty much what happened when they nano the Winston and they won off with just the nano Winston. However, that was still an insane EMP, right? He held it all the way. He was like, my team got my back. I don't think I need to EMP. But, at the end, he still EMP'd for the final fight, won the fight, and hence managed to full hold Banana Bava even before the first point. So you know what this means, Teddy? It means that Connect Gaming is scary on two different comps. They're not just like, because A-Bang is very good at one comp, right? They're very good at Moira comp, Rush comp. That's a very scary comp that A-Bang likes to run. But Connect Gaming has shown powers on two compositions that they can, essentially play and beat the ever leaving, out of their opponents. So this is just really insanely scary for Connect Gaming. And look, back to the Reaper Sombra. Right? Back to the Reaper Sombra.
Back to the Reaper Sombra. Oh no, it seems like we've seen this story before in the first two maps. It's the Reaper Sombra, and Banana Bava doesn't really have an answer to this. And seems like Neko mate now will be playing the Lucio just to provide a bit more pills for his team and provide healing in the front line. And I think essentially Neko mate can be the third man DPS on the side of Connect Gaming, but Xander and Tsukio Mix. But also no pocket for Tsukio Mix. How do you feel about this?
To be honest, I would really like to see the pocket on Tsukio Mix. But I mean, even when they're playing the Winston Roadhog comp, I think this is a comp that really needs essentially a Mercy. I think a Mercy really adds a lot of power, a lot of rotational power in a map as big as Dorado. But when you have Lucio and Mora, you essentially only can rush. Yet, if you don't really have a Sombra to help you in the rush, and they don't have a Reaper either. So it's definitely a weird comp coming up from Banana Bava. Yet, I can't help but think that maybe they have something in their pocket, right? Maybe they have been practicing this comp. Maybe they have been succeeding on this comp.
Definitely so. Definitely so. And now we'll see the opening pick, ASK getting killed onto the Roadhog here. So Unknown would be going down early. Meanwhile, Tsukio Mix just holding on in the backlines, hopefully just cutting off any Nico shenanigans or Sombra shenanigans poking his way. Meanwhile, Ask getting killed onto Thomas, so no tanks on the side of Banana Bava, just trying to push the payload. Meanwhile, KSG getting killed, and wow, it seems like this is an early win for Connect Gaming. So this was a really fast push on the side of Connect Gaming, and it seems like Tsukio Mix really didn't have too much to contribute to the team fight, where he was being held out hostage all the way back just because he's so worried about the Sombra.
So I think they definitely need the Mercy if they need to identify what their win con is and enhance play their win con. However, I think we saw Banana Bava putting up a great fight in KOF. Right? In KOF, we saw Suku play a map. I don't think many people can say that they took a map of Connect Gaming in KOF. I think it's pretty rare. Connect Gaming currently is, I think, 4-1, which means, and a lot of their fights have been relatively clean, which means that I think Banana Bava, can pat himself in the back, right? Suku was a menace in one of the in essentially Century in Busan. So I think well done by Banana Bava for that map. However, they just couldn't find an answer towards Nico Sombra throughout the other maps. So I think that was definitely one of the core problems in this series.
That is true. But okay, don't go anywhere. Although it seems like Connect Gaming would be the team victorious against this duel, in this duel, Connect Gaming versus Banana Bava. Seems like Banana Bava has been struggling in this competition thus far. They haven't been winning any games. But also, we have the next game that's going to be played is Jacob Bird and Far East Society. That's quite the two heavy hitters in this game, in this tournament, as far as teams go. So we witnessed Jacob Bird getting a reverse sweep over Jaeger, and meanwhile Far East Society having the big names in terms of the games, where they have guys like Lil Rex, they have Juno, Ketchup, Plankton, Fearless, Xeon, Flux. They have all the star-studded players here, but we'll see. And meanwhile, we will be back with more Overwatch action. So don't go anywhere. We will be still with you And don't forget to tune in for Jacobert versus Far East Society in a bit longer, in a while more.
Okay. 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 Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
I'm back once again. This is Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020. Earlier on, we just now witnessed a 3-0 win. Connect Gaming did actually dish out the punishment against Banana Baba, and don't fret, we still have more games. We are actually going to be watching Jacobert versus Far East Society. As I mentioned earlier, definitely Jacobert having the reverse sweep over Jaeger in the match at 7 p.m. and Far East Society, meanwhile, having the heavy hitters as well as the big names here. So also they have been the team which is invited, and they didn't essentially have to fight for their spot here. So right now, like, I'll just want to ask my co-caster, which is John Galt. John Galt, again, if you are just tuning in, John Galt is the man, the myth, the legend himself. He is Jian Qing, and he was the head coach for Washington Justice as well as LA Gladiators. So, and also in this tournament thus far, he also is the coach for Watermelon Waddlers. So, what do you think? Jacobert versus Far East Society.
So I think Jacobert versus Fice is going to be a really exciting match because they are both fighting for a very, very important spot. They're both fighting to be top 4, and they're both relatively close enough in the standings that it is kind of dangerous for them to drop a map against each other, right? So we have like Jaco on 3rd place right now, 4 wins and 1 loss, and we have Fies on 3 and 2. So 1 loss for Fies will put them, they'll put them dangerously close towards the bottom half. And similarly for Jaco, right? Neither of them wants to be close to the bottom half, right? Both of them wants to have way more wins than anyone else in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position. So I think both of them will be trying their best to succeed in this game. However, I think the important thing is Jaco going to get tired? They just have like this insane, Teddy, you mentioned, but they had this insane 3-2 series against Jaegers. And here's the thing, right? Even in Overwatch League, people get tired when they play such a long series. So, of course, this is a tournament where people might be, there are a mixture of experienced and inexperienced players. I think Jaegers have players that are experienced. Jacobert have players that are experienced, players that are less experienced. Similarly for Far East. So the question will be, right? Can Jaco hold up the amount of the quality of gameplay that they have been showing, and can Fice Society, right, play consistently? Because if Fice Society play consistently and play well, I think Fice is definitely the top 2 teams in the Ace tournament right now. So the question is, can they do it versus a team, right, that just has a best of 5 series?
Okay, let's talk. I would actually like to just ask you regarding main tanks. All right. So far in this tournament, there hasn't been proper main tanks, not too many proper main tanks. I think that is also one of the reason, like maybe your team is struggling quite a fair bit because there's like not really a main tank but a flex tank. Then becoming main tank, you just for this tournament lah, But let's talk about Far East Society. They actually have quite an accomplished main tank. His name is Sachok. He has been playing for the Overwatch World Cup team in Team Singapore, and he also have a lot of experience in terms of contenders. But what about the side of Jacobert? Like how do you think like their main tank has been providing value thus far for the team, or is he just there like a bystander and whatnot?
I have to be honest, right? Jacobert is a team that is a team that I don't know very well. A lot of their players haven't really been in the scene. However, that makes it even more impressive that they have been beating teams that have been more experienced. They do, however, have a very experienced coach in Hedgehog who had been a contenders coach. So what we see in Jacobert is a new team, the underdog, captained by an experienced coach, and I think they are here to make waves in the scene, right, in the Pacific scene. However, Fire Society, like you mentioned, have Sachok, and to be honest, if you ask me who is the best main tank in the Ace tournament right now, I probably would say Sachok. Sachok is I coached him before. He's a very aggressive main tank. I believe he's going to be one of the pillar piece for Fire Society.
All right. So yes, like you mentioned, you have coached Sachok before, and going into Team Far East Society, like what do you think compositions would to be run here? Because Sachok is quite known for his Reinhardt, but I'm not too sure whether Reinhardt is a viable pick to be played now, as far as going for the August 18 patch, where generally, although Reinhardt wasn't involved in the nerfs going into shields, but Orisa has received a shield nerf, as well as Sigma has received a nerf. So shield maybe isn't too good right now, but what are your opinions on Sachok playing?
I agree with you. Sachok is definitely an experienced Reinhardt, but I believe his Winston is even more impressive than his Reinhardt. In fact, I think, as his coach, right, I think his Reinhardt has some flaws, but in his Winston is honestly when he plays it and he's comfortable on match day, his Winston is definitely a very, very dangerous piece to behold. So when you have a Winston player in a Winston meta, that is actually very, very impressive, right? Even in Overwatch League, you have players that plays Orisa and Brian, and then you have players specializing in Winston, right? But Fire Society has a powerful Winston player against other teams, where other teams are struggling to find a main tank, right? They have a lot of teams have a healer, but they have Sachok, who's a very experienced main tank player, the pillar of the team, so to speak. And if you look at other players in Fire Society, right, they have Jumo, Sogi, Leo Rex as DPS. All these people are very experienced, having played in multiple competitions. And the rest of Fire Society, I don't think I see a name in Fire Society that has not played in contenders. Maybe one or two, but the rest of them have played in contenders. However, right, that's not to put down Jacobert, right? The fact that Jacobert has
true.
Four different teams with this little amount of experience, it's very scary because they're an unknown entity. You can't watch their VODs from last year, watching them in contenders, see what their playstyle is. You don't know what they do. They have only played 4 games. So Jacobert here, it's extremely scary because we are scared of the unknown. And Fire Society definitely should, be apprehensive about facing Jacobert over here in Lijiang Control Centers.
All right, so now we are live with let's look at what happened, Jacobert versus Jaeger. This is where Jaco actually duking it out with Team Jaeger, and they actually got the reverse sweep. So Jaco has been proving that he is really quite a flexible DPS. He can play I've seen him play Genji, I've seen him play Ashe. He can do it all. But on the side of Fire Society, you have names like Lil Rex, and you also have names like Jumo. Do you think Jumo and Lil Rex has what it takes to keep up with Jaco, like what you mentioned earlier when we were talking in the waiting room?
I definitely think they have enough experience to keep up, right? Soki has played in Australian contenders. Lil Rex has played for in contenders as well. All these players have a lot of a huge amount of experience under different coaches with different teammates. If they know what the meta is, for example, if the meta is Sombra, which it is, I don't think they are a team that needs to play a comfort pick, right? Because a team that needs to play comfort picks, a team that needs to play comfort pick essentially need to rely on other things, but they don't need to do that. However, right, let's take a look at the map pool between Jacobert and Fire Society right now. So
okay, the first map, like you mentioned, first map is going to be Busan Control. Okay, so this is like what you mentioned earlier. Busan is where you have maps which are quite open, and you can actually use hit scans like Widowmaker or an Ashe for more consistent damage output, but you don't have the confirmed kills. Since this patch, we didn't see the fall of damage from Widowmaker yet, so I think Widowmaker might still be viable here. As far as downtown goes, is a really a map favored towards Widowmaker as well as Shrine, right?
Definitely, I think I think they have the possibility of playing Widowmaker on this map. However, I think if because both teams have an experienced coach, I think what they will play instead will be something more on the lines of maybe an Ashe with a Mercy, since Ashe is considered right a little bit more versatile than Widow right now. Or they might play the Sombra and the Reaper, taking a page out of Connect Gaming strategy. So I expect that those will be the compositions we will see, right? Either the Ashe and Mercy or the Sombra and the Reaper.
All right. So what is a good pair with the Mercy as far as the other heals is concerned? If let's say you'll be running a Widowmaker,
Definitely the Ashe, right? Definitely the Anna, I think, unless you have a very strong Zen player. But I think right now in the Ace tournament, most people are more experienced with Anna as opposed to a Zen, as just because like the last 1 or 2 years, we just have been seeing a lot of Anna play. So I think they will be playing more Anna Mercy if they choose to play Ashe, or they might just play the Lucio Moira, right? Like Chun-Li on his Moira, and choose to play the Reaper comp instead.
Okay, so now we are live in Busan. This will be Shrine, the first map that is going to be played, and we will have both these teams duking it out. Of course, I can't stress enough the importance of this map. Basically, both this map are essentially jostling for the 4th position to be in the top half or the bottom half of the bracket. So I'm not discounting Jaco to play the Pharah. That's because I have seen him pull off the Pharah Mercy before. But on the other hand, he has the potent Genji that he can play as well. So quite the flexible DPS. On the side of Far East Society, we will have Soggy playing the Sombra as well as Lil Rex playing the Symmetra. I think the Symmetra is just going to be there for the fast teleporter.
I think Lil Rex will be changing to Reaper. Generally, the Symmetra, the person who plays Reaper plays the Symmetra. So here we go, Fire Society with the Reaper and the Sombra. Very meta comp, since they have, I think their coaching staff has 3 people, so they know what the meta is, all right, and they will play the meta. Jacob playing something a little bit more comfortable, playing the Pharah, the Tracer. They will be looking to play slow against the fast, hard-hitting composition that Fire Society has.
Yep. Meanwhile, we will be looking here at Jaco. He is raining down rockets from above, just trying to get and peel for his team on the left-hand side here. But no, Kelburn does actually get taken down early. Sarchok, meanwhile, with the kill onto Kelburn. Meanwhile, Jaco just raining down rockets on the side, on the middle here, just trying to get a pick to his name, hopefully getting a pick onto a support of the side of Fire Society. But no, it seems like Plankton already got a kill onto the Mercy, so it's back to the drawing board for Team Jacobit.
So here's the thing, right? You might want to play slow. Jaco wants to play slow because of course, because Fire Society composition is very fast. But will Fire Society allow you to play slow? The answer is no, right? They're gonna rush, they're gonna hit you hard because that's what they're meant to do. So Jacob is going to swap to the Zen. I prefer the Zen over the Anna. However, I don't think this is still going to be easy, right? Akame already with the Coalescence will be using the Coalescence to speed up the push. Jaco landing right onto Akame, killing Akame. Great pulse bomb for XRS will make sure the D.Va gets the max. So over this long battle of attrition, Fire Society still rise up on top.
Yep, as you said that, but XRS is now taking names, and Jacob Bird does go down on the second time after his resurrection. Meanwhile, Fearless here with a kill onto XRS. So with this being said, I think Team Far East Society is actually holding up really well onto the point here, but with the side of Soggy's EMP, I think that's the next play that's going to be happening for Far East, isn't it?
So FiZe is doing like what Connect did, right? They're gonna use Coalescence to win the fight. Then after they win the fight, the very next fight, they're gonna use EMP, and just using one out right here, the EMP, they're gonna just try to win the fight, right? So XRS is gonna try to pick off one of the DPS because they don't really have a lot of damage since the Reaper died, but it's gonna be no avail. The EMP is gonna be too fast, right? It's gonna hit too many people for them to do any sort of counter engage. So powerful play by Far East, using just 2 outs back-to-back, Coalescence into EMP, winning 2 outs each with each of these ultimate, and look at what they have in the next fight, right? Akame has Coalescence again. They're gonna do it again and again. Coalescence to EMP, back into Coalescence, Eddie.
Yeah, back into Coalescence, and let's look at Lil Rex here. He is on fire, and he has been providing so much poke damage, but on the side of Jacob, they are not really able to peel enough for the Zenyatta play here on the side of Jacob. But so I think this is quite the look at that. Just when I was saying Lil Rex just killed the Zenyatta on the side of Jacobert and Fire Society. Lil Rex is just doing so much work. Meanwhile, although Kelvin did come in with the Diva Bomb, but I think it's a little too.
So Lil Rex has been doing such a good job in this series, right? He has been doing a lot. With or without the EMP, with or without the Coalescence, he has been all the way to the enemy's back, right? Just clean one click on the Zen, right? That tells you how good he is as a tracer. Just go for the Zen, straight into a tank, kills the Diva even before she remax, and just insane mechanics on the side of Fire Society. And if you take a look at their composition right now, all of Fire Society players are on a comfort pick. Fearless is known for his Lucio, Sachok is known for his Winston, Plankton his Diva, Soggy his Sombra, and Lil Rex just now was playing Tracer, one of his most powerful roles. So I think they're just perfectly happy with this meta, right? They are happy with this meta. They're just gonna play it probably for all the maps, or at least, you know, just a lot of the maps they're gonna play this series.
That is true, that is true. Now we will see this is mecha based. Soggy meanwhile in the backlines, just trying to find for a hack target. He does find it, and now he's just looking to take down one, but no, he has to teleport to safety. Meanwhile, Lil Rex in the front lines just trying to make things happen, teleporting now in the backlines with a rotation on his own. Just hopefully just trying to catch a healer of Jacob, but with his shotgun essentially. Meanwhile, XRS in the front lines now walling them off, just making sure that their escape route is blocked. Ainzo just trying to swing his hammer and meanwhile getting a kill onto Sachok. So Sachok would be the main tank going down early, but no, doesn't matter as Akame would be there to answer in retaliation with a kill onto Kelvin. Meanwhile, Ainzo just swinging his hammer, just trying to assert dominance onto the point. He hasn't been taken down, and he actually has so much HP. That's because of his heals here, which is the Moira, and now is being harassed by the Tracer and as well. Sorry, not the Tracer, but the Sombra. But Ainzo just holding on to the point here as long as possible, hopefully to get the first stick in the favor of Jacobert.
So I think Fire Society was actually already winning, but they got a little bit oh my goodness, the E from Plankton, he ate the Blizzard. That Blizzard would have been enough to win the fight, but he ate the Blizzard, and now Soggy with the EMP trying to get the point back. I mean, Jaco has the Death Blossom, but he's not going to be able to use it because of the EMP, right? So Corbin has the grab, but it's 6% more. He's going to play it out for the grab. I think both teams still try to win. The point has not been kept. They have been fighting for close to a minute, and Sacho right here with the Primal, trying to clean up, but both teams is trying to clean up as much as possible, and it looks like Corbin actually used the grab in the middle of that chaos. I don't know where he grabbed, but that is not good for Jaco. They use expensive ultimates like Blizzard and grab, and yet the points still flip to Fire Society.
I know, but that is such a long fight going into the first point of Mecha base. Multiple ults have already been farmed at this rate, but meanwhile, let's look at the side of Jaco, but Pali using his Coalescence to keep his teammates alive, and Jaco just trying to get some damage in the front lines, providing some support for Ainzo to actually go ham in the front lines. Meanwhile, they see Soggy on the side, just with that aggression by Jaco, he has to teleport away to safety. And let's look at Soggy. Meanwhile, he already has his EMP, and now again with a hack on Kelvin. Kelvin has to be a bit careful now with this hacks, and now the EMP does actually comes through for Team Far East Society. We will have Jaco as well. He has the die or the Death Blossom, and again it's back against 4. And Ainzo meanwhile using his hammer and Earth Shatter gets a kill and a combination in conjunction with Jaco with his Death Blossom. So this is quite the reversal of events on the side of Jaco. But
so what set up that Death Blossom beautifully was actually the Shatter from Ainzo, right? Everyone was looking at the main, everyone was looking at the Reaper, and no one saw the Rhine setting up for that dangerous Shatter play. But I mean, they're still gonna win. They're still gonna be a great, Shatter setting up. But here's XRS with the Blizzard. They got a Blizzard and Grab Monster. That's a really expensive combo, so they better win this fight. But they did freeze Satchel, right? However, Satchel didn't seem to die, so they just didn't have enough damage to kill the Winston, Frozen, and Graf. They're gonna follow up with Sound Barrier. Fire Society's gonna follow up with Sound Barrier to counter the Sound Barrier that Jacobert did. XRS is of course still trying to brawl, but it's gonna get caught in the middle of Fire Society and just like that, it's just gonna die. So the brawl continues, right? And Fire Society looks like they're gonna come up top, even after they use Grab and Breezer.
That is true, and look at Lil Rex now as well as Fearless. I would like to point out that Fearless indeed is a fearless support on the side of Fire East Society. He is the third DPS of Fire East Society. In just now the skirmish earlier against Jacobert, he was the one that actually got the last kill against two members of Jacobert. So I'm not too sure what is going to happen now for, especially for Jacobert. They are having their backs pinned against the wall, but Enzo getting a double kill on both the supports on Fire Society. This might be the turn of events with Jacobert needs. And now with the Fire Strike, Enzo just doing the cleanup duty on the point here. So looking at Sachok meanwhile would go down and the point will be flipped in favor of Team Jacobert.
There's two DPS on the side of Jacobert. Their name is Jaco and Einzel, right? Einzel swinging the hammer. I'm not sure. He probably has gold medal, or at least silver medal after Jaco. So he has been getting shattered really fast. He already finished his second shatter and is trying to build his third, right? And now Carbon has, when you have an aggressive Rhine, what you get is a Zaya that builds a Dragon Surge very fast. So, that's the EMP from Soggy. They try to follow up, but it only hit the tanks, but that might actually be enough. Carbon goes down with his Graviton Surge, which is really, really big. Little Rack is going to stretch through everyone else, stretch through the first two tanks that got hacked, right? And Sachok is going to finish off the backline Pally, now without a tank to actually protect him. And Fire Society is going to win that. Take the point back very easily, with just an EMP.
Yup, with just the EMP, they managed to jostle back the control of the point back in their favor. Now 95% to 89% of Jacobert. I'm not too sure if Team Jacobert can make anything happen. Meanwhile, Plankton with the Diva Bomb online for his team, and actually Beat will be popped by TXQ4 on the side of Jacobert. Lil Rex just trying to take down Sombra on the side of Fire Society. Meanwhile, answered with the Beat of Fearless on the side of his own team, and Ainsley with a huge shatter, but no, gets denied, gets pushed back. It seems like Sachok is doing such a good job here. XRS meanwhile just trying to keep the point alive for a little longer, but no, Fire Society did indeed clutch that out, getting the win away from Team Jacobert.
Honestly, kudos to Enzo, because Enzo got 3 shattered. He built 3 shatter in a single round of Cough, which is very, very rare. Generally, you get like 1 shatter, maybe 2, but he got 3 shatter, right? Enzo got 3 shatter, and not only did he get 3 shatter, all 3 shatter hit someone. So he almost clutched it back for Jaco. But however, I think from this Cough map, not only do we see Jaco, and we understand why the team is called Jaco, but because Jaco has been, just being the man of the match in these fights, we also see why Fire East Society is one of the top 2 teams in the tournament. Just because their teamwork is great, they have great aggression, they are good with their aggression, they have players like Lil Rex and Soggy all making insane EMP plays, insane Pulse Bomb plays, or just insane DPS plays from Tracer and Sobra. And we also have Sachok, right? His Primal essentially won 2 fights for FES. So when you have so many mechanical beasts in Fire Society, even if you screw up 1 or 2 fights, it doesn't matter, because maybe 1 person kills 3 people on his own. That is the prize, right? That is the reward that having better mechanics get you.
That is true. But how do you think Jacobert can actually counter against like this superior mechanical advantage which Team Fire Society has? Like, they definitely, Enzo has been providing the tanking, powers on the side of Jacobert. But I think his tanking, his shatter did connect, but there isn't too much follow-up as for what I've seen. So where do you think Jacobert did actually fall short in countering this aggressive composition of Fire East?
So generally in metas, right, in fights and in series like this, you have 2 choices. Either you mirror the meta, you mirror them, like if they are playing the best composition, you mirror them, or you have to counter them. So I don't think here's the problem, right? If the meta says the best composition is composition A, and you don't choose to play composition A, then you are already at a disadvantage. So now Fire Society is playing the best composition, right? Jaco can choose to counter with a Pharah, which they tried and failed, or they could choose to mirror Fire Society. So it will be up to Hedgehog, right, and his team of merry men in Jacobert in what they choose, which direction they choose, and whichever direction they choose, it will be critical in deciding whether they have a chance against a powerhouse like Fire Society.
Okay, so it seems like the next map is going to be an assault map, which is not, I mean something that we've seen before. We also have Anubis online, and Far East Society, they have been playing Reaper as well as the Sombra, which is, like you mentioned, what is meta right now. So on the side of on the side of Temple of Anubis, Jacobert, they have been known to play the Pharah Mercy in this situation here, and a Widowmaker, where the Widowmaker would just perch onto the first entrance or the double doorways of the first choke into assault. But I'm not too sure if let's say Pharah Mercy would be enough to take down the team of Far East.
I think I'm kind of sad that we don't get to see Hanamura and we get Anubis for like the second time in a row. In fact, Anubis has been played literally all this while. But I mean, we're going to start with Temple of Anubis, and we will finally get to see, right, whether Jacobert is actually going to start with the Pharah. You know what, Teddy? If I'm a betting man, I would bet that Jacobert is going to start Pharah, which I would lose my money on, because they decide not to play Pharah defense. No. They will go for the meta pick. So two directions, right? You could play what counters with Pharah, or you could mirror with the meta. And I think that's what Jacobert is going to do.
Okay. So, but on the side of, let's look at Jacobert, meanwhile, they are playing dive tanks, and that leaves actually Jaco as well as Pali to be quite open to be dive for Far East Society. Would have an easier time diving onto targets like Pali or maybe TXQ4 or Jaco. So how do you think that this can be avoided?
I mean, before we go into that, I think Fire is going to do something that Soul Dynasty did. They're going to TP right onto the high ground, and they're going to set up for a TP play. This is going to play up right there. And Lyrics is going back to switch. So it was just a scouting maneuver. Because it was actually a strategy where you could just TP up there and just play from the perch. But they're going to just, forgo it. They're just going to use it to scout. They're going to see Jacobert decides not to run. They're not running the Xayah Roadhog, which will allow that strategy to be played. And instead, Jacobert is running the Reaper and the Sombra. So Fire Society is just going to move on. They're happy to take this fight. They feel that they're strong with Reaper Sombra. And Lyrics already getting a pick on Einzel, just like that.
That's huge. Meanwhile, Lil Rex with a headshot onto Einzel. Jaco in the backlines, just trying to get things done here. Also damaging Team Far East Society with the aggression that Far East Society is actually bringing to the table. Calvin, meanwhile, on the high ground, just trying to rain down rockets as well as bullets on the high ground. Jaco, meanwhile, with his health being topped up, he will be now answering the aggression of Team Far East by punishing their tanks, whoever that have come too far, trying to make things happen. But it seems like he is in a losing battle, as he would be pushed all the way back and is being topped up by his Moira. But I don't think that will be enough, as now we will have the Die or the Death Blossom by Lil Rex getting a kill onto Bali.
I really don't like that play from Bali, right? There was only two people left. There was the Reaper and there was Pali left. Yet Pali still used his ultimate. So it was a 2v6 essentially, and he still used his ultimate, which means that Jacobert is not going to have a coalescence for the next fight, right? And when you don't have a coalescence, when you don't have a support out against an EMP, that puts you in a very dangerous position, right? This EMP is going to be a really, really tough one. The only way Jacobert might be able to win this, I think they have to set up for an earlier EMP, right? If both Sombra wants the EMP, we got an EMP first, and that is exactly what Jaco is going to do. You got an EMP, try to follow up. Soggy is actually going to be the first one to die, right? So here's the thing, when you EMP first, you tend to win because you have tempo. So even though both Sombra EMP, Jacobert EMP just half a second faster than Soggy. So we're going to see Jacobert actually getting a very powerful play in just off, right? Just off that half a second alone, already enough to kill Soggy with that EMP.
So it seems like now, as soon as you say that, Jaco, he already has his ultimate and he's waiting again with a Death Blossom of his own, but it's being denied by the D.Va on the side of Plankton. Plankton, huge plays here, denying. Meanwhile, we will have Kelban already with his D.Va Bomb. He is just raining down damage on the side, on the supports of the enemy team. Meanwhile, XRS just trying to farm his EMP, just taking names and hopefully not trying to teleport away too early. But the D.Va Bomb does actually goes down early for IU Plankton, but Pali with a ball kill onto Soggy. Lil Rex is just trying to make things work, but he does actually get 2 down on the side of Jaco. But and Jaco, meanwhile, with the retaliation here, or the answer to the aggression by the Reaper, just taking down the other Reaper. Meanwhile, Kelban looking at the aggression of Team Far East Society. He is here just to be the front line of his team.
I think Jacoba has been struggling with their coalescence play. They essentially have been using coalescence, but within a few seconds, the first 2 or 3 seconds of that coalescence, Pali dies. So they haven't really been getting full value of that Moira. So I'm not sure why that's the case. I think Lil Rex and Soggy and Sachok's been making very powerful plays into Pali, into the backline of Jacobert. However, it's something that Jacobert will have to fix, right? Because if you don't have a Moira, if the Moira is the first person to die in the team fight, you essentially lose the team fight. Anyone can die, but not the Moira, not your main healer, the guy outputting this immense amount of damage. Because Fire Society is going to have an EMP again, and this time Jacobert doesn't have an EMP. So this is an insane out advantage by Fire Society. Here's the EMP from Soggy. It's going to hit both the tanks, Ainzo and Kalban. Ainzo is going to go down really fast, or maybe not. Pali's going to hard talk at him. Akame is going to throw in the coalescence as well, and it's not going to be enough as Lyrex is going to use Death Blossom, fortified by a sound barrier. Jaco is going to try so hard to hold. They have a sound barrier. They are trying to hold with Pali's coalescence. Both support out, burn at once, and yet no one's dying. Fire Society is trying to stabilize, they're trying to back off, but they can't because Ainzo is in the middle of them trying to primal. It's a very messy fight. Lyrex getting a reverse pick on Ainzo, even following up with Jaco, and slowly but surely, Fire Society is getting incremental progress. The bomb comes down, doesn't get anyone. Lyrex tries to push towards the left side. Everyone's coming from the left side, right? So that's where Lyrex is playing, and they get EMP'd by XRS, but XRS dies. So at the end of the day, after a really long and chaotic fight, slowly Jacobert vests back control of the point.
Yeah, and it seems like there isn't even a tick with all the ultimates being invested in Fire Society, but here we go, Lil Rex with the Death Blossom of his own, and it seems like Plankton in the midst of that chaos gets 2 kill, and Soggy meanwhile with a kill onto Jaco. Meanwhile, the D.Va on the side of Jaco will be hacked. And this is it, already 1 tick, 2 ticks to the name of Fire Society. They will be the one pushing and setting the tempo for this fight. And meanwhile, it is up to Plankton to actually pop up the D.Va Bomb, just hopefully to get any stragglers which are not protected. And it seems like we also have the swap. XRS is playing the main now, just hopefully to provide a bit more shields for his team. But Plankton going on the aggressive push of his own. And it seems like Team Jacobert is in damage control mode now. They have Ainzo on the ball, and now we have Jaco just trying to make things happen, but no, gets taken down early by Lil Rex. And it seems like Kelban with a do or die situation. He's gonna pop his bomb. It seems like he's gonna get nothing, but no, he's gonna get taken down early, and I think this is it. Fire Society is gonna clutch this one out. The XQ4 would be the last member to go down, and Fire Society would cap both 2 points in really good time.
So I think between XRS and Soggy, both of them trying to get the EMP. XRS is just, I think, the less experienced Sombra, because when Soggy plays for EMP, like right here, when Soggy plays for EMP, he sets it up and then he farms the next EMP really, really fast, right? It allows Lil Rex to do plays like this, right? Just wreak havoc through the entire map because they have more EMP than the other team. Whereas when XRS farms his own EMP, he uses them and then he dies, or he farms it really slowly, which is probably why we saw he swapped to Mei, right? To stall the point, but also because it returns him to a character that is comfortable on, which is why I think Jacobert, right? We'll see whether Jacobert wants to play something that's more comfortable, because I think XRS is, maybe a little bit less experienced on the Sombra as Fire Society, but maybe they will try to run the most meta comp again, because at the end of the day, Right, it is one of the most powerful composition as of this week. So maybe Jacobert is just gonna run the most powerful comp, right? Just because it's the most powerful comp, and they're gonna be afraid if they don't run it. They might have a lot of problems against Fire Society. So yeah, I think that's gonna be their choice. XRS back on the Sombra, back on Jaco, back on the Reaper, Inzo, TXQ back on Lucio and Winston, and yeah, Polly back on the Moira.
Okay, but how do you feel on the Echo pick on Soggy? There's
So I
no
think-
yeah.
Echo is essentially a counter for Reaper. There's not much thing that Jacobert can use to counter Soggy. I think one thing that Jaco could do is to swap to a Tracer. However, if they have been practicing this composition in attacking Nubi's first point, I think they could still run a Reaper into Fire Society, but they will have a little bit of difficulty because the Soggy is untouchable. We will see Soggy getting ultimates very fast. However, a sleep on XR is already on Akame. Akame is actually a really, really good NR, as we can see here. Sleep on XR is going to mean XR is out of the fight for a pretty significant amount of time. So Soggy, let's look at Soggy outcharge. 64% compared to XR is at 20%. So they're gonna try, right? Jacob is gonna try to push through the choke, push through the bridge, but it's gonna be so hard to succeed. Soggy is above them on the bridge, poking them. Jacob just can't push through. None of Jacobert can push through. So slowly but surely they push into point to actually get the Mercy and the Diva. But Fire Society, you still have to fight against Sacho. Sacho is full HP on the point with Akame Nano getting ready to pocket Sacho with the Nano. So Calvin has to fall back. You have no choice. Soggy has an insane amount of damage. Soggy has ultimate, and of course Sacho already with the Nano and the Primal, and Jaco just has to fall back. They have to wait, they have to reset, they have to wait for their Coalescence and EMP and hope that between Coalescence and EMP they get to cap this point. This is the pivotal play for Jaco.
Alright, as soon as you say that, Enzo runs low with the bombs being popped by Soggy, and meanwhile Lil Rex, Soggy as well, Sacho and Akame. Fearless all has his ultimate, and XRS were to go in with the EMP, and it is beautiful. Catches off 4, and now he's looking for the kill onto the Diva. He does get the Diva, so it seems like the Diva would get taken down by XRS, and he's looking for more names. Enzo meanwhile on the Primal Rage, just trying to make things work. And now just pushing back the Tracer all the way back to where you came from. Go back to your spawn. And it seems like the Mercy is not being spared as well as being hunted down by Enzo. And the first point, I think this point is already done for Team Jaco, but they already have this point.
So that was a great play by Jacobert, right? They had two of the most powerful ultimates. They had EMP, and with EMP you can essentially, oh wow, Jaco actually try to cap point again. They're actually gonna commit. They're gonna try to commit to this point with the sound barrier. Aizo is gonna die, but I don't think they care. They're just gonna try their best to force their way in the point. No resetting for Jacobert. They're just gonna try to force their way in. Jaco's gonna go for the Winston. Gonna shoot the Winston. Winston drops to very, very low on HP, but at the last moment Sacho managed to escape, and Sacho is gonna get healed up by Akame. He's gonna chase, but he's gonna get no one, and Soggy, bomb is thrown up above, is gonna beam down one by one all the DPS play in Jacobert.
What? John, are you looking at this? Are you looking at the same game? It seems like just now Jacobert managed to get the point, but no, Fire Society said, no, this is our point and I'm gonna hold it as long as I want to, and they came back and actually got the point back into their control. So it seems like with 1 minute back onto the clock, Jacobert has their work cut out for them. They have, of course, the Death Blossom by Jaco, but XRS also has his EMP. So this is the next combination that they're gonna use, EMP into a Death Blossom. We'll see if in this, yeah, now we engage. There's 4 men on the side of Fire Society being EMP'd, and Jaco does engage with the Death Blossom, gets off 1 kill. Meanwhile, Calvin with a kill onto Sachok, so Sachok would go down. XRS not relenting, getting hack after hack. And it seems like Enzo now just trying to just on cleanup duty, just trying to get rid of the remnants of Team Fire Society, but let's hope that Team Fire is not going to repeat what they did earlier. Of course, we have Lil Rex just trying to flee to safety, but no, Enzo says, not today, kiddo, because this is my map, this is what I do, I clean up people for a living. But Enzo is now being contested by the Reinhardt, but the Winston on the side of Fire, and it is in overtime, and both this team are duking it out. If this is a back and forth fight, this is like the real definition of a back and forth fight. And seems like at one point it seems like Jacobert is winning, and with that being said, Plankton already has a Diva Bomb kill onto TXQ4, but Oh, this is quite the long fight here. Although it did go into overtime, but Jacobert did actually get the point.
So Jacobert finally getting the point, and they actually have a lot of outs, right? They managed to save up EMP again, true, because the fight was so long. Jacob also has Echoes out, which is also a powerful win condition. So this is looking a little bit problematic for Fire Society. Something has to happen. Maybe a pick by Soggy or by Lil Rex. XR is going to get an EMP, actually going to keep both the backline and Lil Rex. So Reaper's going to go down. That is the main source of damage. Going to follow up with Coalescence. Coalescence not going to get as much value, however. So other than Veil is going to go down with a very aggressive Lucio play from TXQ, and Sachok comes back, and this is a problem because Sachok has Primal, and with Primal he can store the point for a very, very long time. Sachok's going to drop. He's not going to drop. He's going to use Primal, go straight to the back line, and just two very angry monkey, because Angel also has Primal, and he's going to choose to use Primal. Just both very angry monkey just going straight into each other's backline. Which monkey gets more kills, essentially is going to reap more reward for his team. Jacob's going to get the Macri, but this looks like it might not be enough, because even though the Primal was pretty good, we must remember that this is a spawn advantage for Fires, right? Their spawn is literally, 5 meters behind. They turn their head around, and literally their home is right there. So that's a big problem for the side of Jacob, but the EMP was good. Even follow up with a Coalescence, but they just couldn't kill anyone outside of Lil Rex, and that is a big problem. You use 2 outs and you kill 1 person, that's not exactly, a play that you're happy with.
Yeah, but let's look on the side of Fire Society. They have 4 ultimates on their side. They might engage with the EMP as well as the Diva Bomb. So let's look at XRS. He is actually just trying to backcap the place, and it did work for a bit. He almost got it. Did he get a tick?
No, he didn't. He almost got a tick. It was like 0.001% towards getting a tick.
Well, everything was happening in front. He was trying to be the sneaky guy, just trying to get a C9 on the point. But but in that fight, Soggy did commit his ultimate as well as Bill Rex, isn't it?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Even then, like XRS, I mean, I criticize XRS for dying a lot as a Sombra, but right now he's just getting EMP every single fight. Here's the EMP again. Gonna get only Sachok this time. I don't know how they did it, but they actually managed to dodge the EMP. And is Sachok gonna die before he gets Primal? And that's actually significant. That's very, very significant on the side of Jacobert. So Enzo's gonna try his best to survive and be a main tag up, but Soggy, right, it's gonna strat Enzo into beat, and Jaco just roaming around the map, just exploring the whole map, trying to find someone to kill, gets the Macri, but Lil Rex still managed to flashbang and kill Pali in the end. That's without the Moira. This is gonna be hard for Jacob, but Sachok comes back with the Primal, and we know what Sachok can do with that Primal Rage. Carbon's gonna get the Diva Bomb, but is it enough? Like, this Death Blossom has to get someone, and it didn't. This is a huge
It got denied by, it got denied by Plankton, and meanwhile we will have Lil Rex here. He is just trying to get do the cleanup here on the side of Fire Society, hopefully just trying to keep the team alive. And with that being said, this is overtime, and Jacobert, although they did engage quite well here, but again, this is a defender's advantage just because their spawn is just right next to the point. So it didn't seem like it worked out for Team Jacobert, and they are back in the back foot now, 0-2 against Fire Society.
Yeah, I think Fire Society knows how to play against a Sombra, because when you see Jacobert goes for the EMP, right, it looks good at first, right? The first 2 seconds, it looks like a fat EMP right in the middle of everyone. And then the EMP goes down and you see, well, they only got 1%, 2 people. And when you only get 1 or 2 people with your EMP, that means that the support can make counter plays. They can use Sound Barrier to save 1 or 2 people. They can use Coalescence to save them. The Diva can defensive matrix Sachok when Sachok is the only one getting EMP. The best EMP is when you get like 4 to 6 people, right? But you wouldn't always get that against a team that knows how to position around the map. And that is what Fire Society has been doing. So this is a problem, just like the Connect Gaming problem, right? Fire Society knows how to counter a composition that they haven't seen before. Yeah. But they also know how to win the mirror. So how do you beat a team like that? That's what Jacobert has to plan. Now I'm sure Hedgehog, he's the coach, right? And I'm sure that all the team players, all the players of Jacobert right now, even Jaco himself, right, and his team of Merryman, they're racking their head. They're trying to think, should we play the mirror against Fire Society, or should we just play something else? And I'm sure they're thinking very, very hard as we move into the third map.
Yeah, especially talking about the third map is going to be a hybrid map, which is, I think, the choice of Team Jacobert is going to be Kings Row, Hollywood, or Icon World. But from what past experience has served me right. They have been favoring King's Row from the match which I have casted previously. So, in terms of King's Row, I'm not too sure what Far East Society can do. Of course, Far East Society has the upper hand in terms of running. I think mechanically wise, they are a little bit better than Jacobert, but Jacobert also, it seems like whenever fight is the fight engages, Jacobert has really good EMP to start things off, but it falls short from there. It doesn't have either follow up, or maybe their support get picks early, so there's no sustenance for them. So like what you mentioned, Sachok also has been providing such really superior frontline, which is the tanking prowess is quite worlds apart in my opinion. Sachok has been there. Either he fulfills his job to stall the point by juggling players and keeping the point alive for a bit longer, or basically just confirming kills, which whatever dive target his team calls out.
So we move into the next map, which I believe is King's Row, right, Teddy? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
no,
Junkertown. I thought I heard
Oh,
King's Row.
oh,
Okay, so
wow.
this actually makes a lot of sense on the side of Jacobert, because I don't know why I thought it was King's Row. I probably misheard. Misheard. But it's okay, because King's Row is not a map that I think Jacobert wants to play, right? If you play King's Row, King's Row is a very tight map. It's a very small map. What you're going to see is probably a lot of Reaper, a lot of Sombra, and this is something that they have already lost to Far East Society in 2 different maps. So what Jacobert wants to do is to play in a map that you cannot play Reaper and Sombra into, and we do have a map here, Junkertown. Right, Junkertown is going to be their savior. If they're going to win the map, it's going to be Junkertown. Right, this means that Jacobert is looking to play snipers. They no longer, they're saying, I don't want to brawl with you. Right? I don't want to get in up and close with you. I'm going to stand right in the back. We have snipers too, and we're going to face off sniper versus sniper. But you know what, Teddy?
Yep.
Fire Society also has sniper players. Lil Rex is a very famous sniper as well. He's a great Widowmaker player. So I think Fire Society is going to step up to the plate. They're not scared of any other matchup. They're gonna play Reaper Sombra. They're gonna beat you on it, or they're gonna switch to sniper, and they're gonna show that they have the battle snipers as well.
Yeah. I'm not too sure, but like what you mentioned, Team Jacobert have the knack to actually pull out reverse sweeps from teams like even earlier against Team Jacobert essentially were losing 0-2, right? And then after that they pull a win onto Gibraltar, King's Row as well as Busan. So I'm not too sure, but it seems like Jacobert has like what you mentioned, they have really good hit scan players. They have either Jaco or his other friend. I forgot what his name for the life of me, brain freeze. But they have been playing like Ash as well as Reaper. Sometimes it really doesn't matter. So they have the flexibility to dictate matches, especially going into situations which is not favorable to them. But now let's look at Junkertown. We will have Lil Rex and Soggy. There is no swaps or roster changes on either side of the teams. So like in terms of tanking lineups, right? John, like what do you think could be a good tank to play on attack?
I think there is really a ton of options here. You want to play a ball? You have a good ball player? You can play ball. You want to play double shield? You can as well. I mean, double shield is always going to be good on this map. You want to play a Reinhardt Rush like Jacobert? You can. If you want to spawn camp, I think what Jaco is going to try to do is to spawn camp. Because technically, if they want to play Reinhardt, and if they want to play Lucio and they don't want to play snipers, that means that they're trying to get 3 fights. They're trying to get a fight, right? As the payload starts to move, they're going to play a really, really long fight, and they're going to try to shake things up, right? They're not going to play, all the way under the bridge, because in Junkertown there is a choke, that bridge area. They're not going to play over there. I think they're going to try to surprise with a rush, right? We see Enzo sneaking up. No one knows he's here. Right? No one knows it. Oh, I think they scouted him. They're going to change to Farah. So that's the thing, right? If you can try to spawn camp with a composition with no snipers, Fire Society can just change to Farah and just rain havoc above you.
Meanwhile, Lil Rex has to go back to the spawn just to get a little bit of cover, and we will have now the card is not moving, but I think Jacobert with the intention to get a spawn camp, it hasn't been working too far, but no kills has been online now. Meanwhile, as soon as I say that Jaco does get a kill onto Sachok, playing the Hawk, And we have Soggy now just trying to rain down rockets, and he is having the mobility which he needs to essentially pick off members of Team Jacobert. And now looking at this, seems like members of Team Jacobert will be falling one by one, and Plankton getting a kill onto Parley. So it seems like the card would be able to move on from the spawn.
I don't think Jacoba is too upset with this play, because essentially a team will always, with this composition, a team always tries to stall out the payload, try to get at least 1 minute, and they actually get 1 minute. So we're gonna see a pause right here. So we have a little bit of time, Teddy, to talk about what we just saw, the strategy we just saw, right? So I mean that's essentially the key of the strategy. You hold on the payload, and you know you're gonna lose because the defending team. The attacking team can just move back to point, swap to Farah, and then win the fight with a counter pick. But the question is, how fast do you take to win the fight? Right? Do you take like 30 seconds to win the fight, or do you take like a minute? Because you only have 4 minutes. If you take 1 minute just to get the payload to move, right? I think Jacoba is perfectly happy with that play.
That is true. That is true. I guess they have more time in their bank to actually recontest the payload for another fight, right? But looking at the side of from before the match actually paused, we actually had the Farah as well as the Widowmaker on the side of Team Far East, and Jacobert were playing Sombra as well as Reaper. No, sorry. They were playing. Is XRS? Did he just swap to the Widowmaker though?
Yeah, he did swap to the Widows. He was on Reaper just now. But I think they're happy with the amount of stall they got on point. They're gonna swap to Widow to counter the Farah, because we have Soggy on Farah on Junkertown. And to be honest, right, Farah is not a good pick on Junkertown. The only reason why he was on Farah was to counter the strategy that Jaco has, right? Now that Jaco has swapped back into double sniper, which is conventional for this map, we see Five Society moving back to a more conventional pick of a sniper, a Widowmaker, and a Tracer. So Jacob, with the Gravitic Flux, the Carbon's gonna leave everyone up in the air, almost got shot down by Lil Rex as he flies up. How he's gonna finish up the kill on Plankton himself. Plankton very close to Gravitic Flux. That's gonna be the play to watch next fight, right? Plankton with that play, with the Gravitic Flux combined with maybe with a Transcendence or a Discord Op from Akame.
Yeah, that's true. And also, Angel playing the ball on the side of Jacob, but I'm not too sure like what he aims to achieve with the ball pick here. But it seems like Team Far East Society is already winning without committing ultimates on their side. So I guess this is a win-win-win situation for Team Far East Society. And meanwhile, Jaco already has his Dragon online. But look at this, his team is being picked apart left, right, and center. And it seems like the card is going to move to the first point. Before actually Team Jacobert has the chance to contest. But
so Jaco with a sneaky flank, right? Trying to catch up Soggy. Here's the Dragon along with the Coalescence. So essentially Dragon and Coalescence to block out, between these two outs, we actually block out a lot of space. But Far East have a lot of mobile players. You have like Sacho who can take a Believer and essentially survive. Even XRS we actually see XRS getting a pick right here. So he's gonna die because he's already overextending. His team is dead. But we will still see him getting a kill, and that's still gonna help his team for the retake, right? So right now, even though they're on defense, they have to stop the payload being pushed by a Five Society. So when they retake into the second point of Junkertown, they will need ultimates, right? And they will need picks. So I mean, XRS with a good pick, he's gonna switch off to from Widow to Ashe. Even gonna pick up the Genji. Jaco picking up the Genji with the Mercy Pocket. That's gonna be really, really powerful.
Oh wow, just as you're saying that, Leo Rex also getting killed onto Kelvin. So without a shield as well as without the ultimate online for Kelvin, I think this is quite a dire situation for Jacobert, as they have to go back all the way near their spawn. That's because they essentially don't have like a main tank or a shield tank to answer to the aggression of or the line of sight which Lil Rex can take. So with that, I think 2 points is going to be taken by Far East Society, and this is in quite good time as well. Lil Rex, just as I said, that Lil Rex yet again with another kill onto XRS. And looking at the situation here, we have Akame playing the huge hook, such out with the hook onto TXQ4. But as I was saying, Akame playing the Zenyatta, I think that is more damage potential on the side of Far East Society with the Discord available for them. And Sarchok now pushing in and getting a hook, but it is being undone and but by Kelvin. But Kelvin essentially is going back and he's out being negated or being cancelled out by the aggression of Far East Society.
So Satchel probably heard both of us talking, right? We said how he was a good Ryan and Winston, and Satchel was like, wait, I'm not just a good Ryan and Winston, alright, John, alright, Taggy. I'm a good Roadhog as well, and he wants to show this to us. So we have a one-on-one with Soggy and and XRS, pretty chill one-on-one. Both of them just saying hi to each other. Probably neither of them is probably gonna kill each other, since the Tracer one-on-one is always like that. Both of them just try to kill. Oh, but Parley actually getting Soggy right into the edge. It was great play by Parley right there. In zone using Cohort, but getting picked off really quickly with the help of the Discord off. J-Cole right for the Mercy, actually gets the res. The Mercy actually gets the his head. The Genji head actually hit the beam and failed to get the blade off the rezzing Mercy. So that was a pretty funny play, but yeah, great play from both.
Yeah, but meanwhile, let's look at Sachok. He already has his whole hawk available, and Jacob meanwhile with a dash kill onto Soggy. Oh, Sachok meanwhile gets hooked himself and is being undone by Jacob. Jacob getting a huge dash here, is even without using his ultimate, and this is it. Team Jacob manages to stall the cut yet at the crux of the apex at the turn of Junkertown, that point.
So, I mean, Jacob is on Genji, but they don't really have an Ana for the Nano Blade. So we know that even if Jacob uses Blade, it's probably going to get countered very easily by Transcendent. So this might be a counter quick coming up from Jacob, right? Because the composition it's okay, it's not that bad. But at the same time, you're not really giving Jacob like the resources. They're all great quick by Sachok right here. Both Roadhogs is duking it up, right? Can you see? Hog gone from XRS into Sachok will mean that TXQ is going to need to use his rest, and of course the Soggy is both tanks. Actually, both Roadhogs are just trying to hook each other. Sachok opening with the Hawks, going to zone the tanks right back into their spawn. The payload is still moving. Soggy got the backline of Jaco, and slowly but surely, each and every one of the members of Jaco, but right with the one hook from Sachok, one pick from Soggy, right, a flank from Plankton. Each of the members of Jacob is slowly falling down one by one.
That is true, and let's look at Lil Rex. He does get his EMP off, getting off 2 targets or 3. Meanwhile, he does also get the kill onto Parley. That's because with the EMP, Parley has been quite low, and now Jaco with damage boosted nano, damage boosted blade. He manages to get 3. And now this is it for Plankton. He will be going back to the drawing board with the 20 seconds left on the clock of Far East Society. Seems like Jacob coming through with the clutch ultimate on his own. Even without the nano, he manages to get things done for his team.
So here's the thing, right? Jaco is definitely on his comfort character. They have been playing Genji on King's Row, right? King's Row is not even a Genji map, but Jaco plays it there. And right now he's playing Genji on Junkertown Third. So definitely, probably one of the characters that Jaco is very comfortable on. Akami actually getting a pick on XRS. XRS is, however, not having such a fun time. Not as much fun as Jaco, at least. Jaco gets Discord, actually slowly dies to Sachok Hawk. So Akame just moving the Discord from one side to another, and we combined with Sachok Hawk and with the Valkyrie is going to mean that there's a lot of damage from over a very, very small amount of time. So they're gonna complete the map with though they don't have much time remaining. We're gonna go straight into replay where we see where we see Jacob Blade, but it's cutting down people one after another. I say that he would need an Ana, right? Plays like this, but I was wrong, right? Lil Rex says I don't need play. Jacob said I don't need that. I don't need a nano, right? I can kill people with my 100 damage blade just the same, even without that nano.
Yeah, that is true, but also let's look at the side of Sachok though. Sachok has been getting his hooks left, right, and center. Like, nothing is spared from his hooks. His hooks has been, it's pretty consistent thus far. And I guess, you know what, John, that is getting a hook on the Hawk means like you are essentially confirming kill. And that is what has been going on for the fight earlier. But Calvin, meanwhile, doesn't have the flexibility or he can answer in kind or go toe to toe against Sachok, because I think Sachok just has been landing his hook consistently.
So one of the one of the reason why I think Sasha is landing his hook doesn't mean like his Roadhog is definitely better. I think his team is creating way more space than what Jacob is doing, right? Because if you're playing a Genji, you're not really playing aggressively. You're just playing to charge your blade. However, Fire Society has very aggressive snipers, right? And that actually is actually and a Sombra and a Tracer, both of which are generally a little bit more aggressive than a Genji. So he might just have more space to hook people. And that's not to say he's a bad Roadhog. I'm sure he's really good, and he might even, like you mentioned, be better than Kalpan, but definitely helped out big time by his team, by his teammates.
Okay, like what you mentioned earlier, Farah Mercy might not be such a good play here, but I think Jacobert is resorting to their comfort pick. And look at this, Lil Rex just has a field day of a time, just trying to block sidelines and now getting hit shot onto Jacob. So it seems like back to the drawing board, Team Jacobert would go. And Farah, I don't think that's gonna work. As soon as Farah gets rest, is getting killed by Soggy yet again.
Did you see that? PXQ tried to rest, and then Soggy just said, nah, Lil Rex got a pick. I'll just finish up the pick with my own pick on the rezzing. That's the problem, right? If you try to play Farah on first point, it just never works. It just never works. This map, there's no cover, right? It's just a sniper. This is essentially the most Counter-Strike map in all the maps that we have, the most Valorant maps. So we just have operators, operating all around this map.
Yep, so sidelines are going to be quite hard to come by as well. That is the reason why Jaco has now swapped to the Hanzo. So 2 hit scans or 2 snipers on the side of Team Jaco, but meanwhile Lil Rex just sitting comfortably behind. Oh, with a headshot kill onto XRS and Plankton with a kill onto Pali. So with this, you see Lil Rex just has the opportunity and the space that he needs to actually get kills left, right, and center. And it seems like Team Jacobert has a hard time even actually pushing up to the bridge.
So here's the thing, right? The mechanics.
Yep, mechanics plays a part. I'm not too sure, man. But yeah.
I mean, technically the comps are the same, right? You have Sigma and you have Orisa, but the mechanics are a little bit different. Jacobert just doesn't have that experience. That's not to say that they're a weak team, because they're not. They're a strong team. But against the likes of Fire Society, Lil Rex, right? When you're trying to flex against a person that is essentially specializes on that Weevil, on that Tracer, it's just going to be hard to match him mechanically as a player. So Soggy, you can see, right, holding an angle, just dishing a lot of pressure, even if you don't get a pick. Right, just a huge amount of pressure on Jaco. When you play snipers, it's half of it is confidence. So Jaco is going to try to commit to this fight with a Bongo and a Valkyrie. That's going to be a lot of damage from the damage boost. Soggy winning the 1v1 even though he drops so long. And you know what? The Hanzo was actually getting pocketed by Mercy too, and he still won the 1v1.
Oh wow, but meanwhile XRS now getting the revenge kill after being picked off so many times by Lil Rex, but meanwhile XRS proving that he's not such a bad Widowmaker, getting off 2 supports on his own there without too much of a help. So it seems like this is it. Team Jacobert finally would be getting more push onto the card. And Fire Society is having a hard time answering the aggression of Team Jacobert. But with that being said, as soon as I say that IU Plankton would be the one picking off XRS and now Rex. Oh, with a headshot kill onto Pali. What?
That was like the narrowest angle, and Lyrex hit it. But I mean, I think we just saw some insane play by XRS, right? The triple kill is actually bought Jacobert, right? The possibility of capping out this point. Yet, Lyrex comes back and gets the pick. XRS can chase down. He's forced to use the recall, and Soggy. That was.
Oh no, he didn't get a recall with the full HP and now gets taken down by Soggy. What? And now Lil Rex just adding names onto his kill list with another kill onto Pali, and now Lil Rex would pop his ultimate, so all sidelines he can see everything through the wall. Angel meanwhile in the backline just trying to get hooks, but no, it doesn't connect, but gets taken down. This is overtime, do or die situation, and it's only Pali on the point. No, Lil Rex will be there to clean up the game.
And Jacobert falls, right? They put up a good fight. They honestly did. Like XRS with the triple pick at the end of the match, right? I thought it was gone and just gone. And XRS just steps out, be a superhero, saves the day with 3 picks. Triple fail. That was really painful game for Jacobert. But to be honest, I think it was a really good match. Jacobert put up a great fight against one of the powerhouses of the Ace tournament. Right? You must remember that Fire Society is a team, right, made up of players with many contenders play, and yet And even so, right, Jacob put up an insane fight, right? Great flex. They decided to match Fire Society. They didn't cover down. Where lesser teams might have covered down and just strong arm a single composition through, but Jacob was not scared, right? They played the correct characters, they flexed and tried their best to counter. And even though they didn't manage to in the end, we saw a lot of effort and a lot of great plays coming out from the side of Jacob.
Yeah, that is true, but that doesn't take away from the hit scan prowess of Lil Rex, right? Like you mentioned, he has been there, done that. You know what? I have been there. I played in contenders. I played in this. I played in that. Nothing really phases me too much. And he has been actually the more consistent video maker as far as this match goes. He has been there consistently picking down players from the side of Jacob, but it was only for that sliver of moment with Team Jacob, but did actually answer in kind with XRS, just getting that little bit of time where he actually popped off. But other than that, he was actually in the back foot there, you have to admit, John.
So I think Jacob, for the standings, right, I think Jacob will be trying to, I don't think they should be that frustrated with a loss against Far East. They are already pretty high up in the standings, and Far East is
I think top 3, right?
Yeah, this is not an upset by any means, right? Jacob just needs to win. Even if they lose against A-Bang and Far East, as long as they win against Watermelon Waddlers and all the teams that they're going to be facing off next week, on Thursday, essentially they have a very, very good chance of placing top 4 even before the break begins.
Yes, that is right. That will be your team going against Team Jacob. But so, before I go into this Thursday's match, let's look at the rankings now. That has been updated. Meanwhile, we will have A-Bang, which is still undefeated. Connect Gaming, the Japanese powerhouse, only losing one map. Fire Society now taking over Team Jacob, but as the third place contenders in the whole league, and Jacob but now falling to the 4th. So now the team, the talk of the town now is about the mid teams or the teams just trying to climb up to basically get to the top half of the board. So with your team, Watermelon Waddlers is going against Team Jacob. But like, do you have any answer to the aggression or whatever that you've seen Team Jacob?
We will try our best. We will try our best to counter what they're strong in. That's all I can say. We will just see on the day itself. Yeah. So anyway,
right.
I think. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. So yes. Anyway, I think like you mentioned, that this Thursday there will be some matches. I would like to just point out it's Banana Bava versus Battle Angel, and also we will have Watermelon Waddlers versus Jacob, but that won't be but really you're not divulging any strats so far. And also we have Team Jaeger versus Fire Society. So
I believe we are going to have an interview with a special guest. Teddy,
wow. Oh, we have an interview. Okay. So let's see if we have RXis. Yes, RXis from FES. He is now joining us into the desk. Yes, RXis. What's up, man? How are you?
Doing good. 2 trios today. Pretty good, man.
2 trios today. Yes, showing them how it's done, isn't it, RXis?
Yeah, man.
So, okay, before I go any further into interviewing our special guest today, RXis is actually the manager of Team Far East Society. So he did point out that his team actually managed to get 2 trios today. So yes, why? Okay, I have to start off with this question, RXis. Why do you think Lil Rex is like the best DPS in your team? Oh no!
I think he's very good. He's very mechanically insane, but that's not to say anything about our other 2 DPS, because actually Soggy and Jumo are also really insane. And Jumo is actually a very intelligent player and very mechanically good, but unfortunately due to conflicts with his national service schedule, he isn't really able to play much.
Okay, so John, would you have anything to ask RXis in regards to his his team?
What do you guys think your chance is against A-Bang?
Oh wow, that's a touchy question there, John.
I think right now the only team that is the same tier as us is A-Bang. I think any other team we can probably beat confidently. Connect Gaming was just a flaw in the day itself, and I think on the first day we weren't really prepared for the compositions, and after that we did some retooling in our coaching structure, and I think that really paid dividends, as you can see today. And I think next week should be our next match against A-Bang. I think we can take the W next time.
Right. Okay. I have another question to ask you, Rxis. So between Xeon Flux and Akame, right? Like, when would you think, or when is the situation where you put Xeon Flux or into the roster, or when would you put Akame? Like, what is your thought process to swapping those players out, or is that a trade secret sort of thing?
I think it's both of them are really good, but recently Akame has been performing better in scrims and such, so it's not that much complicated. It's basically just a gameplay decision, yeah. But Xeon Flux is very good, and if we see a Zen meta, I think he could be one of the best Zens in the Pacific as well.
Okay, so there we have it. John, do you have any more questions for RXs before we actually go to our closing?
No, actually, I'm just really interested to see. I think this tournament is going to be a tournament where it's a race of like who's going to improve the most as well. I think A-Bang is it's a little bit they're chilling. They are the favorites to win the whole thing, so they're kind of chilling. And then we have people like Connect trying their best to improve. I think they Connect changed composition, right? They were playing like McCree, just like Fire Society. They were playing a different composition, and then they make like a swap over to Reaper Sombra composition, and they look very comfortable on it. So we have Fires and Connects going to try their best to dethrone A-Bang, and I think right after the break, the second part of the tournament is going to be very exciting, right? Connect's going to say we have something to show. We want to show that against Fires, right? 3-2 was a fluke. It can be 3-0 this time to Connect. And similarly, I think Fires wants to show that it was a fluke. We started with a 2-0, right? We just got reverse swept, just unlucky. I think that will be one to watch, right? The performance of Connect Gaming, FES, and of course even A-Bang, whether they get to continue to hold on to the title.
All right. Yes, John. Yes. But in fact, you did mention something about your team, trying to jostle out the second position. It's earlier on when we were talking, you said, okay, and then after that we have the middle tier team. So how good are your chances to actually
I think Watermelon Warblers, our job, right, is to essentially we are practicing a lot because we know, right, even at the start we don't have as much experience as the other team. We have like off-tank players playing main tank, we have DPS players playing support, we have DPS player playing main support and flag support. So essentially we are definitely right at a disadvantage. And I think one of the things that we're definitely trying to do is to fight for that fourth position or third position, right? At least at this point in time, we are just trying our best to improve. We're not going to say we're going to dethrone FPS or anything. We're just going to let our results do the talking. Yeah.
All right, John, thank you so much again. And that is it. All we have time for today's cast. And also don't forget to catch us this Thursday as we will have more games coming your way. We will be streaming Banana Bava versus Battle Angel. Also, we will have Team Jaeger versus Far East Society. All going to happen at 6 p.m. GMT +8. So be there or be square. So I think that will be it for me. My name is Thaddeus and I'll be signing off. And you know what, John, do you have anything to say to our viewers?
No, I think I've enjoyed these series. Like both the series has been really tight, and yeah, just like you, I've enjoyed it tremendously. I've enjoyed casting, I've enjoyed watching, and I can't wait for the games that's going to be casted and played on Thursday.
Yes, definitely, John, definitely. So thank you so much again for casting with me. You have been such a great co-caster alongside with me, providing all this 5-hit plays and all this strategy that I wouldn't have think of. And I think that is all we have time today. And thank you so much for watching. And that is all. So we'll see you again this Thursday. And good night and bye-bye. Oh,
nice.
Good. Oh, John.
You have now reached your destination.
Okay. Okay. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Need no laser. 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 Need no laser beam. Need no laser. 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 Need no laser beam.
signals of an unknown entity within 1,000 feet of the ship. The size of it is far beyond the mind's reach. It can't be another ship. Sir, it's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared.
Check it.